"You're expelled from the guild." That was what they told the drunk who had tried to throw himself off a bridge. After working for 7 years, the master ordered them to get that cripple out of there. A blonde guy appeared, asking if it was really that hard to understand. But Taejin, furious and crippled, grabbed him by the shirt. He had been injured while saving this guy's life, and now everyone had turned their backs on him. The ungrateful blonde guy laughed in his face. To them, he was nothing more than a pack mule. At that moment, Taejin tried to attack, but the blonde stopped him with just the palm of his hand. Then he landed a direct punch to Taejin's stomach. The blonde grabbed him and kept smashing his face in, and then they had the nerve to beat up a cripple just so everyone in the room could laugh. After that, they simply threw a bag of money at him. That's how he ended up as a beaten drunk that night. He climbed onto the bridge while drinking and cursing the damn system. Then, like a true drunk, he started punching the system screen. It got so bad that the system screen itself went on strike because of his violence. "Now that's just messed up," he laughed in the system's face. "After all these years, you never helped me even once." So he smashed his bottle against the screen. Meanwhile, the police were trying to get him off the bridge, but because of one careless move, he ended up slipping and fell straight into the raging river. At that moment, several screens appeared around him. It was a system window update. When he opened his eyes, Taejin was sitting on a bench in a park, now beaten up, unemployed, and hungover. But to his surprise, a girl suddenly appeared and asked if he was satisfied with the update. He was startled. It was a small reaction, but the shock hit him hard. She introduced herself as Miri from the management department. So last night hadn't been a dream after all. This guy had awakened an explosive growth ability, one that allowed him to grow and gain skills 100 times faster than every other player in this world. Addie confirms it was real and says she investigated the explosive growth skill he requested the night before. And it turns out the skill didn't work correctly because his status window was an old version. He stares at her and asks if that was the only reason. She explains that for security reasons, she can't go into more detail. But anyway, the skill should work perfectly now, and he wonders if it was all for nothing. He questions if all his hard work was useless in the end. Taejin says she made him crawl for 7 years, and now she's saying the skill didn't work because of an old version. He grabs her and yells that he should crack her head open, asking how she'll compensate him for the hell he went through. She then asks him to calm down, explaining that she returned all the status points that were never applied and healed his injuries. Taejin looks at himself and asks if she really did that. He notices his leg is healed and asks how she managed to do that. Addie replies that she can't tell him right now, but a special trigger is needed to activate explosive growth. She then offers to give him a suggestion. Suddenly, a rift opens over the city. A monster emerges from the portal as people scream to call the extermination squad. Taejin asks if he needs to kill those monsters. He turns to her and says he can't fight those things, but Addie insists that he is more than capable of defeating them. She asks him to trust her, saying the worst that can happen is death and that he'll be fine. He looks at her for a moment. Up ahead, one of the monsters releases poisonous spores. Only B-class hunters or higher would be strong enough to face them, and only the best extermination squads could kill them. He then asks if defeating those things will activate explosive growth, and she confirms that it will certainly be effective. He hesitates, finding it ridiculous that she appeared out of nowhere and is now telling him to defeat these monsters. Then he wonders if he can really trust her. He ponders for a moment. Then he remembers how his life has been one hellish experience after another. He knows that even if he runs, nothing will change for him, so he questions why he's hesitating. Realizing he's at rock bottom anyway, he takes a step forward. Then he decides it's better to just take the risk. He runs toward the danger, as one of the soldiers yells for him to stop. The soldier warns him that it's dangerous, but he leaps into the air toward the monster. One of the smaller creatures lunges to attack him. He gets hit by a liquid, but yells that he's had enough. With a powerful kick, he destroys the creature in front of him. 3 notifications appear, informing him of the mission's completion and the activation of immunity and explosive growth. Taejin is surprised he killed a junior spore with a single kick and questions what these messages are. A new window informs him that his attributes have increased significantly. His status window is displayed, showing his new D-class hunter stats and his skills. Addie asks what he thinks, and if explosive growth isn't an amazing skill. He covers his mouth and says that it's way too overpowered, but she warns him it's too early to celebrate, as the skill's true power is just beginning. She encourages him to crush all the remaining monsters, so Taejin charges toward 2 more creatures. He prepares to attack. With one punch, he defeats another junior spore. He realizes he gains a lot of status points with each kill, and says he's loving this skill. Then he continues to destroy the remaining monsters one after another. He leaps toward the larger monster. Taejin claims that at this rate, he'll become a B-class hunter in a week, and he claims he'll be stronger than an A-class in no time. Moments later, The street is already clear of monsters. A man arrives on the scene and wonders if Squad E has already handled the situation. A blonde young man complains to his companions that they came all this way for nothing. Then he spots Taejin in the distance and asks if it's him, but his colleague doubts it. Taejin holds a large crystal while laughing, and the other hunter wonders why he's acting that way. The group approaches him, and the leader calls him a loser, saying he doesn't belong here. He continues asking if Taejin is having a hard time accepting his dismissal and calls him useless as a hunter. Taejin recognizes him as Youngjin and wonders if they also came to fight the monsters. He then looks down for a moment, then he cracks a smile. While Youngjin says he should have stayed home, one of the soldiers approaches to thank Taejin. The soldier explains that if it weren't for him, things could have ended very badly for everyone. He realizes this is a great opportunity. Taejin replies that it was nothing, and he was just doing his job as a responsible hunter. Youngjin and his companion watch him, and one of them comments that he's a terrible actor. The soldier praises him, saying she didn't expect him to defeat the entire group of poison spores, and he asks what she said. Youngjin wonders if that loser really killed them all by himself. Then the soldier confirms the feat and asks if there's a problem. He and his group can't believe it, and Youngjin insists it must be a lie. Taejin approaches, telling them not to bother the squad, and that he'll explain everything on the way. He leads them to an abandoned building nearby. Once inside, Youngjin demands an explanation, and asks if he really defeated all the monsters alone. He doubts a D-class loser like Taejin would be capable of such a feat. Youngjin insists on an answer, but Taejin remains silent. A system notification appears for him. The window reveals a new mission to teach these disrespectful rookies a lesson, and the reward for completing it is an A-class skill. He realizes he can beat these guys up and still get a new skill, so he kneels on the ground and says he'd first like to apologize to all of them. He apologizes, but asks if they can let him beat them up right now. Youngjin and his group stare at him, and he simply asks what's wrong. Taejin then says he's a straightforward person and can't beat around the bush. He bows and begs them all to allow him to teach them a lesson. One of the men approaches and asks what his problem is and if he's gone completely insane. He demands that Taejin stop talking nonsense and give them a proper answer. Then the man hits him on the head and calls him a filthy mule. While holding his head, Taejin states that it's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The aggressor notices he doesn't move and says he's going to dish out some punishment, but Taejin glares at him and tells him to enjoy it. Suddenly the man is hit in the face. Taejin gets up as the other falls to the ground, wondering what happened. The other hunters question why their colleague fell on his own. Taejin gestures with his fingers for them to come at him, one at a time, and he says he's going to flick each of them on the forehead for bullying their senior. One of the aggressors says Taejin must be crazy, but that they'll knock some sense into him. Then he uses a secret technique on one of the men. He quickly takes down the rest of the group with the same move. Youngjin asks if they're kidding him, saying it was just a flick on the head. Taejin stands among the fallen bodies, while the other guy insists it has to be a joke. Then he glares at Youngjin Lee and asks if he thinks this is a game. He states that he can forgive the others, but he will never forgive him. Taejin cracks his knuckles and asks if he's ready for a real beating. Youngjin calls him a bastard. He says Taejin seems to have awakened a power skill, but that he shouldn't get so confident, and he claims that Taejin is the one who's going down. Taejin looks at him and asks when he learned such a cool move. A system window announces the mission is complete, and a new skill has been acquired, so he says he learned a new skill too. A large sphere forms in front of him, and he asks Youngjin to help him test it out. The information window describes the new A-class skill, Fireball. Taejin asks what he thinks of his Fireball, but admits that since he just learned it, he's not sure if he can control its power. So he warns Youngjin to be careful. He says it might burn a little as he launches the attack. Youngjin just comments on how hot it is. A massive explosion engulfs the area. After the smoke clears, Youngjin is sitting on the ground, wondering what the hell happened. He touches his own hair and questions if he's still alive. Taejin approaches and asks if he forgot to go to the bathroom, commenting that it looks like someone needs new pants. He hopes that was a good lesson, and advises him not to bully guild members anymore. Youngjin apologizes and swears to never bother anyone again, but Taejin cuts him off to ask a question. He reminds him that he still owes him a flick. Adimin introduces herself and decides to give a quick recap of the story so far. She explains that, thanks to a status window update, Taejin finally got his revenge, and he got revenge on the bullies who tormented him. But he used too much power and passed out right after. Addie complains that he's been in bed for 3 days, but Taejin tells her to shut up. He says he feels like he's dying, and the least she could do was stay quiet. Seeing him awake, she is surprised, and he realizes it's the result of completely draining his mana. He admits he got too cocky and decides to focus on increasing his mana for now. Addie questions the need for this, since he has the explosive growth skill. He explains that it's precisely because of this skill that he needs to increase his mana, and she asks why. Explosive growth greatly increases his other stats in relation to his mana, and he'll probably pass out again if he goes monster hunting in this state. Also, Fireball uses way more mana than normal, so she asks if there's a way to increase only his mana. Then he tells her not to worry, because he knows a place. He takes her to a huge building called the Tower of Trials. Addie asks what that tower is, and he explains that it's the best place to quickly increase mana. Addie looks around and asks why the place is so deserted, since he said it was popular. He also finds it strange, as the place was bustling a few years ago, and wonders if it went bankrupt. Suddenly, an old man appears behind them and calls out to them. He continues speaking, saying that the person has finally returned. Taejin and Addie are confused, and he comments that the old man looks like he could die at any moment. He approaches and says he'd like to do a quest from the Tower of Trials, but the man misunderstands. The old man says he's not a fan of those movies, so Taejin corrects him, repeating that he wants a quest. Then the man finally understands and recognizes him as an adventurer who has come for a challenge. He asks them to follow him, as he will guide them through the tower. Addie confesses she's a little apprehensive, but he reassures her, saying he came prepared. The guide leads them to a platform and starts giving instructions about the tower. He explains that the tower has 10 stages, and the mission ends upon completing them. Taejin then interrupts him and asks if the first stage is a fight against 10 goblins. The old man remembers and confirms that he is correct. Addie praises him for knowing so much, and he brags that he knows the tower's strategy better than anyone. He explains that, although he could never participate in raids, he watched videos and studied every detail of the dungeons. Then he confidently declares that a beginner's dungeon like this will be a piece of cake. The old man asks what that was, but Taejin just says he was talking to himself. They are transported to a clearing, and the guide announces that the first test will begin immediately. The old man raises his staff and begins the summoning. With effort, he finishes calling the demonic beasts. Taejin prepares to fight, while Addie encourages him, saying that 10 goblins are nothing to him. Something then moves in the bushes ahead, but it's not goblins that emerge, but large, muscular creatures. An entire army of monsters now reveals itself before them. Taejin wonders if it's their growing season. He then turns to the guide and asks about the monsters, which look more like ogres than goblins. The old man seems to be sleeping, and mutters that he wants lobsters too. Taejin realizes the old man is completely senile. The creatures roar and advance toward them. Addie asks what they should do as the monsters are coming. He replies that he's already noticed that. Taejin states that it doesn't matter if they are ogres, because he will destroy them all. Taejin launches a fireball towards the ogres. The fireball consumes the ogres in front of him. He asks what they thought of that, but Addie warns him that there's still one left. Then an even larger ogre appears behind him, ready to attack. The monster hits him with a club. He slides back and admits that ogres are still ogres. Then he jumps onto a nearby wall and challenges it. Taejin pushes off the wall and hits the monster. He spins in the air and finishes the attack with a kick to the ogre's head. The monster finally falls, and notifications for stage completion and experience gain appear. The guide congratulates him for completing the first stage in the blink of an eye. The guide supposes it was a bit easy since it was the first stage, but Taejin replies that it was much harder than he thought. The old man ignores him and says to proceed to the next stage. The remaining stages were unexpected, with stronger and more numerous monsters, making the journey exhausting. He now understands why no one comes to this place anymore. He realizes that, for a beginner or not, it's impossible to complete this tower. From inside the tower, he screams for help. Exhausted, he finally reaches the last stage of the Tower of Trials. Then the final boss, a 3-headed dog, appears before him. He wonders what that abomination is doing here. The final boss was supposed to be a 3-headed puppy, but this wasn't right. He gives up on the reward, saying there's no way to beat that creature, and he's also out of mana with no way to fight. Suddenly, a hidden quest window appears. The quest asks him to help the senile NPC return to normal to restore the dungeon. He realizes the dungeon is created according to the old man's mana, but in his current state, he can't control his own mana and ends up summoning stronger monsters. If he can bring him back to normal, he can complete the dungeon. Addie asks if he's thought of something, and he confirms, but he's not sure if it will work. He then runs towards the old man, saying he has to try. Taejin remembers hearing that mages with too much mana lose control, and now he can see it. He can see the jumbled mana inside the old man's head, so he positions himself behind the guide. Addie asks what he's about to do. He uses a secret technique of his own style. The old man says that this is truly heaven on earth. Taejin is glad he liked it and continues the massage. He explains that while it looks like a normal massage, He's actually making the scattered mana flow again. He concentrates so as not to miss any spots, as he needs to restore the mana flow. But while he's busy, the three-headed monster approaches, and Addy warns him to be careful. The monster launches an attack in their direction. Taejin struggles to finish the massage in time. A huge explosion hits the top of the tower. The guide apologizes for the inconvenience he caused. He then reveals himself in a muscular form and thanks the young man for all his hard work. Taejin stares at him and asks who he is. The man says it's been a long time since he's felt so alive. With a single swing of his staff, he attacks the monster. The three-headed creature is defeated upon receiving the attack. The guide thanks the young man for saving him and offers to grant him a wish. The system notifications confirm the quest completion and the reward delivery. While Taejin and Addy watch, the guide does squats with his staff. The man continues his workout. He completes 100 reps and lifts the staff. He slams it on the ground and explains that strength training increases the ability to handle intense mana. His muscles contract. Then he shows off, saying this is why he was able to become an archmage. He asks if Taejin can feel the incredible mana radiating from his muscle fibers. He offers to let the young man feel his muscles, but Taejin politely declines. The archmage then asks the young man what he seeks, saying he can ask for anything. Taejin explains that he doesn't have enough mana and was hoping he could increase it for him. The man says it's a simple wish and prepares to use a close-quarters magic technique. He then hits Taejin with a mana strike. A notification informs him that Taejun's max mana has increased by 300 and his meter is now full. He recovers from the blow, saying he thought he was going to die, but the guide observes him and says his problem doesn't seem to be a lack of mana. Taejun asks what he's talking about. The archmage explains that his problem is the fireball skill, which consumes too much mana. He continues, saying that fireball is one of the most basic skills, but his is several times more destructive. But all he's doing is spending way more mana on it. Then Elkaroid tells him not to fear, for the great Elkaroid will give new life to his fireball. Elsewhere in the city, they meet in front of a tall building. A girl named Seon-Ah Lee greets him from a distance. Taejin explains to Addy that she's a friend from the Hunter's Den, 3 years younger than him. Addy teases him for having a friend, and he threatens her, saying he'll punch her one day. She then asks why he wanted to see her, and he replies that it's to test the new fireball he got from the muscular old man. Seon-Ah's guild is called Mythos, and they have the largest training facility in the country. He remembers that the previous fireball set an entire building on fire, and wonders how much more powerful this one will be. That's why he needs to test it in a safe place. Addy comments that he really knows some cool people. Seon-Ah asks if he said something, but Taejin quickly denies it. In the elevator, she asks what he's been up to, and Taejin replies, just the usual hunter work. She stares at him for a moment, and he asks if there's something on his face. Seon-Ah simply comments that he seems a little different than before. She explains that he always needed her help, but now that doesn't seem to be the case anymore, leaving him at a loss for words. Then she comments that, coincidentally, someone else also wanted to use the facility, and he asks who it might be. She tells him to get ready for a surprise and opens the training room door. Seeing who is inside, he is shocked. A hunter named Jin-hyuk Choi from the Skybreaker Guild is mounted on a large beast. The two stare at each other and exchange their names in a serious tone. Seon-Ah senses the strange mood and asks why they're acting like this after a year. She explains that the facility is a virtual space materialized by the user's mana. It's also possible to create monsters for training, depending on how the mana is gathered and focused. Then she creates what she calls a cute little monster, but he doubts her definition. Seon-Ah asks if he understood how to use the place. Seon-Ah says she's going to get some drinks and tells them to have fun. The two guys and Addy are silent for a moment. Taejin then decides to create a monster of his choice with his own mana. He manages to summon an ogre, much to his own surprise. Then he cracks his knuckles and prepares for combat. He attacks the creature with a flurry of rapid punches. With one last blow, he completely destroys the monster. Taejin stretches and says, that was just a warm-up, while Jin-hyuk watches him. Jin-hyuk then asks if it was really him, but the other doesn't understand. He accuses him of attacking the junior members of their guild. Taejin stares at him in silence. Jin-hyuk approaches, saying that although he doubted it at first, seeing him now confirms his suspicions. He assumes that Taejun has awakened a new skill, and he questions him for using his new power to assault those who were once his family. Taejun remembers that Jin-hyuk was one of the few friends he could trust since their days at the Hunter's Den. He remembers how the three of them were friends at the Hunter's Den, but when they joined Skybreaker together, he stagnated while Jin-hyuk quickly rose to the top. Then his friend changed, and he became just another D-class hunter. Taejun confirms that's exactly what he did, and asks what he's going to do about about it. Jin-hyuk is startled and asks if he's upset about him beating up some idiots, but he retorts that they were the ones who bullied him first. He then questions what the family was doing while he was getting beaten up daily. Jin-hyuk grabs him by the shirt and challenges him. Taejin says he can't breathe, and that, because he feels threatened, this justifies self-defense. Seona arrives with the drinks and asks what's going on. She finds the two of them facing off. Then they start to fight each other. Jin-hyuk charges with his spear. Taejin calls for a timeout, but the other says there's no chance. He is then hit in the face by the butt of the weapon. Jin-hyuk comments that he's gotten so strong he barely recognizes him. He says Taejin gave him no choice but to go all out, but the other one taunts him, saying he should have done that from the start. Jin-hyuk gets angry and questions since when he became so cheeky. He starts to use the first form of the Skybreaker spear style. The technique is called Storm Spear. Seon-ah yells at him to stop, asking if he's gone crazy. Taejin says he knew he would use that technique, so he decides to start trying too. Seona and Addie look at him. He prepares a sphere in his hands. Then he casts the Archmage's Fireball, an S-class skill. Jin-hyuk says that's just an energy blast. He then realizes there's no way to block the attack. Suddenly, a figure leaps in front of him and intercepts the blow. The person unsheathes their sword. With a single slash, the figure completely dispels the fireball. The three of them stare at the scene. A man with silver hair and white clothes now stands before them. Taejin recognizes him as Vice Master Cha, an S-class hunter from the Mythos Guild. Suyeon Cha says that using a lethal strike against another hunter can have dire consequences. Taejin explains it was his first time using the skill and he couldn't control its power. Jin-hyuk sees the situation as an advantage and declares that Taejin is on his blacklist. Vice Master Cha stares at him for a moment, but then he shakes Taejin's hand and invites him to join their guild. Jin-hyuk reacts to the proposal with disbelief. Taejin stares at the man, who is the de facto master of Mythos and one of the few S-class hunters in the country. And such an important hunter is personally recruiting Taejin for his guild. Suyeon Cha says he's never seen such a powerful fireball and that a dedicated hunter like him would be a great asset to the guild. Then he asks again if Taejin would like to join them. Taejin didn't expect to be recruited by Mythos right there. Seona says he has finally recognized Taejin's true worth. Mythos is one of the 4 major guilds in Korea, along with Harmony, Hwarang, and Blue Lotus. He knows that joining them can only be beneficial for him, but he says that a wise man once told him a true hunter must endure arduous training to overcome his limits. He then points to Jin-hyuk and says his friend promised to fight him to help him overcome his limits. Jin-hyuk denies ever making that kind of promise. Taejin continues, saying that through the intense battle with Jin-hyuk, he realized something. He realized his friend is an insurmountable mountain that he cannot yet conquer, but he hopes to one day with hard work. For that reason, he declines the invitation, as he has an obstacle he needs to overcome first. Jin-hyuk questions what he's talking about and tries to explain the real reason for their battle. Suyeon Cha agrees that training is crucial and says he's impressed. Then he asks for his name and class, and the young man introduces himself as Taejin Lee, a D-class hunter. The Vice Master states that a talent like him doesn't belong in D-class and offers to do him a favor. Later that day, Taejin receives a letter of recommendation from Vice Master Cha. He invited him to take the B-class hunter exam in a month, and his friends congratulate him. Taejin remembers hesitating at first because of his anger, but a higher class means tougher dungeons, so it wasn't a bad deal for him. A month later, he heads to the exam center. Arriving at the location, he comments that even the air feels different from what he's used to. Addie is surprised he got a letter of recommendation, but Taejin says the man has a good eye for potential. She then asks why he didn't join the Mythos Guild, since he clearly has their support. He simply replies that the reason is money. A hunter affiliated with a guild has a large portion of their rewards confiscated, and their salary and hours are controlled. He remembers being exploited and then discarded when he injured his leg. Taejin declares there's no chance he'll join a guild, as he wants more money. A voice calls him from behind. A girl named Saren Yu, a C-class hunter from the Blue Lotus Guild, introduces herself. Taejin asks how she knows him, and Saren explains that he's quite famous. She tells him that the Vice Master of Mythos couldn't stop praising him. He gets embarrassed and thinks the man is meddlesome. Another guy approaches, saying he's heard rumors about him, but that he seems rather mediocre. He introduces himself as Jeon Kang, a C-class hunter from the Hwarang Guild. Jeon Kang declares himself the man who will become the greatest of this generation. Taejin stares at him for a moment and thinks he's a weird fellow. A voice on the microphone thanks the hunters for waiting, and it announces the start of the 32nd B-class hunter exam. The host then introduces the exam supervisor, and she announces it will be the A-class hunter, Jin-hyuk Choi from Skybreaker. Taejin is shocked to see Jin-hyuk there. Jin-hyuk greets them and says that before they begin, he will will explain how the exam will proceed. Jin-hyuk explains the exam will be in a prepared dungeon, where the 8 participants will form 4 pairs. There are 4 entry points, A, B, C, and D, which lead to a meeting point before the final boss. The first 2 teams to reach the meeting point will proceed to the boss room with him for the final battle, and he assures them that even if they drop out, there's security staff to ensure everyone's protection. He also informs them that broadcast points have been included in this exam. With the start of the exam, he asks everyone to pick up the broadcast devices as their names are called. Group A is formed by Seren Yu and Gaeon Kang. Dongjun Yang and Areum Hong are announced as Group B. Next, Song Yi-jo and Junyoung Bong form Group C. And lastly, Taejun Lee and Junyeon Kim are announced as Group D. Taejun's partner, Junyeon Kim from the Skybreaker Guild, greets him and hopes they get along. Taejun tries to cheer him on, but Jin-hyuk watches them closely. Junyeon glances at Taejun sideways. Jin-hyuk is enraged by Taejun's audacity to use him for his own benefit. He promises it won't be easy, and Junyeon quietly agrees. As the two enter the gate, Jin-hyuk vows to make him regret taking this exam. The inside of the dungeon reveals itself to be a dangerous and hostile place. At the Skybreaker Guild headquarters, Taejun Lee questions the request for him to take the B-level exam. Elsewhere, a man asks the reason for a task, and Jin-hyuk Choi questions if he was paying attention. Jin-hyuk explains that all he needs to do is participate in the exam and get in Taejun Lee's way. He mentions that Route D was designed to be harder, so he just needs to create trouble for Taejun along the way. And then he comments that he heard the man's mother recently fell ill. He suggests the man be a good boy and get the money for her surgery. Jin-hyuk guarantees a more than sufficient payment if everything goes well, and asks the man to just trust him. Now on Route D, the man accompanies Taejun, but they soon encounter monsters. One of the creatures lunges to attack. With his bare hands, Taejun instantly destroys the monster. He comments on the creature's weakness and the little experience gained as his skill activates. His companion realizes he was never warned about such strength. He's baffled by Taejun's power, who didn't seem this strong just a few weeks ago. He recalls that they were always at the bottom at Skybreaker, but Taejun never lost hope. At another time, Taejun even praised his companion's incredible ability to absorb enemy attacks. Taejun encouraged him, saying that one day his true potential would be revealed. And he remembers how Taejun cheered him up and gave him hope when he was down. So he wonders how he could sabotage him, feeling like trash for it. But remembering his mother's surgery, Junyeon Kim decides he has to do this for her. Back in the present, he gets Taejun's attention. He offers a drink, saying his friend must be very tired. Junyeon explains it's a booster potion he always uses and insists that Taejun take it. So Taejun thanks him and opens the bottle. He drinks the liquid, and Junyeon thinks the paralyzing solution has been ingested. Taejun exclaims that the drink is very good, while his companion believes he'll be exhausted soon. Suddenly, Taejun starts to feel a strong discomfort. He clutches his stomach and says it feels like the devil is about to come out of him. Urgently, he asks Junyeon if there's a bathroom nearby. Junyeon replies that there isn't, and Taejun regrets not going earlier, concluding they need to finish the dungeon quickly. Confused, he wonders why the poison isn't working as it should. Taejun complains about the lack of bathrooms in the dungeon, and his immunity skill activates. Junyeon Kim wonders if his companion has some kind of poison resistance. Then Taejun stops and analyzes a large pit just ahead. He realizes it might be a dead end, and suggests they go back a bit. Taejun complains that the map seems to be making them walk in circles, and Junyeon sees this as his chance. He's convinced there's no other way to sabotage the exam and prepares to push his friend. He calls out to Taejun, who turns to look. Then Junyeon apologizes and rushes toward him, but instead of pushing him, he runs past Taejun. Junyeon throws himself off the cliff, leaving his companion completely confused. They both don't understand what just happened. He continues to fall toward the bottom of the abyss. At the last second, Taejun grabs him by the foot and asks why he jumped like that. Junyeon tells him to let go, screaming that he's a piece of trash and doesn't deserve to live. Taejun demands to know what he's talking about as he struggles to hold him. Junyeon insists that Taejun let him go, but he says they can talk about it later. Then Taejun's stomach rumbles again, and he realizes the timing couldn't be worse. He considers relieving himself right there, thinking no one is watching his stream, but his watch notifies him that 10 people are watching his live feed. He despairs at the thought of being seen, and while clenching, ends up breaking the edge of the cliff. The edge gives way completely, and the two fall into the abyss. Addie Min accompanies them in their free fall. After landing, Taejun complains of pain, and Junyeon asks where they are. In the darkness, dozens of red eyes watch them. Soon, they find themselves in a nest full of white snakes. The two realize they are completely screwed. Elsewhere, a viewer comments that Group B is in trouble. The live stream shows Dongjun Yang and Areum Hong with low stamina, as they face the creatures. The viewer wonders if they'll be able to survive, but Arayam runs away screaming for her mom, and Dong Junyang questions where the hell she's going. Surrounded, one of the hunters calls for help as the snakes advance, but Arayam Hong is eliminated. Elsewhere, Song Yi-jo and Junyang Bong argue and trade blows, being the next team likely to fail. This leaves only Group A, and it remains to be seen if they can overcome the challenges ahead. Amidst the danger, Seren Yu takes the opportunity to introduce herself to her viewers. She announces that today they will be hunting monsters called millennial white serpents and tells everyone to get ready. Then she turns to ask if her partner is ready, but she notices he's already disappeared. Suddenly, Gian Kang appears, attacking the monsters alone. To his partner's surprise, he yells that this exam is his chance to truly impress his master, and determined not to waste the opportunity, he continues to charge against the creatures. Seren watches him and complains that he's trying to steal all the attention for himself, but she warns that she won't allow it and prepares her own attack. Then she launches an attack towards the snakes, and the huntress declares she won't be anyone's sidekick, because she is the star of the exam. The promising hunters from the two major guilds are the first to reach the boss chamber. Upon their arrival, Jin-hyuk Choi applauds them and says they did well, as he expected no less from them. Jin-hyuk Choi invites them to follow him to the boss room, but Seren Yu interrupts him, as the hunter Taijin Lee hasn't arrived yet. He then explains that he can't get any broadcast signal from Group D, and suspects they've been eliminated. Jian Kang claims he's a nobody, and Seren regrets not being able to see the hunter who impressed Su-yeon Cha. So Jin-hyuk guides them to the boss monster's room, and the two agree to follow him. He believes Junyeon must have done a good job delaying Taijun, and he keeps walking, certain that Su-yeon Cha will be very disappointed when he finds out. As they enter the chamber, the three are completely astonished. They find the dungeon's boss monster already defeated. On a stone throne, a skeletal creature watches them, and they all wonder what happened in this place. Junyeon Kim's unique skill, Inhale, absorbs the enemy's magic attack and returns it. Its power is proportional to the amount absorbed, allowing him to nullify increasingly stronger spells. So, his ability combined with an Archmage's fireball was used to create a new technique. Taijin climbs onto Junhyun's shoulders, and the two use the power to propel themselves forward. He asks if his companion can take more, and Junyeon confirms he's fine. Taijin points and says they'll go straight to the boss room with a single push, and his partner agrees. Back in the chamber, Jin-hyuk comments that the dungeon boss was supposed to be the Imugi dragon. He wonders what happened, as not only is the Imugi dead, but there's also a necromancer on site. The skeletal creature watches them from its throne, and he questions if someone tampered with the exam. The necromancer then reveals a smile. Jaeon Kang, Seren Yu, and Jin-hyuk shudder at the sight. One of the hunters questions what an undead necromancer is doing there. Jin-hyuk yells for his two companions to retreat immediately. The creature raises its staff toward the defeated dragon's head, and then it reanimates the monster's head. Jin-hyuk Choi prepares for battle with his spear in hand, but the creature strikes him with its tail, sending him flying. Seren Yu says they can't just stand by and prepares to fight alongside Gian Kang. She then fires an ice arrow, while he lunges forward with a dragon punch. The necromancer simply points a finger in the direction of the attack. The creature repels the blows, which end up hitting the two young hunters. Down on the ground, Jin-hyuk shouts as he sees his companions get injured. He realizes the necromancer is controlling the monster and charges, determined to take it down first. Something whizzes past his face as he runs. Suddenly, the creature's tail wraps around his body and traps him. Jin-hyuk scolds himself for letting his guard down and attacking recklessly. The monster's head approaches for the final blow, and he believes this is his end. He only wishes he had told a certain girl something before it was all over. Suddenly, Taejin and Junyeon burst out from inside the creature, shouting that they made it out. Watching from a distance, Su-yeon Cha wonders if he's seeing things. Junyeon celebrates with Taejin for reaching the boss area, saying it was all thanks to him. Jin-hyuk is confused about what happened, but he realizes that somehow they saved his life. He then yells for Taejin and Junhyun to get away from the Imugi immediately. Taejin looks up, confused, as the monster's enormous mouth lunges to devour them. At the last second, he pushes Junyeon away, and an attack hits the ground right where they were. Taejun approaches Jin-hyuk and questions him about the situation, stating that this is overkill for a B-level exam. Jin-hyuk concludes that someone tampered with the dungeon to prevent a specific person from passing the exam. This is because the person has the potential to be a threat, or has connections with another guild. He finds the whole situation too complicated to understand. But Taejin simply points at the necromancer and says they just need to kill that guy. He comments that he hates the idea of teaming up with Jin-hyuk, who replies that he feels the same. But they both accept they have no choice and form a temporary alliance for the battle. Taejin Taijin asks if Junyun can absorb another fireball, but he denies it, saying he's already eaten too much. The Imugi dragon's head moves and turns towards them. The creature spits an attack, and Jinyuk yells for Taijin to be careful. Taijin braces for the attack and states that he can see the projectiles. He then fires a fireball with 20% of his power. The attack scores a direct hit on the monster's head. Jinyuk warns that it's over for it and gets into position with the second form of the Skybreaker spear style. He then charges forward, delivering the Autumn Gale fiery spear attack. His blow strikes the creature squarely. The creature dissipates, and the necromancer is behind it. Saren warns that the necromancer is defenseless, and Gaon Kang prepares to attack. Jian quickly advances toward the enemy. He yells that a real man strikes at the first opportunity, then he attacks with his glacial dragon fist. Taijin encourages Junyun to use his skill one more time, stating they are the best duo, and he agrees to try. Junyun prepares to use the duo's secret combo. They then unleash their special attack, the Hell Express. Their attack collides with Jian's strike, which shatters on impact. Jinyuk Choi smiles and asks if they manage to hit him. Then all the hunters are completely shocked by what they see. The necromancer is still standing, unharmed, as the attacks didn't affect it. The creature simply raises its staff, and then it attacks with spikes that rise from the ground. Jian Kang and Junyeon Kim are hit squarely by the attack. The spikes also hit Taijin Lee and Saren Yu. Injured, Taijin says it's impossible, as not even an undead necromancer should be immune to damage. He concludes they're missing something, as they don't know enough about the enemy, and then Addie Min asks if he forgot about her. Taijin is surprised to see Addie appear in front of him and calls her by name. She comments that he has no idea how much trouble it was to download the app. Then she gets ready and asks if they should test the map hack. A navigation system runs. Then Addie gets ready and asks if they should test the map hack. Taijin questions what she's talking about as the system begins to collect dungeon data. The program maps the layout, analyzes nearby monsters, and reconstructs the map based on the data. Shortly after, Parsley navigation runs, and a holographic map appears at Taijin's feet. He's confused and asks what this Parsley navigation is. Addie explains that the app provides various details about the dungeon, like attack patterns, hidden paths, and rewards. She also says she installed other apps and that he can test them as much as he wants. Taejun realizes this is more than a map hack. It's basically a cheat code. The navigation confirms that the dungeon boss should be the Imugi dragon, a B-level monster. He then turns to the necromancer and wonders where that monster came from. The skeletal creature starts speaking in an unknown language. Soon, the Parsley translator activates and reveals that Lord Eratus is very, very happy. Taijin is completely perplexed and wonders what the hell that was. He asks Addie what's wrong with the app, and she suggests it might be a bug. The translator continues, saying that Eratus thanks the summoner for gathering so many humans, and Addie concludes that the apps still have a lot of problems. Taijin finds the translation weird, but good enough to understand the words. He notices the mention of a summoner and wonders if the monster was forcibly summoned. He then asks if Jinyuk can still move, and he replies that he managed to avoid fatal blows. Taijin says that, believe it or not, he thinks he's found the necromancer's weakness. Jinyuk questions how he would know, but his companion says there's no time to explain the details. He just asks Jinhyuk to trust him, as he needs his cooperation for the plan. Jinhyuk watches him in silence for a moment, and then he finally agrees and asks what they need to do first. With a smile, Taijin says the first thing to do is to piss it off. The group starts waving and shouting, calling the skeleton out for a fight. Taijin taunts it, asking why it doesn't attack them and if it's a coward. The necromancer replies that it sees they are really eager to die, and the creature claims it will be great fun to destroy them all as it prepares an attack. Jinyuk yells for Saren to dodge the incoming attack. Taijun points forward and orders everyone to follow him now. Spikes erupt from the ground, but they all manage to narrowly escape. Jinhyuk comments that it was a close call, and the group recovers from the shock. Taijin explains that, as Addie said, he can see all of the necromancer's attack patterns. With this advantage, he believes it will be very easy to execute his plan. Taijin starts to taunt the enemy, saying it couldn't land a single hit. He continues, asking if the necromancer is trembling with fear, while Jinyuk watches him. The creature then launches a new attack with multiple projectiles in their direction. Taijin yells for Gion Kang to take 3 steps to the right and for Junyeon to step back 5 paces. The energy spheres explode right where they were standing. Taijin watches the scene intently. The hunters are impressed. impressed, as they really managed to dodge the attack. The necromancer praises their impressive dodging skills, and then it challenges them to dodge its next attack, which seems to cover the entire area. Jin-hyuk asks Taijin how they'll manage to dodge that blow. Suddenly, the hunters are enveloped by an analysis system. Taijin realizes that with an attack targeting every inch of the dungeon, the only way to not get hit is to move forward. The necromancer then launches its attack called Death Requiem. It mocks the humans, saying that if they keep dodging, it will use an attack they can't escape. Taijin shouts for everyone to attack it now, and the group charges toward it. He then reveals that the necromancer is on its cooldown. The necromancer is perplexed and questions how they survived that blow. It still doesn't understand what happened as the hunters surround it. Eurydice's skill, Death Requiem, is an extreme area of effect attack that grows in power the closer it is to its maximum range, but its power is weaker near the center of the blast. And aware of this detail from Parsley navigation, Taijin knew what to do. He minimized the damage by advancing to the center and tells Hunter Yu that now is her chance. She confirms and prepares her attack. Saren freezes it with her freezing wind attack. It comments that they overcame its attack, but asks what they will do now that nothing can even scratch it. Taijin just orders them to keep it from moving. Taijin yells that he's leaving the rest to them and runs off. The frozen necromancer questions where he's going. Then the creature starts to realize what's happening. As he runs, Taijin knows the necromancer was summoned through a summoner's offering, which acts as its host. It is practically immortal until that offering is destroyed, and then he finally finds the host of that filthy skeleton. If he can destroy that chest, he can undo the summoning. Eurydice breaks free from the ice and accuses him of daring to deceive it. The creature swears it will never forgive him, and rushes quickly toward Taijin. The monster readies an attack with its staff, and the blow is about to hit him squarely, but the other hunters jump in front, and Jin-hyuk questions where it thinks it's going. He warns that the enemy isn't going anywhere. Then he attacks it, shouting not while he's around. The blow hits the necromancer, which stumbles back from the impact. Jin-hyuk yells to Taijin that they've pinned it down and that he should finish it. With a nod, Taijin thanks Jin-hyuk for his help. As he runs, a skeletal hand emerges from the ground, and the creature begs him to stop. He focuses all his strength into a single fist. With a devastating punch, he completely destroys the wall in front of him. The necromancer watches the smoke rise from the point of impact. Amidst the rubble, the chest that serves as the host is finally revealed. Taijin reaches the object and exclaims that he found it. Jin-hyuk manages to pin the necromancer to the ground with his 2 spears. He remembers Taijin mentioning the necromancer's weakness, and looks towards a dark cave. Then he wonders if the weakness might be inside. The necromancer struggles on the ground, trying to break free. The creature despairs as it's pinned down again by the other hunters. He wonders how Taijin discovered his secret, since only the summoner should know. And then the monster asks himself who in the world this human is. Holding the chest, Taijin calls out to him and threatens to smash the object to pieces. The necromancer stops suddenly, shocked that Taijin can speak his ancient dialect. Taijin warns him to listen carefully, as he might live if he cooperates. But Eurydice explains that he was summoned by a contract and cannot follow anyone else's orders. Taijin simply replies that the contract can be destroyed. The creature says that's not possible for an ordinary human, calling him a skinny weakling. Then Taijin asks if he looks like an ordinary human. The necromancer realizes his opponent not only saw through his spells, but also discovered the relic's location. The necromancer questions his opponent's true intentions. Then he wonders if this human really knows how to nullify the contract. For now, the creature decides to trust him. Eurydice asks if there's anything he wants, and says he can do whatever he desires. But Taijin comments that this only worsened his stomachache. He demands the necromancer unsummon all the skeletons outside, and the creature is stunned, questioning how he knew. Taijin states he knew about the skeletons even before arriving, as his navigation detected an anomaly on the map. The other hunters continued to fight the hordes of undead. He warns that if he catches him lying, he'll break his wrist, and Eurydice agrees to cooperate. The necromancer asks what he wants next, and Taijin confirms they're not done yet. He then demands the creature bring him everything it owns. Eurydice is confused and asks what he means by that. Taijin says he must have items or accessories, and that it's impossible for him to have nothing to give. Then he points to the creature's staff and comments that he sees something good there. The necromancer begs him not to take his precious staff, saying he can't give that up. Taijin squeezes the chest and says the item is his now, threatening to break it. With no choice, Eurydice hands his staff to the young man, who celebrates the acquisition. Then the necromancer asks if he will now undo the contract and promises to do anything in return. But Taijin reveals he has no idea how to do that, and the translator deactivates. The creature is left completely speechless at his answer. He continues, saying he doesn't even know the summoning spell and tells the monster to come with him. The necromancer is enraged by the revelation, and he accuses the human of having deceived the mighty Eratus. Taijin then raises the chest and threatens him again, saying he'll break it if he comes any closer. The creature charges forward anyway, and the young man smashes the relic on the ground. The monster begins to disintegrate and says, "This can't be true." As he vanishes, he laments not wanting to go and says he needs to become even greater. Taijin comments that the guy disappeared in style, and Addy agrees. He approaches the wreckage, stating that this must be the summoner's offering, and picks something up from the ground. It was a severed finger, and Addy wonders who could have cut it off and if they're after Taijin. Taijin says he doesn't care about the rest as long as he gets the items, while Addy calls him materialistic. Suddenly, she seems to notice something. Then she tells Taijin there's another item on the ground, making him excited about the discovery. He picks up the item and assumes it must be expensive since it came from the necromancer. The other hunters run over and ask if he's alright. He puts the staff away and assures them everything is fine. Jinhyuk then asks if he really defeated the necromancer by himself. Taijin confirms he did, and says the enemy vanished without a trace. Gaon Kang congratulates him, and Seren Yu praises him for being amazing. Jinhyuk then approaches and calls him by name. He bows and apologizes, but Junyeon interrupts and confesses that Jinhyuk was the one who told him to poison him and push him into the pit. Jinhyuk says he doesn't know how things got to this point, but he was annoyed seeing someone as talentless as him trying so hard. He then sincerely apologizes to Taijin. With a smile, Taijin says he didn't even realize he was behind it all and that he should have done a better job. Taijin questions if Jinhyuk really thought he would make him fail the exam, concluding he was never that smart. Then he says that since he just became level B, Jinhyuk should buy him a meal. Jinhyuk agrees to buy him whatever he wants, and the two shake hands as Taijin suggests a Wagyu steak. With a bit of hesitation, Jinhyuk mentions he's curious about something. He gets closer and whispers, asking if Taijin has any feelings for Siana. The question leaves Taijin completely shocked and speechless. Junyeon asks if he likes her, and Jinhyuk denies it, while Taijin tells him to shut up. Suddenly, a gate opens in the cave wall. Seren and Junyeon celebrate that they can finally leave and can't wait to eat again. Taijin smiles and agrees they should go back. As the group heads for the exit, his stomach starts to rumble again. Jinhyuk steps through the portal just ahead of Taijun. A voice welcomes them, saying it's glad to see they all made it. They find themselves before a group of people who congratulate them on becoming level B hunters. Taijun immediately recognizes Yeonhwa Seo from Blue Lotus and Taepyeong Ma from Hwarang. Taijin wonders what the country's top hunters, Taepyeong Ma from Hwarang and Yeonhwa Seo from Blue Lotus, are doing here. Yeonhwa Seo approaches and states that, as they all know, the exam was tampered with. She recalls that an Imugi dragon became an undead and a necromancer appeared, monsters that shouldn't have been there. She continues, saying they've determined the incident was the work of a faction trying to undermine the Blue Lotus or Hwarang guilds. Then the woman stops right in front of Taejun and declares that he is the culprit. She points directly at Hunter Taejun Lee as the one responsible. Completely confused, Taijin can only question what she just said. Seren Yu asks what she means, stating that the man fought hard alongside them and that it makes no sense. She then corrects herself, saying she actually thinks he did it all by himself. Yeonhwa explains that she was watching everyone's fight against the undead necromancer on a live broadcast, and it was Taijin Lee who controlled the battle, from helping everyone dodge the necromancer's attacks to discovering the secret area. Even without being able to see what was inside, she's sure the place held the secrets to the necromancer's weakness. So, she asks if it isn't strange that a D-rank hunter has such important information. One of the hunters next to Seren Yu agrees that it makes sense. Yeonhwa glares at Taijin Lee and demands he speak now. She asks him directly if he already knew an undead necromancer was going to appear. Taijin Lee denies it, saying he had no idea. Taepyeong Ma appears behind him and asks what he's waiting for. He threatens that if the young man doesn't answer, he will kill him right there. Taejin Lee understands the man will really kill him. He needs to calm down, as there must be a way to clear his name. Then, he remembers the necromancer's offering and the summoner's contract. Taejin Lee asks them to wait and listen to him. He reveals that his dream was actually to become a necromancer. Taepyeong Ma questions what he's talking about. The young man explains that from an early age, he researched a lot about the characteristics, skill patterns, and weaknesses of all undead monsters. And that's how he knew the necromancer was hiding its host body somewhere. Manhwa asks if he really expects her to believe such nonsense, so he asks them to look at something if they still don't believe him. All the hunters react to what he shows. He reveals a finger he found inside a chest, stating it's proof that someone made a contract with the necromancer. He deduces the necromancer didn't appear randomly, as Jin-hyuk Choi had said the dungeon boss should be an Amugi dragon. He adds that the necromancer is forbidden from disobeying its summoner's orders, which makes it impossible for the culprit to be one of them, since they were all attacked. Manhwa agrees that everything he said is true, as there would be no reason to protect the other hunters if he were the culprit. Taepyeong-ma then asks who the criminal is, questioning if it's someone from a black magic guild. A voice states that the truth is closer than it seems. Taejin Lee declares that the suspect is somewhere here. He then asks everyone to check each other's hands. The crowd starts demanding to see fingers, while one man refuses, questioning why he should show his. A man in a suit reacts nervously. He tries to run but is pointed out as the owner of the finger. Addie Min asks Taejin how he knew the culprit would be present. He replies, "That's how it usually happens in mystery comics and that being a detective is very easy." Addie Min glares at him with contempt. Taepyeong-ma moves forward and Yeonhwa Seo prepares to not let him escape. The culprit is blocked by a barrier. Taepyeong-ma lunges at him, shouting that it's unforgivable that he dared to touch his disciple. He readies his ascending dragon fist attack, but he stops the blow at the last second. The man has poisoned himself to death. Taepyeong-ma questions what everyone is doing and orders them to take the man's body to the association's headquarters. He demands they find out who sent him and why, and the others agree. Yeonhwa Seo reflects that someone used black magic to attack the Blue Lotus and Hwarang guilds. Yeonhwa Seo declares she will expose whoever is behind this, no matter the cost. She approaches to apologize for the misunderstanding with Taejin and promises she will compensate him. But Taejin Lee suddenly faints and falls to the ground, leaving her surprised. Lying on the floor, he realizes he's out of mana while Addie Min tells him to wake up. Sometime later, he awakens in a dark place and hears someone say that he's awake. He then recognizes Jin-hyuk and a young woman looking at him. Already sitting on a hospital bed, Taejin asks what they are doing there. The girl says they came to visit since she heard he had collapsed, and Jin-hyuk adds he just wanted to see if he wasn't dead. She comments that he must have pushed himself too hard and that the doctor said the situation could have been much worse. The girl then says she heard he was amazing in the Rank B exam. Jin-hyuk shows him his phone and tells him to check it out, as the entire internet is talking about him. Taejun reads the article and the comments praising him for his intelligence and for carrying the other hunters. Jin-hyuk scoffs, saying they make it sound like he killed the necromancer by himself and that without his help, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But the young woman scolds him, stating she watched the replay and that Taejin really did carry everyone. Taejin comments that it's been a while since the three of them talked like that. The room's door opens and a voice announces that Taejin is awake. Yeonhwa Seo enters the room, and he recognizes her as the guild master. He asks what brings her here, and she replies that he must not know. She reveals she's the president of this hospital, leaving Taejin shocked. Yeonhwa explains they brought him to her guild's hospital because it's a safe place, and she also owes him one, making him question why. She states that he saved Saren, her guild's cutie. As he repeats the word cutie, she says that just the thought of losing her breaks her heart into pieces. She then leans on the bed and asks him to tell her what he desires, and she guarantees she will reward him. Taejin replies that he's not sure what he desires at the moment. Yeonhwa says he doesn't have to decide now, as they have plenty of time. She informs him she'll be waiting in her office on the top floor so he can find her when he's better. Before leaving, she encourages him to knock on her door when he decides what he wants. The young woman hugs him, exclaiming that he's matured so much. She continues, saying she remembers how he used to get constantly lost in dungeons and that she's very proud of him. Jin-hyuk mutters that he's a lucky bastard. The girl asks if he's thought about what he wants, but Taejin replies that nothing comes to mind. His friend suggests he ask for a magical item, since Yeonhwa Seo is one of the best magician-class hunters. He then considers the idea of a magical item, but he decides he needs to recover first and can think more about it later. The girl offers him a drink so he can get better soon, and he thanks her. She says goodbye, saying she and Jin-hyuk have plans, and Taejin waves to them. Addie Min comments that this is quite a dilemma for him. She continues, saying that the fact such a beautiful woman is offering him whatever he wants makes her heart race. He asks himself what he should ask for and wonders if it should be money, but he dismisses the idea, stating that only a fool would ask for money, and decides he'll ask for something money can't buy. First, he needs to figure out what he needs most right now. He then asks Addie where all the items he looted are. She suspects they were automatically registered in the salsa market storage. Taejin then asks what the salsa market market is. Addie replies that he finally asked. She explains it's a huge secondhand trading platform with over 100 million online users. There, users from different dimensions exchange money for items at reasonable prices, and new signups get VVIP access. She finishes the invitation to sign up, but Taijun asks if she's shooting a commercial. He then realizes and asks if people from other dimensions also use the market. As Addie encourages him, he recalls she said he was the only one on the planet using this new version of the status window. This means he has exclusive access to artifacts from other dimensions and is the only one on the salsa market who can sell items from Earth, which means he can monopolize the market. He rubs his hands together, saying he can already hear the ka-chings. Taijin declares he's going in now to collect a ton of amazing items. He then presses the button to sign up. After a quick analysis, the system welcomes him to the salsa market. Taijin finds himself in a medieval-style plaza, surrounded by other users. He observes different items for sale, like a dragon skin shield and an emerald of arcana. The young man comments that the place looks like a generic mobile game, and Addie suggests they take a look around. He approaches a vendor and asks if he can see the price of an item. The vendor then presents the dragon skin shield, which costs 18,000 salsa coins. Taijin holds the item and asks what salsa coins are and how much 18,000 is worth. Addie explains that 18,000 salsa coins are equivalent to about 240,000 mana shards. He's shocked to calculate that the item is worth the same as 10 luxury cars, over 1 billion won. He asks if there's anything cheaper, but Addie informs him that this is an average price for the items here. Taijin realizes that basically he can't buy anything, but he remembers he also has items and wonders how much he could sell them for. He apologizes to the vendor, saying he's a newbie, and summons one of his own items. He asks the vendor if he could quickly check the price of the item he hands him. The vendor inspects the bone staff with his lens. He then informs the young man that he can't sell it, leaving Taijin confused. The vendor explains the staff seems powerful, but it's cursed, and only the most skilled mages could break the curse. Taijin realizes this means he can't even use the item. He then shows a small crystal he looted from the same monster and asks about it. The man estimates the item should sell for about 10 coins, to Taijin's amazement. Disappointed, he walks away, but Addie tells him not to worry as everyone starts somewhere. A voice approaches and asks if he wants to trade. A user named Lord Demonstar says he wants to take a look at the crystal and sends a trade request. Taijin hesitates, saying it's worthless, but the other user insists he accept. Lord Demonstar holds the crystal and states the piece is useful if enhanced, offering to pay for the enhancement cost. Taijin finds the offer incredible, but the demon sets a condition. If the enhancement fails, he will have to cover the costs. The condition leaves Taijin and Addie speechless. Lord Demonstar adds that if the enhancement is successful, it'll all be free, and asks if they have a deal. Addie advises him to ignore the demon, as he's probably a scammer. She explains he's the type of con artist who preys on newbies to get free item enhancements. Only a complete loser would fall for such a simple trick, but he has an idea. Taijin asks if he can keep enhancing the item for as long as he wants, and the demon confirms he can stop whenever he wishes. He then agrees to start immediately. Addie tries to stop him, asking what he's doing and if he's already planning to declare bankruptcy. He reassures her, telling her not to worry, as he wouldn't do this if he didn't know he had a chance. She questions what chance he's talking about, but he just tells her to sit back and watch. He declares he'll show her what the God of Luck will do for him as his explosive growth skill activates, significantly increasing the enhancement success rate. The rules are simple. Taijin can keep enhancing the item for as long as he wants, and stop whenever he desires. If he successfully completes the enhancements, the total cost will be paid by his trading partner. But if the enhancement fails just once, Taijin will pay for all of them. It's a game of risk and reward to see who will come out on top in the trading duel. Lord Demonstar gives him 100 salsa coins and the ingredients for the enhancement. The demon asks if he's going to do the enhancement right there, or if he should take him to a shrine. Taijin replies he'll act like a man and do it right there, asking if he's getting nervous already. The obsidian crystal glows. The enhancement is successful, and the crystal becomes a +1 enhanced obsidian crystal. Lord Demonstar comments it was bold of him to try, even with just an 80% chance. He then taunts him, saying that if he runs now, he'll be nothing but a chicken. Taijin replies, no way. He declares he's taking the item to enhancement level 9 all at once, and that the demon can run if he wants. Lord Demonstar questions if he's sure about trying 9 times in one go. Taijin then points out that he's the one who looks all sweaty and nervous now. Lord Demonstar considers Taijin a newbie, knowing there's less than a 0.01% chance of reaching level 9 without a single failure. He calls him a joker, but agrees and hands him the ingredients. Taijin accepts the items for the enhancement. He then presses the enhancement button and says, "Here I go." Quickly, he taps the screen several times in a row. Addy reacts with surprise, asking what he's doing. Lord Demonstar laughs, certain the fool will now have to pay for everything. But Taejin turns around and announces it was a success. The item becomes a +9 enhanced obsidian crystal, A+ rank. Shocked, the demon asks how he managed to do that. He doesn't understand how the young man managed 9 consecutive enhancements without a single failure. Taejin kisses the crystal, while the demon wonders if he's some kind of administrator. Determined not to let him get away with it, he decides to provoke him into trying one more time. He congratulates him and suggests there's just one more to max out the item. Lord Demonstar encourages him to be a man and risk it all on the last attempt. Taejin ponders the idea of a max enhancement. He managed to reach level 9 with 100% success, thanks to his explosive growth bonus. But even with his skill, the final enhancement has only a 10% chance of success, and he could ruin everything if he tries. The curiosity about how incredible a max-enhanced item with such a low success rate would be consumes him. He then agrees, but says he has a condition too, making the demon ask what it is. Taejin demands he take him to the shrine. They arrive at Pyrian Summit, the famous enhancement shrine. There, several people pray desperately for the success of their enhancements, risking everything. Taejin remains calm amidst the turmoil, with the hands of other hunters on him. He says he can feel all the sorrowful laments emanating from the items. Addy asks if the chances increase if he does the enhancement there. He replies, "No, not at all." Confused, she questions why on earth he brought them there. He explains that the reason he came here is because luck has a flow. Taejin states that whether it's a 10% or 1% chance, success will eventually happen. The problem is knowing when. If he can pinpoint the exact moment by reading the flow, he can succeed no matter how small the chance. Addy agrees it makes sense, but questions what this place has to do with the flow. He asks if she can't hear the countless items wailing in despair. Here, he can read the flow, as another user mourns the loss of his item. He can see when he should or shouldn't take a risk. All the cries of joy and misery decide the flow and the right moment. He raises his hand, and at that exact moment, the flow of luck came to him. He prepares himself and presses the enhancement button. The enhancement energy is released. Lord Demonstar thinks the guy has gone crazy for actually attempting a max enhancement. He believes it's impossible to go from level 0 to 10 without a single failure. Everyone at the location watches the result with apprehension. Taejin celebrates the success and the notification that the obsidian crystal has been enhanced to +10. The crowd around them comments they've never seen a max enhancement for that gem, leaving Lord Demonstar speechless. Lord Demonstar calls him a cheating bastard, accusing him of using a hack because what he did was impossible. Taejin asks what he's talking about and questions if he isn't the real cheater here. He approaches and asks who the scoundrel was that was trying to trick a newbie by pretending to help. The demon threatens him, saying he'll report him so he can never come back. But Taejin and Addy wave goodbye to everyone and block him before disappearing. Lord Demonstar yells for him to give back his money as the young man disconnects from the salsa market. Back in his bed, Taejin celebrates the nice trip and getting a max-enhanced item for free, while Addy scolds him for the risk. She questions what he would have done if he had failed, and how he would have paid for all those coins. He simply replies that he could have run away if he'd failed. Taejin reflects on how that demon was such a blockhead, making Addy think he's the real demon. He also mentions he got some good information and summons the cursed staff. Looking at the item, he says he might be able to use it. The scene shifts to Yeonhwa Seo's office on the top floor of the hospital. Someone knocks on the door, and she, sitting at her desk, says to come in. Taejin opens the door and greets Master Seo, who asks if he's feeling better already. He replies that he's not 100% yet, but he can move around well, as she can see. She assumes that since he came to see her, he's already figured out what he wants. She analyzes him, as he far surpassed the other hunters during the exam, and she concludes that, if she's not mistaken, he will be one of the country's best hunters in the coming years. Now, she wants to know what he desires from the Blue Lotus and questions him. He takes a step forward and starts to say that he wants her. Taejin then takes her hands and declares that he wants Hunter Yeonhwa Seo. In front of a building, Taejin Lee asks if what she wants is his ability. Once in the elevator, Yeonhwa Seo questions his way of speaking, and he asks if he said something strange. She tells him not to worry, as it was just a small misunderstanding. Taejin wonders what there could be to misunderstand. The doors open on the 3rd basement level. Yeonhwa comments that she expected a grander request than simply removing a curse from an item. He then hands the skull staff to her. She analyzes the cursed item he obtained in his days as a D rank, and Taejin confirms. Yeonhwa prepares to check the curse, stating it won't take long with her ability. The hunter then activates her spell break technique. Taejin Lee recognizes it as one of Yeonhwa Seo's S-rank abilities. Spell break is a nullification technique that analyzes a spell's structure to dismantle it. A curse is basically a trap made of complex formulas that the ability can override. A man reveals that what he truly desires is that exact skill of hers. The perfect obsidian crystal of mimesis is an item capable of scanning and saving a target's ability. Taejin Lee declares he won't settle for just one item. He'll use the crystal to both remove the curse and learn a new skill. He then prepares to use the artifact. The moment he announces he's going to copy the ability, the staff shatters and releases a creature. Yeonhwa Seo reacts to the sudden appearance. The creature lunges forward and attacks her. Taejin Lee is shocked by what happened. Then, he wonders how a monster could have appeared out of nowhere. He runs toward Yeonhwa Seo, calling her name, but Taejin lands a kick on the creature and tells it to get lost. As he's busy learning a new move, he notices something about the monster. The kick had no effect on the creature at all. He realizes physical attacks don't work, so he prepares a fireball at 20% power. The attack hits the monster head-on. Taejin asks if Yeonhwa is okay, and she replies that the wound isn't fatal, but admits she let her guard down. Taejin Lee asks what that monster was and where it came from. Yeonhwa Seo corrects him, stating that it's not a monster, much to his surprise. She explains that it's the physical form of the curse itself, a cursed apparition. He's surprised to learn the curse was inside the staff, and Yeonhwa adds that only her spell break can dispel it, but the apparition cast a debuff on her, preventing her from using the ability at the moment. Since it's an emergency, she decides she'll have to destroy the creature by force. Yeonhwa apologizes for his staff, but promises to grant his wish another time. Taejin asks her to wait a minute. He panics, realizing he's about to lose both the staff and the skill. He then reminds her that she has a skill called Power Infusion, and Yeonhwa confirms. Taejin asks her to lend him spell break for a moment so he can take care of the creature. She warns him that an apparition of this level can't be dispelled with a borrowed ability. The hunter explains that it's a high-level curse, and that even she would take a while to undo it. He then places a hand on his chest and asks her to trust him just this once. Yeonhwa Seo sighs and agrees, asking if his desire to get rid of the curse is really that strong. She explains that spellbreak requires many difficult calculations and that he'll need to follow her instructions carefully. Yeonhwa tells him to start, as the buff won't last long, and Taejin Lee tells her to leave it to him. A notification informs him that he has received a buff from Power Infusion and has obtained the temporary right to use Spellbreak. He decides that if she can't do it, he'll do it himself. He positions the obsidian crystal behind him as she places a hand on his back. The apparition lunges to attack. Taejin casts Spellbreak, and the obsidian crystal begins scanning his actions. The Spellbreak ability is successfully saved to the obsidian crystal of mimesis. The spell hits the apparition, and a new ability combining Spellbreak with Calculator is created. Yeonhwa starts giving instructions, but Taejin cuts her off, saying he doesn't need an explanation. He claims that he's got the hang of it now. She questions him, saying he'll need more than just instinct for this. Taejin tells her not to worry and moves in to attack again. The cursed apparition braces for the new attack. Taejin Lee yells that he doesn't care if it's an apparition or not. He then unleashes his ultimate secret technique so he can sell the item. The creature is hit head-on by the attack. Yeonhwa Seo watches, unable to believe he's actually removing the curse. She reflects that even a prodigious talent would take over 5 years to analyze and calculate all the formulas in that spell. The hunter wonders just how much hidden potential Taejin Lee really has. The cursed apparition begins to unravel. A notification confirms that Spellbreak has destroyed the creature and removed the curse from the staff of Eurytus. He turns to Yeonhwa and praises her, leaving her confused. Taejin says she's incredible for being able to handle such a difficult skill, and that he still has a long way to go. She realizes he's even more exceptional than she had imagined. Yeonhwa thinks that joining the Blue Lotus might actually hinder his growth, so she suggests he pay a visit to the Hwarang Guild, as the guild master has something to give him. The hunter advises him to go see him when he has time. She guarantees the visit will be worth his while. Taejin Lee arrives at the Hwarang Guild, located on Gwanak Mountain. Tai Pyong-ma then asks if he wants to see his ascending dragon fist. He stretches and declares that this is the greatest form of martial arts. Taepyeong tells the young man to watch and learn, as it's not something you see every day. He then takes a step forward. The guild master charges forward using the phantom step and unleashes the ascending dragon horn. Taepyeong asks if he enjoyed the demonstration, and Taejin replies that his jaw dropped. With the obsidian crystal in hand, he asks Master Ma to continue, as the item is already scanning his actions. At the Mythos Guild headquarters, Taejin Lee begins to test his new abilities. He dashes forward using the copy of Phantom Step. Then, the hunter attacks a group of monsters with the copy of the Ascending Dragon Horn. Addy Min watches him as he celebrates making an exact replica of the move. He thanks Master Ma for letting him copy the skills for free, but a notification informs him that his strength attribute is insufficient, causing a 50% reduction in the damage of his new techniques. Taejin gets annoyed, realizing that nothing is free, and Addy Min agrees with him. He regrets not having worked out before, as an image of Tai Pyong Ma appears, declaring that the source of all mana is muscles. An urgent quest instructs him to train the Ascending Dragon Fist technique, and he calculates it will take at least 10 hours. He falls to the ground, disappointed that he can't take a shortcut. Taejin then lifts his face with a new expression. He stands up and declares that, compared to the 7 years of suffering he endured, this is nothing, and so he decides he will max out his strength. Addy encourages him, and Taejin begins to train intensely against various monsters. A young woman enters the hallway carrying a shopping bag. A young woman arrives, telling Taejin that while training is important, he needs to rest, and that she brought him something to eat. She then stops and looks confused. Taejin is panting, his body covered in sweat. The girl wonders when he got so muscular. She watches him and comments that he's been acting very strangely lately. Until recently, he was weak, but he passed the B rank exam, outperforming other candidates, and now has the attention of the Warring and Blue Lotus Guild masters. His incredible growth rate isn't normal, like a butterfly that just emerged from its chrysalis and is starting to fly. She confides in Sooyeon Cha, saying she's happy that his strength is being recognized, but at the same time, he feels more and more distant. Surprised by his presence, she greets him and says she heard he was honing his swordsmanship in the training room. She then worries that he'll find out she let a stranger use the training facilities without permission. Sooyeon Cha calms her down, telling her not to worry, as he knows she wouldn't lend the place to just anyone. The two watch Taejin fight, and Master Cha explains he came because of an extraordinary energy he sensed, and he isn't surprised to see it was him. He analyzes the hunter's movements. Sooyeon Cha approaches and greets him, and Taejin responds to Master Cha's call. He says he heard about him passing the B rank exam and that he's glad he wasn't mistaken about him. Taejin Lee thanks Master Cha for the compliments. Sooyeon Cha asks if he's still a freelancer, and the hunter confirms. The guildmaster assumes he's available, and Taejin asks what he means. He explains that there's a mission in 4 days, but one of the team members got injured and won't be able to go. The young woman interrupts and tells him to wait, and Master Cha asks what's wrong. She expresses her concern, saying the mission might be too difficult for Hunter Taejin. He then asks what the dungeon level is, and the girl replies that it's a level 2, and they have no information about the location. The young hunter adds that they don't know what dangers they might encounter, and worries he'll get hurt. Taejin watches her for a moment. Then he asks if she still thinks of him as a weakling. Master Cha reassures them, stating that the dungeon won't be difficult for them. He turns to Taejin and asks what he thinks, suggesting the experience would help him more than training against virtual monsters. Taejin then realizes that fighting in real battles will speed up his training tenfold. He says he's interested but has a question, and Sooyeon Cha encourages him to ask. Taejin asks if freelancers get to keep all the mana fragments from the monsters they defeat. As Taejin Lee walks down the sidewalk with Addy Min, his phone won't stop buzzing. The messages on his phone are rushing him to an appointment at 11:30 sharp. He complains that the person is very annoying, and Addy gets his attention. She asks if it's safe to be walking around, since they still haven't found out who tampered with the exam. Taejin reassures her, saying he'll be with the Mythos hunters on this mission. Addy Min then asks if he's sure he can trust the Mythos Guild. He explains that because of the long friendship between the guild masters, there's little chance Mythos was involved in the sabotage. Besides, he claims he can defeat everyone with his Dragon Fist and Spellbreak, but Addy accuses him of being overconfident. Taejin defends himself, saying those are just facts, while she warns him not to let his guard down. Finally, they arrive in front of a level 2 transformation dungeon. The young hunter from before greets him, saying he arrived early. She then introduces her teammates, Yushik Choi and the healer, Ayong Yun. The newest member of the group, Young Chil No, introduces himself next. Taejin says it's a pleasure to meet them and suggests they head inside, but the team leader informs him that they are still waiting for one more person. The team leader explains that another member got hurt in training the previous night, so they had to call in an emergency substitute. A car honks, and the driver yells for Taejin Lee to get out of the way. The vehicle's door swings open and hits one of the team members. A man gets out of the car. He walks over and asks Taejin if he didn't hear him or if he needs to clean out his ears first. Taejin calls him a weirdo, and the team leader agrees. He then introduces himself and asks for the newcomer's name. The man stares at him in silence. He then tilts his head back. The hunter spits on the ground and tells the rookie to get lost. Ji-hoon Kim tells them to stop wasting time, since everyone is here now, and Taejin Lee vows to himself that he will kill him. The team leader calms him down, whispering that the man is very influential in the industry, but Taejun doubts that loser is important. She explains that Ji-hoon Kim is a freelancer infamous for his terrible character, but strong enough that no one stands up to him. The problem is that he uses his status to steal all the mana fragments, leaving others injured and without resources for treatment. The young woman admits she didn't want him on the team either, and Taejin calls him selfish before getting an idea. Taejin Lee feels a bit offended at being compared to a self-serving person. He reflects that it was only a matter of time before he met someone like himself. The A-rank freelance hunter, Ji-hoon Kim, blows smoke in the face of a team member. Taejin then decides he'll make the hunter get a taste of his own medicine. Inside the dungeon, one of the hunters warns that monsters are approaching. A group of creatures charges toward them. The team leader orders everyone to hold formation so they can take them down one by one, but Ji-hoon Kim ignores her. He charges in alone, claiming he doesn't have time to mess around with these weaklings. After the attack, Ji-hoon comments that his strikes aren't what they used to be, and that maybe it's because he hasn't fought in a while. The leader scolds him for acting on his own when they're supposed to work as a team. She warns that if he keeps ignoring her instructions, he'll put the whole team at risk, but he tells her to shut up. Ji-hoon Kim asks her how she expects to do anything being such a coward. She gets angry at his words, and the hunter continues, saying that a loser like her will only slow the team down. He then states that money and fame are only for the powerful as he touches her forehead. Walking away, Ji-hoon scoffs at the idea of a little girl leading a team, while Taejin Lee watches the scene. Taejin gets angry and wonders when he'll get the chance to finish off that tattooed bastard. Upon arriving at a castle, a voice welcomes the travelers. Then Duke Duas, an NPC, introduces himself as the lord of this cursed land. As the team leader bows to thank him, Ji-hoon Kim cuts her off and tells the Duke to get straight to the point. The Duke agrees, stating he doesn't wish to keep the young ones in the cursed land for long. He then explains that, a long time ago, this land was a demon sealing site that imprisoned a great evil. Being a cursed land, it was uninhabitable. But his predecessor managed to obtain sacred relics that sealed the evil forces and brought peace to this land. Taejin Lee then deduces that someone must have stolen these sacred relics. The Duke confirms, saying that as soon as the relics are restored, the land will be purified and life will return. He finishes his explanation by saying that the invaders divided the relics and scattered them throughout the region. Ji-hoon Kim scoffs at the mission, calling it a very easy treasure hunt. The other team members comment that while there might not be a main boss, strong monsters could be guarding the artifacts. The group leader informs everyone that there are 4 relics in total, and they are located to the north, east, west, and south. Ji-hoon says she takes things too seriously. He then suggests they split into pairs and head in each direction. The leader argues that it's safer to move as a large group, but Taejin Lee agrees with Ji-hoon's idea. She calls his name, but the hunter silences her with a finger to his lips. Taejin Lee approaches Ji-hoon Kim and says he would love to team up with him. The team leader instructs everyone to meet in the southern area once they find a relic, and then the group split up. Taejin bows to Ji-hoon and calls him boss, to the hunter's surprise. He explains that he was truly moved by what the hunter said to the team leader. Taejin then repeats Ji-hoon's phrase about how money and fame only come to those with power. He declares that the hunter achieved everything by following that rule and that he plans to admire him for the rest of his life. Ji-hoon Kim applauds, saying he likes the way he thinks. The hunter asks for Taejin's name again and invites him to be under his leadership. Upon arriving at a cemetery, Taejin comments on how creepy the place is. He formally asks if the relics can be found there, and Ji-hoon laughs at the question. The hunter points out that there are obviously many monsters hidden there to protect the relics. As Ji-hoon prepares to fight, Taejin asks if he can ask a favor. He explains that being a rookie, he's afraid of getting in the way of his hunt. Taejin then points to a small patch of land and asks if he could take care of that area. Ji-hoon Kim stares at him and asks if that's all. Ji-hoon Kim agrees not to interfere in his area, and Taejin Lee thanks him, promising to do his best. While searching for monsters, Ji-hoon prepares to attack the first one he finds. Suddenly, Taejin Lee eliminates a target that appears in his area. He finds a superior mana fragment and thanks the boss, while Ji-hoon calls him a lucky bastard. The hunter gets annoyed at not finding anything, but soon Taejin locates 3 more targets. He then eliminates the 3 monsters with a series of strikes. More creatures continue to appear for Taejin, but he assures Ji-hoon that he'll take care of them all. Ji-hoon Kim becomes furious and wonders why all the monsters are only appearing in that one spot. He then suspects the rookie knew the monster's location, which appear concentrated on a radar, but Ji-hoon dismisses the idea, as he's clearly a novice. The hunter decides to use one of his moves, even though he didn't want to. He then uses his ability to taunt and lure out all the hidden monsters. Taijin watches the hunter use his area of effect taunt skill. In a previous conversation, the team leader explains that Ji-hoon Kim is primarily a close quarters fighter. She then recalls that he has an area of effect taunt, surprising Taijin. The team leader questions his interest in Ji-hoon Kim's abilities, and Taijin Lee replies that it's nothing. He then says he just thought the information might be useful. In the present, the radar shows the monsters' locations, and Taijin concludes that you just have to piss off an idiot to get him to do exactly what you want. He looks at the radar and thinks that Ji-hoon has no idea how many monsters are hidden there. Thanks to the other hunter's taunt, a horde of monsters rises from the ground. Ji-hoon Kim turns around as he notices the sheer number of creatures. The creatures advance toward him, and Taijin Lee wishes him a good time. The hunter wonders why there are so many monsters there. He then yells at Taijin to stop standing there like a scarecrow and help him. Taijin replies that this is the boss's hunting ground. He starts mumbling a request for permission to enter his territory and help with the hunt. Ji-hoon Kim yells at him to stop messing around and help. A smile appears on Taijun's face as he announces that he got the message. He warns Ji-hoon not to complain if he eliminates all the monsters. Taijun then leaps over the creatures using his copy of Phantom Step. He then strikes the ground with the copy of the Ascending Dragon Fist. Ji-hoon Kim watches the scene and wonders how it's possible, since Taijun is a B rank. Taijun Lee wipes his face and comments that he barely managed to defeat them all. He turns to Ji-hoon, surrounded by a pile of mana fragments, and celebrates getting all of them. He thanks Ji-hoon, saying it was all thanks to his incredible taunt and that he'll follow him for life. Taijin suggests they head back, since they found the relic and there's nothing more to gain there, but Ji-hoon disagrees. He then grabs Ji-hoon's arm and says they need to help the other teams and gather as many mana fragments as possible. Taijin gets close to his face and instructs him to keep using his taunt ability. Amidst the battle's wreckage, a hunter thanks Taijin for his help. Dongjun Yang states that thanks to him, they found the sacred lands quickly, but Taijin replies that's what friends are for, and the mission is complete. One of the hunters is astonished to see that Taijin defeated so many enemies alone. Another group member is impressed by the huge amount of mana fragments, asking if he can even carry it all. Taijin then admits that it really is a bit much for him. He surprises everyone by suggesting they split the mana fragments among the 3 Mythal team members. They refuse the offer, saying the fragments are his and it would be too kind of a gesture. But Taijin insists they all fought hard and deserve it. Plus, he's already taken enough for himself. With a smile, he comments that boss Ji-hoon was kind enough to give him a lot of fragments. He then announces he'll follow his leader's example and share the spoils with Team 3, who celebrate. He hugs Ji-hoon, saying that sharing is caring, but the boss worries about his own share. The other hunters surround Ji-hoon to congratulate him on his generosity and for going to help them. Aryam Hong profusely thanks both hunters, Taijin and Ji-hoon, as they distribute the crystals. Ji-hoon can only force a smile in the face of the whole situation. In the distance, Aryam Hong watches Taijin with a look of admiration. Addie Min is surprised by Taijin's attitude, but he tells her to be quiet, saying he's working on his reputation. The scene shifts to a dark castle under the light of a full moon. Someone holds the recovered relics and announces their return. A lord gives his thanks and says that because of them, the land will live again, while Aryam Hong asks where they should consecrate them. He then instructs for the relics to be brought to him, as the lord of the land must be the one to consecrate them. Aryam Hong holds the artifacts in her hands, hesitant. The hunter asks to ask his grace a question, and he allows it. She recalls that when they received the mission, they were told that invaders had taken the relics. Aryam continues, explaining that this unleashed a great evil that killed the people and even the invaders before they could escape. From his throne, the Lord confirms the story is true. The young woman then questions how he managed to survive. He remains silent for a moment with a thoughtful expression. The Lord lets out a laugh and comments that most travelers wouldn't have noticed, as he begins to levitate. The relics in Aryam's hand begin to react, and he says it's already too late for them. He reveals he had already begun to recover his powers since they brought the relics back. A system window reveals the Lord's true identity as the hidden boss, the high-ranking vampire, Duke Duas. Aryam Hong realizes something is wrong, as a dungeon of this size should have a boss, but they didn't find one. She wonders how the mission could have been as simple as just retrieving the relics. The hunter then deduces that it was a dual mission, which would only be revealed after returning the relics to the Duke. Back in the present, Taijin finally understands that this was the so-called dual mission. He can't believe that the Lord was actually the final boss of the dungeon. Duke Duas demands they hand over the relics so he can partake in his glorious rebirth. Under the vampire's control, Aram Hong begins to walk toward him to deliver the artifacts. Taejin tries to stop her, asking what she's doing, but another hunter intercepts him midway, blocking his path. He holds him tightly, preventing his advance. Taejin wonders when the mind control started, as a system window displays the devil's hypnosis ability. He then realizes that the passive effect of his own ability has made him the only one immune to the control. The Duke questions why his mind doesn't bow before his absolute authority. With a smile, Taejin replies that he has no interest in him, the old, wrinkly vampire. Taejin suggests the Duke look for grandmas in the park, and he calls the boy insolent, but he states that it doesn't matter, because with the relics recovered, he will soon regain his immortality. The Duke then orders his loyal servants to tear the fool to pieces. Addie Min desperately asks what they're going to do, and Taejin realizes the mess they're in. The vampire mocks him, saying that despite his strength, he is just a mortal attached to his friends. He then condemns him to a tragic end at the hands of his precious companions. Taejun prepares to use a secret technique. He charges forward and hits one of the hunters in the face. Next, he leaps and strikes Jihoon with an overhead blow. The Duke is in disbelief at the scene. Taejin turns to a staggering Jihoon and says he still has one more punch saved up. And with a final blow, he knocks him to the ground. He turns to the vampire and asks if he underestimated him, claiming it was a piece of cake to knock them out without a scratch. With a smile, Taejin says the Duke didn't imagine his physical abilities could match his magic. The Duke leans on the altar, realizing his powers haven't fully returned yet. The Duke orders Aram Hong to protect him until his powers recover and to attack Taejin without hesitation. She rushes forward and unleashes a sword strike against him. Taejin realizes that Aram is definitely not an easy opponent after taking a slash. He then notices she's too fast for him to land a hit on her. He considers using one of his techniques, but hesitates, as it could seriously injure her. In the background, the Duke begins to laugh, stating that he now understands the situation. Her sword stops inches from Taejin's chest, and the vampire declares that the two must be in love. He delights in the stage set for the perfect tragedy, a cruel fate to die at the hands of a loved one. Taejin wonders what the vampire is talking about, while Addie Min points at the girl. Aram Hong's movements have suddenly stopped, and she remains motionless. He questions what's happening and if the hypnosis weakened for a second. The Duke calls her a fool and orders her to kill him right now. Taejin then realizes she must have reacted to what the vampire said. He hypothesizes that the hypnosis weakens when the target becomes emotionally unstable and decides he has to try something. He calls out to her and says that, although the timing is strange, there's something he's wanted to tell her for a long time. Taejin reminds her of last Christmas, when she gave him a wallet, saying a man needed one to make money. He then continues to talk about that specific wallet and confesses that he actually sold it online. Aram Hong remains silent as he apologizes, explaining he was broke and didn't want to do it. He celebrates the fact that she's angry, as it will keep her immobilized for a few seconds. Taejin then turns to the Duke and yells that he's going to pay for what he did to his friends and that he'll never use that skill again. He prepares a Taejin-style spellbreak technique and attacks the vampire directly in the eyes. The Duke screams in pain and demands to know what Taejin is doing. With a smile, Taejin replies that there's nothing he can do. Boomer. He declares he'll continue the attack until he's dead, while the system collects data and analyzes the ability's formula. A system notification then announces that Devil's hypnosis has been cancelled. Taejin removes his hand from the vampire's eyes. He asks how the Duke is feeling, and the vampire questions what the mortal did to his eyes. The Duke panics as he sees the other hunters waking up from the mind control. The hunters feel dizzy and confused, while the Duke wonders if he really broke his hold over them. The vampire turns to Taejin and asks how he did it. He claims that no one has ever broken his control over his servants unless his mana ran out. The Duke then demands that the mortal answer how he managed to nullify his spell. Taejin simply says it doesn't matter, since he's gonna die soon anyway. He suggests that if the Duke is curious, he can search online, but then remembers he won't be able to use a computer in his grave. The vampire declares that's enough mockery and that his arrogance won't last long because he will be the one to perish. With a shout, the Duke lunges at him, promising to wipe that smile off his face. Taejin calls the Duke annoying and prepares to shut him up, but Aram Hong steps in front of him. With a swift move, she intercepts the vampire's attack, protecting her companion. Taejin asks if she's okay, and the hunter confirms, thanking him for keeping the enemy busy. She then brandishes her sword and says they can handle everything from now on. Hong warns everyone that the Duke can no longer use his mental attacks. The hunters gather, declaring they will combine their powers to defeat the vampire. The Duke is enraged that mortals dare to raise their fists against him, while Taijin scoffs at his words. He then wishes the vampire enjoys the beating he's getting from those he despises so much. One of the hunters apologizes for the delay and points his weapon in Taijun's direction. He then reveals that his real target was the Duke, promising not to be a burden. Two other hunters take their positions and ask Taijun to let them handle the enemy. One of them attacks the Duke from behind, while Hong charges from the front. The vampire realizes their movements are so coordinated, it's as if they can read each other's minds. Hong concentrates her power into the blade, preparing for a decisive strike. She then unleashes her final blow against the Duke. The smoke from the attack slowly dissipates, revealing the enemy's silhouette. One of the hunters asks hopefully if they managed to defeat him. Taijin then declares it's his turn to step in and finish the job. He launches his secret technique, the 100% fireball, at the opponent. With his finger still smoking, he says you have to be relentless until the job is done. Hong comments that it was a close call as the Duke's body vanishes. She says she knew there was something wrong with the Duke, and another hunter comments that when he woke up, he saw Taijin attacking his eyes. He praises Taijin for figuring out the strategy, but the young man replies that it was nothing. Taijin asks if anyone remembers anything specific from when they were hypnotized, but they say no. He plays it off, saying it's nothing, relieved he won't have to get a beating from her. One of the hunters announces that the gate is open and suggests they go back for some barbecue. Everyone agrees excitedly, but notices that the hunter Ji-hoon is nowhere to be found. Ji-hoon is lying on the ground, unconscious and injured. Then demands an explanation from Taijun about what happened, but he pretends to know nothing. Someone says the injury isn't serious and that he'll recover, so the group decides to go eat, carrying their unconscious companion. One of the hunters invites Taijun to celebrate with the group, but he politely declines, saying he has something to do. Hong asks what his plans are, and he denies having a date with someone else. Taejun explains that he's never seen a dungeon layout like this before, and wants to stay to analyze it in detail. He then adds that this can be considered part of his training. The other hunters praise him for his dedication as they prepare to leave. Hong comments that he's always so full of passion. She gets closer and says he still has the old habit of staying behind to study the maps, something she always respected. The hunter then touches his face. She tells him not to overdo it. Taijin stammers a confirmation. Says goodbye and asks him to let them know when he's done, and he tells them not to drink too much. After the group leaves, Min asks what he's really going to do there. She says that knowing him, he wouldn't just stay to study the dungeon, and Taejin admits she knows him too well. He explains that he really used to do that a while back, when he was struggling to survive and had to do whatever it took. But this time is different, as he noticed something with his navigation, and shows Addie what he found. Taijin shows the screen to Addie, and asks if that isn't a sign of an incredible treasure. With a smile, he says he can't help but check it out, and that he has to go for it. Addie asks if he really used to study dungeons, and he confirms he was the master of hard work. They arrive at a library, and Taijin continues to follow the navigation. Addie comments that she didn't notice anything suspicious, but he claims the treasure should be around here. He then remembers mystery movies and pulls a specific book from the shelf. The bookshelf slides to the side, and Taijin celebrates the find. A secret passage is revealed, and he tells Addie that there's definitely treasure in there. He gets ready to enter the passage, but she tells him to wait. A trap is triggered, flinging him backward. Spikes shoot up from the floor, and he comments that he was almost turned into a shish kebab, while Addie explains that the navigation showed many traps. She points out that the problem is the exact location isn't showing up on the screen. Taijin agrees that this is a small problem. He then decides that this is a good opportunity to test something. He summons a staff with a skull on top, the Eratus. Taijin raises his staff and, in the middle of a summoning circle, calls out Eratus's name. Addie is surprised by the name, while Taijin gives a wicked grin. From the magic circle, a dark form begins to materialize, leaving Addie stunned. The creature reveals itself, and a voice asks who called its name. Then, a skeleton introduces himself as Eratus, the Seeker of Death, who has come from the end of the world to answer his call. Eratus approaches Taijin, who greets him casually. The skeleton then asks if he used the staff to summon him. Taijin confirms enthusiastically, saying the staff is amazing, but Eratus accuses him of lying, explaining that the staff is cursed and that its evil spirits should have devoured him. He then happily replies that he killed the so-called cursed apparition. Eratus is speechless but admits that thing was pretty annoying. Taijin then points the staff at him and questions his tone of voice. Next, Next, he hits him on the head, demanding more respect for his master. He says the skeleton doesn't need to know how he was summoned, but threatens him if he ever talks like that again, and Aratus agrees. Teijin asks about the funny way he spoke earlier, but Aratus pretends not to know what he's talking about. Teijin states it doesn't matter as long as he obeys, and then gives Aratus his first order. He grabs him by the arm and orders him to charge straight ahead. Aratus hesitates, saying he can't see anything, but Teijin scolds him for talking back after receiving an order. With a dark expression, he warns that his master is about to be very disappointed. The skeleton then apologizes and hurries down the corridor. He turns for a moment, glancing to the side. Then, Aratus is completely crushed by a trap, and the system announces he has been unsummoned. Teijin simply comments that a trap has been disarmed as the navigation updates the map. He summons the skeleton again, who reappears confused about what just happened. Teijin yells for him to charge forward once more. The skeleton is then engulfed in flames in the middle of the hallway. Reduced to ashes, the system unsummons him again, and Teijin remarks that it was an interesting trap. Addy questions him, concerned, asking if he's going to keep checking every trap location this way. With a smile, he asks if there's a problem. He introduces himself as Teijin Lee and states that he shows no mercy to those who tried to kill him. Addy just comments that she understands the situation. Teijin then orders Aratus to advance like a wrecking ball, and the skeleton obeys with hesitation. After disarming the last trap, Teijin praises him for the excellent work. He claims his servant will be remembered as a great trap detector, but Aratus reminds him that he's not dead yet. A system window informs them that due to repeated deaths, the skeleton has evolved and his overall durability has increased. Teijin then realizes that at some point, the traps were no longer killing him instantly. He reflects that most summons don't get stronger by dying, and wonders if this is also an effect of his own growth. Aratus, noticing he seems more impressive, suggests that maybe he wants to reward him, but Teijin ignores him and decides that after exploring the area, he'll investigate the mechanics of his skill thoroughly. The skeleton indignantly asks if he's just going to leave like that, without even a simple thank you. While Aratus complains about the violation of his rights, Teijin simply summons the staff and asks who cares. He then unsummons the skeleton, who vanishes into thin air. Teijin continues the search, and Addy calls him insensitive. Addy notes there are no more traps or other paths, which means this must be the final area. She then asks if anything catches his eye, as he surveys the place. Teijin points to a tombstone and comments that they aren't usually this big. He approaches and touches it, questioning why it would take up so much space unless something was hidden there. Symbols on the stone light up, surprising them both. The tombstone opens, revealing a statue holding a box with a bracelet inside. Addy identifies the item as a bracelet, and Teijin confirms it was made with the relics they found. He realizes he might need an expert to identify the item, which could be expensive. Teijin then starts hoping it's the most powerful item the world has ever seen. Addy interrupts him and says he doesn't need to take every item he finds to an expert. She introduces the item scan app, which can quickly identify and analyze any item. He gets annoyed and asks why he's only hearing about this now. She reminds him that she mentioned installing several apps, and he apologizes for not checking sooner. Teijin asks if the app will analyze the item automatically, and the scan begins. The analysis reveals the item as the Relic of the Great Evil, an exclusive grade bracelet that grants bonuses to all stats and passive skills. Teijin is stunned by the item's exclusive grade, and Addy suggests they check the skills too. The skills are Vampire's Grace, which heals wounds quickly, and Vampire's Charm, which allows control over incapacitated prey. Teijin celebrates the new acquisition, and Addy notes the active skill is similar to the one the Duke used, but she questions if he'll actually use the skill, since it's only effective against weakened humans. With a smile, Teijin replies that he can use it in many situations. He then tells Addy that there are billions of people in the world, and she expresses her concern about using the skill on others. Teijin explains that she must not know much about how society works. He claims that people are scarier than dungeon monsters, as a figure spies on them. The target is confirmed as a hunter recently promoted to B rank. A voice informs him that his concealment skill will be enough to take him down alone, and he prepares for the attack. Teijin finds it strange, as the target should be right there, while the assassin approaches from behind. The hunter Teijin Lee, a former D-rank loser, suddenly passed the B-rank exam with the highest scores. The assassin then concludes that if there's a reason for his death, it's because he stood out too much, and he moves in to attack, saying not to hold a grudge even if he dies here. Teijin strikes backward with a blow, hitting the enemy and wondering if the navigation is broken. The attacker retreats, questioning when he was noticed, but Teijin tells Addy he just kicked something. The report didn't mention any detection skills, and Teijin wonders if the enemy has an invisibility skill. He then starts calling out, telling the enemy to show himself wherever he is, and he threatens him, saying that if he doesn't come out, he'll beat him to death. Taijin Lee advances with a saw in his hands and attacks one of the men. Then, he strikes his opponent repeatedly. The man begs for his life, but Taijin says he hasn't even started yet. He complains that kids these days are too soft. Next, Taijin grabs him and demands to know who he is and where he came from. The man introduces himself as Zhongcheol Han from the Red Hounds Guild. Taijin finds the name familiar. Then he remembers they are a group of criminals paid to assassinate hunters. He asks what kind of business a criminal would have with him, and Zhongcheol claims he was just following orders. Taijun calls him shameless for thinking he's innocent just because he's a pawn. He warns that he's going to ask some questions, and that he'd better answer as best he can. Then, he activates the vampiric enchantment to control Zhongcheol's mind. A scream echoes from inside a castle. Outside, two men wonder why Zhongcheol is taking so long. One of them, Zhongpil Han, comments that it shouldn't take this long to eliminate a B-rank hunter. Zhongpil says that next time he should remember to do the job himself, but his companion tells him not to be so hard on the kid. Seated, Zhongseo Han adds that he's still an inexperienced rookie, so he's not very efficient. Zhongpil then remarks that, hopefully, more experience will get him to their level one day, only to get hit. At that moment, Taijin appears, dragging Zhongchul, and questions the brothers about the kind of dirty work they've chosen to do. He states that their late mother and father would be rolling in their graves if they knew what the three of them were up to. Zhongpil asks how he found out about them, and Taijin confirms he interrogated the younger brother, but he didn't know who ordered the hit. Mockingly, he says he came here to rip the information out of the two of them. Zhongpil calls Zhongcheol a disgrace, but Taijin tells him to stop. He argues that his younger brother is a professional with years of training and wouldn't have given in so easily. The man then accuses Taijin of using a mind corruption technique, and the young man praises the trust they have in each other. Taijin offers a special thumbs up to the two of them. Zhongseo asks if he's mocking them. Zhongpil admits his mistake was not coming after Taijin from the start. He then readies his weapon and swears that Taijin Lee will not leave this place alive. With disdain, Taijin just replies, "Sure, whatever you say." Zhongpil prepares to use his special assassination move, which he has perfected for years, but before he can finish, he's hit by a punch. He falls to the ground, and Taijin tells him to stop talking and just attack. Taijin turns to Zhongseo and warns that he's low on mana. He then threatens him, saying he'd better tell him everything if he doesn't want to end up like his older brother. At the Hunter Association's headquarters, the members of the Red Hounds, Zhongpil Han and his brothers, were quickly apprehended. From the beginning, they had obtained information about the dungeon Taijin was headed to and formulated a plan. They disguised themselves as the dungeon's cleaning crew and waited for Taijin to come out. But when everyone except him had left, they decided to go in to kill him. Yeonhwa Seo admits she let her guard down. In the Blue Lotus meeting room, she explains that she already knew there were people targeting Taijin, especially after the exam manipulation incident, and even asked the association's headquarters to take proper precautions. She never imagined that the attackers would disguise themselves to infiltrate a dungeon owned by Mythos. Yeonhwa blames herself, saying it's all her fault, and that she should have been more meticulous. But Taijin tells her not to say that, as she's not the one responsible. He reveals that he was actually expecting someone to come after him, he just didn't think it would be so soon. Taepyeong Ma is enraged by these filthy scum who went after Gaeon and Saren, and are now trying to harm Taijin as well. He declares he's going to the association's headquarters, and won't stop until they reveal the bastard who hired the assassins, but Taijin reassures him, saying there's no need for that. Taijin announces that he's found out who the client is. Yeonhwa Seo asks if he found out on his own and if they really talked that easily, and he confirms. Then she asks who it is. She wants to know who the miserable scum is that went after the lives of hunters Jian Kang, Sirin Yu, and Taijin Lee. Taijin prepares to answer. He reveals it was Hyansu Bei, the guild master of Death Phantom. Taepyeong Ma and Yeonhwa react with surprise. He calls him a damned crook and says he's not surprised. For the past 2 years, they have risen rapidly in the national guild rankings, going from 30th to 7th place, using ruthless and unfair means. Taijin states there have always been suspicions, but no definitive proof until now, and that he has provided a breakthrough once again. Yeonhwa says there's no doubt if Hunter Taijin is saying it. She declares she will go there personally with her best guild members, and that they will pay for what they tried to do to her precious hunter, Saren. Taepyeong adds that he will also teach that bastard a lesson for trying to kill his beloved disciple. He calls for them to march to their headquarters, but Taijin excuses himself and asks if he can join them. He says he'd like to get a good look at the face of the man who came after his life. At the Death Phantom HQ, Tai Pyong-ma arrives, calling Hyunsu an imbecile. He says he hasn't seen him in a while and tells him to come out from wherever he is. Then, he stomps his foot on the ground and demands that Hyunsu show his annoying face now. Some men run towards him and ask what he thinks he's doing. Yeonhwa approaches and asks why they don't call their guild master. She orders them to summon the useless Hyunsu Bae immediately. Yeonhwa warns them that if they don't, they can say goodbye to their headquarters building. Two guild members question if she's completely lost her mind. She then turns to her team and says it's time to play, and they agree. The building starts to be attacked from the outside. A man pounds on a vault door, calling for Master Bae. He reports that they are under siege by the Blue Lotus and Hwarang guild masters, but Hyunsu tells him to shut up. Hyunsu curses the situation, saying he should have never hired those idiots. He wonders when it all went wrong and blames that bastard Taijin Lee. As he decides to grab the money and run, the wall behind him explodes. Hyunsu turns, startled by the explosion, asking what that was. From the hole in the wall, a voice reveals it found him hiding and asks if he's surprised. He stammers as he recognizes the intruder, who confirms his identity. Then, Taejin Lee appears in the hole, introducing himself as the B-rank hunter Hyunsu was looking for. Lying on the floor, Hyunsu asks how Taejin Lee got there, and he replies that he simply walked in. Taejun steps through the door and says he's very good at finding people. Hyunsu questions him about what he wants, since he must have come alone for a reason. He then opens a briefcase full of money and offers to pay much more than that, if that's what he desires. Taejin is impressed by the amount, but a small creature tells him to get a grip. He wipes his mouth and says that while the offer isn't bad, he's not greedy for dirty money. Taejin takes a step forward, making Hyunsu back away. He says he only came to check something about the B-rank exam manipulation case and asks if Hyunsu was the only one behind it. Hyunsu seems confused, but Taejin warns him that he's already done his research and that it's better to be honest. Angrily, he calls him a brat and claims that the idea of hijacking the exam was his alone and that he prepared it himself. Taejin realizes he refuses to back down. So, he says he'll have to beat Hyunsu up before handing him over to the association. Hyunsu calls him a mule and asks who he thinks he's talking to. A grim aura forms around Hyunsu, and he asks Taejin if he thinks he's a big shot now. Hyunsu declares that his concern is the two enraged guild masters coming after him, not a D-rank lackey like Taejin. Taejin recognizes the skill as dark matter, and Hyunsu asks if he's feeling more cooperative now. He then says that things wouldn't have gotten to this point if Taejin had just accepted his offer. Taejin wonders aloud if he should have accepted, and his companion asks if he's kidding. He observes that if it's really a dark matter skill, that changes everything, as it's an S-rank ability with no weaknesses in offense or defense. These dark masses absorb all surrounding energy except for the casters, making both ranged and melee attacks useless. Hyunsu tells him to stay in the corner if he doesn't want to die, and Taejin thinks that it would normally be wise to avoid this fight. But he tells Hyunsu to cut the crap, stating that the skill isn't even real. Hyunsu scoffs at him, saying that a measly fireball can't compete with his dark matter, but Taejin asks if he looks that naive. He states that Hyunsu might fool an ordinary hunter, but he can't fool his eyes and activates his QR reader. Then, Taejin moves forward to see if his theory works. The scan reveals that Hyunsu's skill is a projection that consumes mana to project the form of other skills with only 10% of the original power. Hyunsu tries to stop him, saying they should talk. Taejin hits him with his skill. Struck, Hyunsu screams. Hyunsu yells that he's on fire and calls for help, while Taejin Lee watches him in disbelief. He wonders how a guildmaster can be so weak, since he even threw a weak attack on purpose. Someone throws a fish tank at him, telling him to stop flailing around as it wouldn't kill him. Taejin says that's enough talk between them. Then he moves in to make him reveal his game. Outside, Tai Pyong-ma praises Taejun for capturing Hyunsu Bae all by himself. He congratulates him, stating that he's 100 times better than the useless folks at the association, but the young man thanks him and Master Seo for their help. Tai Pyong-ma agrees with the praise, making Taejin feel awkward. He boasts that if he hadn't held back, he could have blown up the entire building, and Taejin, sitting down, agrees that he's truly amazing. Taejin asks about Yeonhwa, and Tai Pyong-ma explains she went to get evidence from the guildmaster's office. Just then, a portal opens, and Tai Pyong-ma comments that they were just talking about her. Yeonhwa confirms to Tai Pyong that she found documents detailing the exam sabotage operation. She reveals that some high-ranking officials from the exam administration department were involved, but have already fled abroad, and he calls them bastards. Questioned by Taepyeong, she states that the incident seems to have been orchestrated entirely by the Death Phantom Guildmaster and corrupt officials. He laments that there will always be scum after money, and wonders how they could accept a bribe from such a horrible person, making Taijin cringe. Tai Pyong-ma squeezes Hyunsu's face and accuses him of being the main problem, thinking money could solve everything. He decides he can't hand him over to the association like this and drags him off to teach him a lesson first. Yeonhwa Seo thanks Taejun, saying she heard he personally defeated and captured Hyunsu in his secret basement. She comments that he helped them to the very end, but Taejun states he did it all for himself. He wanted to be the one to expose whoever else was behind it all. Yeonhwa asks what he means by whoever else, and Taejun explains that he doesn't believe the exam tampering was Hyunsu's work alone. The undead necromancer, the dark magic, and the hiring of assassins indicate he couldn't have done it all by himself. Taejun argues that some hidden forces must be helping Hyunsu from the shadows, and that he wanted to capture everyone involved. He then declares with conviction that evil deeds must be punished with justice. Yeonhwa is surprised to see that someone like him has such a strong sense of justice. She steps closer and asks if he found out anything about Bei's accomplices. Taejun stares at her in silence for a moment. Sitting in a dark room, he reveals there was no one. A news report informs that Death Phantom's guildmaster, Hyunsu Bei, has confessed to tampering with the B-rank exam, and someone calls him a fool. Youngmin Go, guildmaster of the Radiant Wraiths, slams his fist on the table and questions why he had to send assassins instead of just staying put. Youngmin Go despairs, stating that he can't get caught up in this mess. He reassures himself, remembering they only signed a contract with a sealing spell, but someone knocks on the door. Nervously, he allows them in. His vice guildmaster, Yang Tai-jo, enters and announces that someone is waiting for him. Yang Tai informs him that the person is in the lobby, and Young Min asks if it's someone from Blue Lotus or Hwarang. He denies it, explaining that the visitor was wearing a mask, but he adds that the person said Young Min would know the words flying fly. Young Min orders him to let them in immediately, wondering if Hyunsu Bei told them everything. He doubts a simple interrogation could have revealed the details of their deal as the visitor enters. The man removes his mask, revealing himself to be Taejin Lee. Young Tae recognizes him as the hunter from the B-rank exam and questions what he's doing there. Young Min quickly welcomes the popular hunter, Taejin Lee. He offers a seat, thinking Taejun is going to blackmail him using his deal with Hyunsu. Suddenly, Taejin starts laughing uncontrollably. Then, he falls to the floor in a convulsion, leaving Youngmin and Yongtae perplexed about what's wrong with him. Youngmin yells at Yongtae not to just stand there. He desperately orders his subordinate to stop him. Taejin moves quickly around the room, spinning on the floor. His companion questions what's wrong with him, and if he's really gone mad. He continues to laugh upside down. Youngmin orders Yongtae to stop him right now. Yongtae launches an attack, questioning how he dares to invade someone's HQ and act like a lunatic. The attack hits him squarely, and his companion screams his name. The smoke from the impact slowly clears. Yongtae emerges holding Taejin by the foot and praises him as the de facto leader of the Radiant Wraiths. He comments on the impressive physical strength and the sharp instinct to choose the right skill in the heat of the moment. Trapped, Taejin states that's more than enough as an entry test. He then breaks free and lands on the floor to formally introduce himself. He announces himself as Taejin Lee, a B-rank freelance hunter. Youngmin questions him about what he means by an entry test, and Taejin explains he needs to know the level of the guild he's going to join. He points at them and says he was simply testing how they would react. Youngmin concludes that he's completely insane. Young Tae-jo glares at Taejin, finding the entry test ridiculous. He tells the kid to stop the nonsense and asks if he even knows where he is. Young Tae pokes him, saying it's not a place where some trash who can't even use necromancy can just waltz in and out. With a smile, Taejin comments that with all this talk about necromancy, it's no wonder the guild is a joke these days. He then asks what the legacy of the Radiant Wraiths is, mentioning how the founder, Gyeonho Go, built the guild with his blood magic. His work changed public opinion on dark magic and necromancy, leading the guild to become one of the Big Five, but Taejin questions their current situation. He states that ever since the first master retired, they've been on the verge of bankruptcy. Taejin pats Yongtae on the shoulder, saying now is not the time to be picky, and that when life gives you lemons, you make the best lemonade. He jumps onto Youngmin Go's desk, declaring himself the biggest lemon there is, and that with him, the guild will surely be revitalized. Youngmin stammers, but Taejin cuts him off, saying he forgot one thing. He then hands a paper to the guildmaster. Taejin suggests that maybe this will convince him. Upon reading the document, Youngmin is terrified. Taejun asks what's wrong, and the man, trembling, denies any problem with a forced laugh. Youngmin realizes that this bastard knows everything. Youngmin Go is startled to realize the document contains proof of the contract, from the relic used to sabotage the exam to the deal with Hyunsu Bei. Sitting at his desk, Taejin asks if he feels more cooperative now. He then presents a new contract and asks the guildmaster, Youngmin Go, to sign it. Young Tae-jo slams the table and calls the situation absurd. He questions Youngmin on how he could let a weakling with no necromancy join the guild. Youngmin tries to calm Young Tae down, asking him to take it easy. He explains that Taejin Lee is strange but ridiculously powerful, and he'll be a great addition to the guild. Young Tae doubts it, claiming he just wants to take advantage of them. He then points at Youngmin and tells him to make sure Taejin learns necromancy. Young Tae threatens to make him regret joining during the initiation. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the city. Taejin is sitting at an outdoor table, relaxing. His companion comments on the sunlight and the coffee's aroma, and he savors the moment. She reminds him he was recently targeted by assassins and should be more cautious. Taejin reassures her, saying he's not just relaxing without a plan. Taejin reveals an item he took from the Red Hounds, a ring that explains how they managed to attempt the assassination without getting caught. As soon as he puts it on, he appears to be a completely different person, something most people wouldn't be able to notice. The item is revealed to be the Ring of the Shadow Hound, an A-rank artifact that alters the user's appearance. His companion is thrilled, as now he can relax a bit without worries, and Taejin agrees he needs to enjoy it. Then she questions him about why he decided to join the Radiant Wraiths, since there were excellent guilds like Blue Lotus, Hwarang, and Mythos. He explains that while they are good, they come with a lot of baggage. He'd have to participate in international missions regularly, and also attend political events when summoned by his superiors, which he considers a hassle. Meanwhile, the Radiant Wraiths are only 22nd in the power rankings, allowing him to take as many mana fragments as he wants without worrying about the bosses. To top it off, he has full control over the terms of his contract, much to Youngmin Go's despair. His companion asks what his plan is now, but Taejin isn't sure and suggests they could go shopping. The idea surprises her, and he asks if the suggestion was too random for her. She didn't think shopping was the kind of thing he'd do, but he argues that there's no point in saving money if you're never going to use it. They arrive at a huge building, and Taejin comments on how the place's extravagance always impresses him. He says he never imagined he would come to a place like this, while his companion notes that they can build pretty big buildings on Earth too. Taejin's companion asks what this place is, as it doesn't look like a regular mall, and he offers to explain. He introduces it as the largest hunter-exclusive market in the country, known to all ranks. The place is restocked every week with new items and rare equipment never seen before. Taejin calls it the greatest shopping mall for hunters, a true treasure trove, and his partner applauds him. As he prepares to check out the latest treasures, someone calls out to him. A young woman approaches, confirming it's really him, and commenting that the interesting item he was wearing almost kept her from recognizing him. She says she's only heard about him through her older brother, and that it's a pleasure to meet him in person, but Taejin asks who she is. The young woman then introduces herself as Yerin Cha, the guild master of Mythos. Taejin is flustered when he realizes she's Sooyeon Cha's younger sister. He wonders what the Mythos guild master would be doing in a place like this, and she asks if he didn't know. Yerin reveals that she is, in fact, the owner of this mall and comes every week to inspect the new arrivals. Taejin is shocked to find out the biggest mall belonged to Mythos and regrets not joining them. He apologizes for not recognizing her, but she says it's fine, as she prefers to stay out of the spotlight. Yerin then asks if Mr. Taejin is free at the moment. She mentions that she heard about what he did on the Cursed Land mission through her brother and Sayana. Yerin Cha explains that, according to them, if it weren't for Taejin's heroic acts, they would have not only failed the mission, but also put their lives in danger. So, she says, if he agrees, she'd like to return the favor right then and there. Taejin thanks her for the kind words, but states he didn't do it to earn favors. She understands and decides not to insist, as that is his wish. However, she asks if he's sure about his decision. Yerin then reveals she was going to offer him an item of his choice from their mall. To top it off, she specifies it would be a VIP exclusive item. Yerin Cha says that if he refuses, there's not much she can do, leaving Taejin shocked at the thought of a free exclusive VIP item. As she turns to leave, he calls out to her and asks for a moment. Taejin then asks if he can at least take a look at the available products. In the elevator, Yerin comments that he's much more ordinary than she imagined. He asks her what she means, and the young woman explains she thought he'd have more presence. She says she was expecting some kind of incredible aura based on everything she's heard about him so far. Taejin apologizes for disappointing her, but Yerin assures him that wasn't her intention to offend him. She states that she likes him more precisely because he's so ordinary. Then she adds that she doesn't think Siana would approve of her saying that, leaving him confused. The elevator doors open, and Yerin announces they've arrived at the VIP restricted area. She says that today he'll be able to use it as well and invites him to look around as much as he wants. Taejin and his companion are amazed to see the exclusive VIP area of the hunter's treasure trove. He is stunned by the value of everything, realizing that each of the items costs millions. Taejin reflects on what an extraordinary woman Yerin is to own all these items. She asks if he liked it and if he found anything to his liking, but he replies that it's hard to choose with so many incredible things. He says that one thing caught his eye from the very beginning. Then he points to a display case and asks what those items are. Yerin comments that he has interesting taste. She explains that the items on display belong to the founding guild masters of Mythos, Hwarang, and Blue Lotus, who became legends. Yerin clarifies that although the items are too old to be used, they keep them preserved as part of the history of their great deeds. She regrets that the items are not for sale and suggests he look at others, as he will surely find something much better. A man approaches and announces to Master Cha that the Vice Master of the Sage's Eye Guild has arrived. Yerin looks at her watch and realizes she's lost track of time. She apologizes to Mr. Taejin, explaining that she has an important meeting, but she will meet him in her office later. As his companion warns him about hurting his back, he replies that sometimes you just have to conform to social norms. Back at the display case, she asks him why something like that caught his eye amidst so many other incredible items. The item information for Broken Gauntlets of the Dragon's Claw shows its durability is 0, and even she realizes it's unusable. Taejin agrees, but states that he can see some extra information. An information window reveals that the item has synergistic effects with the Fist of the Ascending Dragon skills, something impossible to ignore. Then, an explosive growth mission is activated, offering to unlock a feature of the status window as a reward for acquiring a synergistic item. Taejin realizes that the explosive growth system never gives him a mission that is impossible to complete. He has always received missions that were within his ability to accomplish. This means there must be a way to repair the item's durability. So, he desperately begs Master Cha, saying he'll do anything to have the item. He even offers to get on all fours and bark if she wants. Lying on the floor, he wonders how he can convince her until he hears a raised voice coming from another room. Someone complains that the deal was already closed and that additional fees were deposited. Taejin sees Yerin Cha in an argument and wonders if she's in a tough spot. Suddenly, he gets an idea. He figures this could be a great chance to make her owe him a favor. Without a second thought, Taejin runs towards the confrontation to help her. He announces that he, Taejin Lee, will rescue her. Yerin tells the men that they have disappointed her repeatedly and questions if this is how they intend to continue doing business. But Yongsuk Kang, the Vice Master of the Sage's Eye Guild, states her criticism is unwarranted as they simply price the items according to their own criteria. He then asks if it's not the basics of business to receive fair compensation for the goods. Yerin Cha says this is ridiculous and she won't let it slide, but Taejun asks if there's something wrong. He runs into the room and explains he came as fast as he could when he heard the loud noises. Taejin turns to Yongsuk Kang and, not knowing who he is, asks him to leave. The man replies that they are in the middle of an important negotiation. Yerin tries to tell Taejin that she's busy, but he interrupts her, showing interest in the business. He walks over to a chair and comments that he loves business, as it's much better than flying economy class. Then, he sits down and invites everyone to talk it over. Yongsuk Kang asks Master Cha who this man is, but she hesitates to answer. He looks at the items on the table and understands the situation. The Sage's Eye Guild specializes in item appraisal and dominates the industry in Korea. This means Mythos is forced to accept their demands, even if they violate contracts, for lack of alternatives. Taejin apologizes for the late introduction and presents himself as Master Cha's legal counsel. With a smile, he asks what seems to be the problem of the day. Yerin tries to intervene, but Yongsuk Kang comments that his presence should make negotiations easier. He explains that Master Cha requested the appraisal of all the items in a single day, but the large quantity will take at least a week. Yongsuk Kang explains they'll need more manpower, which incurs additional fees, as what has been paid so far is not enough. He states that with all these items, he'll need at least double what Ms. Cha deposited, leaving her surprised. Taejin finds the situation peculiar. He questions if Sage's Eye isn't the expert in item appraisal, and Yongsuk Kang confirms. Then, Taejin provokes him, asking how such a renowned guild would take an entire week to deal with such a small quantity of items. He starts laughing, saying that if he were the guild master, he would have already fired Sage's Eye and taken his business elsewhere. Yongsuk Kang gets irritated by the comment. He says if they want to hire another guild, they should go ahead, but he warns them that all the items could become completely worthless overnight. The man explains that if the appraisal isn't conducted properly by the best in the business, the item will lose all its value. Therefore, instead of taking a risk with an inferior guild, It's much safer to leave the job to them. Yongsuk Kang then challenges him, wondering if there's even another guild that does appraisals besides theirs. Yerin Cha places a hand on Taijun's shoulder and says it's okay, as she knows he's just trying to help. He apologizes for meddling, lamenting that his good intentions ended up hurting the business between the two guilds. Taijun says goodbye, and Yongsuk Kang comments that he thinks the man got the message. As he turns to Yerin and suggests they proceed and sign the contract, a voice interrupts him. The two turn around in surprise. Taijun reappears at the door and introduces himself as their newly appointed item appraisal specialist, eager to get to work. Yerin Cha and an older man formally greet the newcomer. Then, Taejin Lee introduces himself as the new item appraisal specialist, eager to work with them. The young woman questions what he suddenly meant, while Taejin observes the items he has to examine. He assures Yerin Cha that she doesn't need to worry, as it won't even take an hour. Taejin then announces that they should begin, leaving her confused. But he asks the other appraiser to please leave the room, claiming it's confidential information. The older man reacts, telling him not to make him laugh. He continues, questioning if Taijin is a real lawyer, and warns him that if he interferes with their business, he could be charged with fraud. He advises him to stop the foolishness and go home. The man's subordinates agree that the 1-hour claim is laughable, while Taijin watches them in silence. He then holds up an item and asks if they would mind taking a look. Taijin explains he was curious about that object, questioning how something so extraordinary could take a whole week to be appraised. He reveals that it took him only 10 seconds to do the appraisal himself, leaving Yerin Cha surprised. He leans over the group and asks if that doesn't make him a very good appraiser. Taijin instructs one of the men to check the item and see if it was really appraised. Taijin grabs the man's wrist, telling him to wait. He squeezes his wrist and asks if no one taught him not to make a bet without being sure. The subordinate asks what he's doing, and Taijin laments having to prove himself this way. Then, he proposes that if the other man really intends to check, he should bet something. The older man just laughs, finding the proposal hilarious. He agrees to the bet, and Taijin replies that now they're talking. He sets the terms, stating that if Taejun Lee fails to appraise everything in an hour, he loses, but if he succeeds, the loss is his. He then reveals he's willing to bet 1 billion won and asks what Taejun will put on the line. Taejun laughs, commenting that 1 billion is a very bold move. The man asks if he's chickening out and suggests he apologize, but Taejun simply accepts the deal, and he adds that he'll add another 10 billion to the bet. Yerin Cha apologizes and asks if he's gone mad. She asks how he will appraise everything in an hour and if he even has 10 billion to bet, but he reassures her, saying not to worry because he has a plan. He turns to Yerin Cha and asks her to check if an item has been properly appraised. Yerin Cha is astonished to see that the item has indeed been appraised. She asks how he did it, and Taejun replies that he was right. The item scanning function that Adimin told him about identifies items without the need for appraisal, but he wasn't sure if others could see the information. But now he knows the function can be used to share item information with other people. This means he can get filthy rich as an appraiser. Yerin Cha questions if he really did that all by himself, and Taijin confirms. He then informs her that, by the way, he has finished appraising all the items on the table, leaving her shocked. Taejun simply tells her to see for herself. She runs her hand over the equipment on the table. She realizes he's not joking and has identified the levels, functions, and attribute bonuses of all of them. Even the best experts in the country would take hours working on all these items, and she wonders how Taejun Lee managed to do it all in a matter of seconds. The older man and his subordinates react, finding the situation impossible. He approaches in disbelief to check, while Taejun asks if his boss is upset about losing all that money. Taejun reminds him of what he said about not making bets without being sure, and he moves closer to give him a little tip, hoping the man learns from the experience. The man grabs him, calling him a scammer and asking how he dares. He then accuses everyone of being in it together and refuses to accept the situation. But Yerin Cha intervenes, stating that the items were clearly identified and that Taejun met the deadline. She presents the contract and demands the deposit of 10 billion won into his account. Taejun then tells the man to stop complaining and send the money. The appraiser falls to his knees, unable to believe what's happening, while his assistant suggests they should leave. He mutters that he must be dreaming, as it's impossible that he lost 10 billion in the blink of an eye. Then he starts laughing, insisting it's a nightmare, while his men try to restrain him and ask him to calm down. Taejun comments that it's a shame, and that he should have done more honest business. Yerin Cha thanks him, but points out that the situation is truly unprecedented. She states that with his speed and proficiency, he could easily bankrupt a medium-sized guild overnight. The young woman acknowledges his incredible skills, but still finds it impossible and asks how he did it. Taejun awkwardly replies that it's a trade secret. Taejun then proposes a deal, mentioning the broken and unusable item he asked about earlier. He offers a hint on how he appraised all the items if she lets him keep the object. Yaron-cha considers the proposal, acknowledging how much he wants those gauntlets, even if it's against policy. She finally agrees and says she'll get them ready for him to take home. Sitting at the table, Yaron-cha turns and asks him to tell her now. She presses him to reveal how he did all those appraisals. Taejin just smiles silently for a moment. He starts to say that the secret is, as the scene shifts to the exterior of a large building. As he leaves, he thanks Master Cha. Yaron-cha says goodbye, telling him to take care, while Taejin walks away happily with his new items. A man beside her asks if she managed to find out anything. She confirms that he told her how he did the appraisals, and the man asks what the secret is. Yaron-cha sighs. She explains that, apparently, he hears the voice of the items, and that one needs to truly connect with the heart. The young woman concludes that he never intended to tell her, or that he can't reveal the method for some reason. But she states that he's greatly mistaken if he thinks she'll give up easily. She then promises herself that she will make him a member of Mythos, no matter the cost. Back in his apartment, Taejin celebrates. He holds the broken gauntlets and cheers that he finally got them. Taejin kisses the item and says he'll never let it go, while Addie Min tries to get his attention. She reminds him that although it was a legendary item, it's just scrap now. Addie then asks if there's really a way to fix them. He simply admits he doesn't know the answer, but Taejun is happy to have the item and confident that everything will work out in the end. Addie then suggests he try posting on the salsa market. She explains that there are users from all sorts of dimensions there, but he hesitates at having to log in again. But Addie informs him that he can actually use the status window to make the post. He then creates a post looking for someone to repair the super legendary Dragon's Claw gauntlets. Together, they watch the screen, hoping the post gets some attention. He says nonchalantly that it's not that urgent when a notification pops up. Taejin then turns to the other equipment he bought, stating that the priority now is them. He spent some of the money he earned and believes that, with this, joining the Radiant Wraiths will be a piece of cake. Addie Min looks at the items and comments that they are all of the holy type. She questions him, since the Radiant Wraiths are a dark magic guild, but Taejin says she only sees one side of the equation. He explains that his initiation will be a necromancy duel, and those items will be necessary to defeat Yongtae-jo's summons. Addie asks if he can use items in a summoning duel, but Taejin just points out her ignorance once again. He tells her to just sit back and watch what he'll do. At the Radiant Wraith's headquarters, someone informs him that they were waiting for him. A man greets him and asks him to follow, while Taejin apologizes for arriving early. But the man assures him it's no problem, as the duel is already set up. He explains that the initiation will be a duel against the Vice Guild Master, Yongtae-jo, using necromancy powers. He adds that many members are eager to see the necromancy he will demonstrate, so they went to great lengths to prepare everything. The man announces that they have arrived at an arena where Yongtae-jo is waiting for him. They walk through a crowd of bald men, and Addie comments on their appearance. Taejun then understands what's happening. He realizes they want to humiliate him publicly, as they believe a B-rank hunter couldn't possibly use necromancy. He already knew this guy was bad news, but he concludes that he's even worse than he thought. Addie whispers to Taejun, curious about why no one there has hair, and he explains that all necromancer hunters go bald. He's not sure why, but he believes it's a side effect of dark mana, leaving Addie worried about his future. Yongtae-jo addresses Taejun Lee in the arena, confirming he's finally arrived and knows the rules. He then points and states that the rule is simple. They battle only with their summons. Taejun agrees to proceed, so Yongtae-jo proposes that if he wins, he will be accepted into the guild under the conditions he specifies. But he raises his hand and continues, speaking about the consequence if he loses. Then, Yongtae-jo declares that Taejun will serve him for life as a guild member. Taejun observes him and understands his intentions perfectly. He realizes that Yongtae-jo is the de facto leader of the Radiant Wraiths, with total control over the budget and operations. And thanks to that, the guild fails to prosper and continues to fall into ruin because of his tyranny. Taejun then addresses him and says that since he has set his conditions, he will now present his own. He takes a step forward and declares that if he wins the fight, he will take his position as Vice Guild Master. He adds that he will also make him compensate all guild members for the financial damages he has caused, leaving Yongtae-jo perplexed. With a smile, he asks if that shouldn't liven up the crowd. The crowd starts to comment that the situation will be interesting, but Yongtae-jo simply dismisses the proposal as nonsense. Yongtae-jo scoffs at the idea of financial damage, raising his staff. He claims to be the main reason the Radiant Wraiths are still standing, as he summons an A-rank Death Knight. Then, he challenges Taijun to show what kind of amazing necromancy he has prepared for him. Taijun simply agrees to begin. He raises his staff and calls for Aratus. The crowd watches the summon with surprise, and a fully equipped skeleton warrior appears in the arena. The crowd begins to doubt, questioning what he could do with a mere skeleton, and assuming he was bluffing. Young Taejo laughs at the summon, asking if a skeleton is all he's got. Taijun states that this won't even be a challenge and orders Aratus to attack. Aratus charges forward and strikes the Death Knight with a single blow. The blow decimates the Death Knight's armor, leaving Yang Taejo shocked at what just happened. Taijun knew this would happen, stating that the power of light will burn him alive. He then asks Aratus what he thought of the new equipment, and the skeleton replies that it's very effective, though he feels a little guilty. But Taijun tells him not to mind it and to destroy the enemy, while Young Taejo wonders if that skeleton could be a holy type monster. Young Taejo reacts, finding the situation literally impossible. He wonders how a skeleton can be a holy type. Mana exists in different elements that interrelate and affect the outcome of a battle. Aratus is naturally a dark type, but Taijun trained him, so due to constant training, he has become the only skeleton with resistance to the holy type. Taijun orders the execution, and Aratus advances in his master's name. Yang Taejo yells for his Death Knight to dodge the attack, but the creature dodges, and Aratus strikes the ground with his mace. The Death Knight then prepares to counterattack. Its sword collides with Aratus's shield. Taijun states that darkness has no way of defeating the light. Then, he tells Aratus it's time to finish it and use that. He claims his minion will be the one to put an end to this fight, while Aratus starts reading a book. Young Taejo watches, not understanding what the skeleton is doing. Aratus then takes one of the items from his belt, and he holds the object, declaring, "Let there be light." The object releases a light that envelops the Death Knight. The light then explodes in an intense flash. The crowd complains that they can't see anything, with some saying the light is purifying them to the bone. Another guild member screams, questioning what's wrong with that skeleton. He yells that such an amount of holy energy is basically self-destruction. Taijun simply declares that it's all over for Young Taejo. With his skeleton still standing, he declares his victory. It's clear that Aratus is not immune to holy type mana, and the attacks he uses still cause him some damage. He's just a very resilient skeleton. Taijun approaches Young Taejo, who can't believe what happened, and reminds him that a deal is a deal. He extends his hand and demands everything Young Taejo has unjustly gained from the Radiant Wraiths. The crowd starts to comment on the victory, while Young Taejo falls to his knees. He can't believe what's happening and laments that if he had a little more time, he would have succeeded. He then reveals that he leaked information to Hyansu Bai from the Death Phantom Guild about their guild's undead necromancer's urn, and he also arranged a shadow meeting for him with Young Min Go. He planned to quietly gather evidence to blackmail Young Min Go and become the guild master, but he laments that everything was ruined by that little meddler. Young Taejo stands up, refusing to let the opportunity slip away after all the work he put in. Then, he reveals a dark, pulsating heart in his hand, questioning if Taijun thinks he'll give up everything so easily. He raises it, declaring he'll take everyone with him, as the crowd recognizes the forbidden item as a demon heart. The guide yells for Young Tae to stop, but he just replies, "So be it." With a scream, he announces it's time for everyone to die. Taijun reacts, not believing he's serious. His appraisal eye activates. He discovers that the forgotten demon heart consumes the user's mana and life force to summon a cursed being. Yongtae is consumed by dark energy and tells Taijun he'll see him in hell. His body dissolves into a dark puddle on the arena floor, and from the ground emerges the Bride of the Abyss, a creature of unknown level. One of the guild members panics, screaming that they're all going to die. The creature attacks, and someone yells for everyone to run. A skill nullifies the effects of the creature's wail, protecting Taijun and others around him. Taijun is surprised by the S-rank curse being cast right off the bat. He simply comments that this is a ridiculous monster. A voice then offers to help him. Jeonho Go, the King of Bones, appears and tells Taijun he can't handle this alone. Taijun asks how long he's been there, and the guild master explains he couldn't miss an initiation ceremony. He then observes the skeleton and comments that it seems it's not just any ordinary skeleton. Jeonho notices that the creature possesses a strong sense of self-awareness, looking more like an undead necromancer than a common summon. Leaving the conversation for later, he states they need to get rid of the evil spirit that the incompetent fool summoned. And then, he attacks before things get any worse. His attacks hit the Bride of the Abyss squarely, but he realizes the attack did no damage, concluding that she is strong for being summoned with Yongtae's own life. He then prepares to see how she'll handle his next attack, and he unleashes his blood magic, Blood Rupture. Taejin is impressed by the incredible power of the legendary King of Bones blood magic. He was the king of the underworld's bones, a necromancer of unparalleled strength who reigned for nearly 2 decades. But although he is now retired and forgotten by society, in his prime, he was a legendary hunter who raised the Radiant Wraiths to 3rd place in the country. His blood magic strikes the dark creature, but it counterattacks through the connection, injuring Gaeonho Go's hand. He coughs from the impact of the damage received. Taejin rushes to support him, and the guildmaster admits he was careless. Blood magic uses the caster's own blood as a medium to make contact with the target. And that's a terrible combination against a monster that contaminates everything it touches with a curse. If he can't fight up close, Taejin then prepares a fireball. He launches the attack, yelling for the creature to burn to death. The Bride of the Abyss simply stops the attack with her hand. Taejin wonders what's happening, as Addie Min warns him to be careful. The creature advances, and he realizes he doesn't have enough mana to use the fist of the ascending dragon. At this rate, he won't be able to defend against the next blow. The creature's blow is blocked by Aratus' shield, who invokes the name of the Light and the Holy Spirit. The Bride of the Abyss declares him unforgivable and attacks him again. Then, Aratus stands in front of his master, assuring him he'll take care of everything, while Taejin questions where he's been. He explains he was hit by a lot of light in the previous fight, and because of that, he was kind of knocked out on his feet. But Aratus assures him there's nothing to fear, as he will put his life on the line to protect his master. He then charges at the creature, wishing for God's grace to shine upon it. Addie Min asks Taejin if he doesn't seem a little different, and he agrees. Aratus attacks the evil spirit, declaring he will purify its soul with the light of the Holy Spirit. The creature simply grabs his head with its hands. It completely overpowers him, and Taejin yells his minion's name. Aratus is then engulfed by the creature's energy. Taejin realizes that not even the holy attacks are working against it. He wonders how he can defeat it, while a fallen Aratus believes this is the end of the line for him, but he asks his master to survive. As Taejin questions what he's planning to do, Aratus raises his sword and declares he's going to risk it all to go out with a bang. He tells his master to take care, while Taejin yells for him to wait, questioning if he's gone mad. Taejin warns him about the consequences of using that weapon, but Aratus points it at the creature. He says he doesn't want to say goodbye yet, as he knows there's no turning back after using the weapon. Then Taejin begs him to please stop, but he yells that the item is single use and costs 8 billion won. Aratus raises the sword, which expands with energy. He then strikes the Bride of the Abyss, creating a huge explosion. Gaeonho Go watches the scene, finding it unbelievable. He wonders how a skeleton can handle not only holy items, but also a sword of that caliber. The dark creature disintegrates within the energy blast. A system notification announces that the Bride of the Abyss has been defeated, and that Aratus' holy resistance has slightly increased. Taejin scolds him, saying he told him to use that sword only in a life-or-death situation, and Aratus apologizes. But Aratus replies that all he wanted was to protect his master. Aratus' body begins to petrify, and Taejin calls him an idiot, but acknowledges he can't scold him now. The legendary item, the Constellation of the Divine King, possesses power beyond imagination, even with the massive debuff to the user. But the problem is that the cost to repair its energy is astronomical. Taejin complains that it's better to just buy a new one, and Addie Min comments that expensive things have their value for a reason. He then touches his petrified minion's shoulder and says that, still, it was a good job. He admits he thought Aratus was just a sneaky bastard, but that he's a true warrior. Taejin thanks him for saving them, and the skeleton is moved by his master's words. Gaeonho Go approaches and comments that the skeleton seems to be under a troublesome spell, while Addie Min asks if he's okay. The guild master asks if he doesn't need to find a way to cure him, but Taejin says he can just cancel the summon for him to rest. Gaeonho then nods in agreement. He admits that in all his years as a hunter, he has never seen a skeleton equipped with holy items, and Taejin asks if it isn't incredible. But for Gaeonho, it was like watching the heroes of the past. Taejin awkwardly replies that it's just a skeleton. The guildmaster then thanks Hunter Taejin. He explains that regardless of his intentions, Taejin allowed the Radiant Wraiths to escape Yongtae's clutches. Gaeonho looks at him and says he doesn't think his goal is much different from his own. Then he asks what Taejin thinks, and if the guild still has any use. Taejin gulps, realizing he knew all along, concluding that experience is a scary thing. He then states that he has only one reason for wanting to join the Radiant Wraiths, and that reason is to use them for his own benefit, which is why he was after the Vice Master position. He claims he has no intention of taking what belongs to others, and confirms the guild is still useful to him. The guild master simply replies that it's all right then. Gaeonho Go addresses the crowd, stating that today's duel has clearly proven Taejin's extraordinary abilities. The guild members acknowledge that he not only defeated Yongtae in necromancy, ability, but also saved their lives by destroying the demon. So, as the king of the underworld's bones, he declares Taijin as the new vice guild master of the Radiant Wraiths. He invites him to say a few words to the cheering crowd, but Taijin seems confused. Jianho explains it would be a brief inauguration speech, leaving Taijin a bit awkward. He steps forward and formally introduces himself as Taijin Li. Taijin then states that he has only one thing to say to everyone, and with his fist raised, he yells for them not to backstab each other for selfish gains. The scene then shifts to the Mythos Guild headquarters at dusk. A news report on the screen informs that Hunter Taijin Li has joined the Radiant Wraiths as Vice Master. Suyeon Cha comments that he didn't expect him to join the Radiant Wraiths of all guilds. Yerin Cha gets annoyed, saying she helped him so much she almost feels betrayed, and complains that he keeps losing special talents for being too passive. She questions him on how long he'll let people take advantage of him, but Suyeon thinks she was a bit harsh. The young woman laments not being able to recruit Taijin Li, stating that a talent like his is almost impossible to find, and she wonders why on earth he would join a second-rate guild with the skills he possesses. Yerin Cha turns to Siana and suggests she talk to Taijin, since they're close. She then asks the young woman to convince him that Mythos is a much better option for him, but Siana isn't sure if he'll listen to her. Yerin questions their closeness, and Siana explains that although they are friends, it's been harder to understand him lately. The young woman agrees, and Siana adds that even being next to him feels like he's in a completely different place. She wonders why he insisted on being a freelancer, and then suddenly joined the Radiant Wraiths, admitting she sometimes doesn't get him. But one thing she knows is that he's always striving to get stronger, as the guild members welcome him as the new vice master. One of the members offers to guide him to his office, and despite Taijin's refusal, the man insists. The man says goodbye with a bow, and Taijin thanks him as he leaves. In his office, he wonders if the vice master position is all that great, but Addy Min believes it depends on the guild. Addy then asks how he feels on his first day as vice guild master. He replies that he doesn't feel any different, and starts to wonder if this was what he really wanted. Taijin spins in his chair, commenting that he's heard success can be lonely. So far, he's been very focused on what was right in front of him. In the last few months, he gained strength at a rapid pace through missions, catching up to other hunters as if being compensated for his 7 years of misery. Taijin reflects that he has become powerful now, but he questions if it's really possible to gain so much power so quickly, as something feels unsettling. He then turns to Addy and asks about the developer of explosive growth, recalling she said he had already left the company. Taijin concludes it's not possible to find out what would happen upon failing a mission, but he assumes there are penalties. Addy simply says she doesn't know the answer. She then offers to access the server and find out, and Taijin tells her to take all the time she needs. Alone, he realizes that, on second thought, he doesn't know much about Addy either. He finds it especially strange to be the only one using the latest version of the status window, and decides he can't keep reaping the rewards without knowing anything about it. But as he wonders what the administration department is, Addy reappears in a panic, declaring an emergency. Taijin tells her to calm down and asks what's happening, and Addy explains she found some guidelines about the explosive growth missions. He asks her to tell him about the guidelines, and Addy prepares to read them. Addy then begins to read the first part of the explosive growth mission guidelines. She reveals that activating explosive growth can generate missions tailored to the user's current situation, and if the user fails to complete the mission within the time limit, the effects of explosive growth are immediately nullified. She explains that the measure is intended to prevent the user from becoming powerful too quickly, and Taijin stands up as a mission appears. The mission requires him to acquire an item that provides synergy to his skills, and he realizes he's about to lose everything he's gained so far. Taijin asks if this means he'll lose everything he's achieved so far. Addy Min says yes. He asks why he wasn't told sooner, but she explains that she didn't know either and had to infiltrate to find out. Taijin presses her about the infiltration. Addy reveals that the exact details are confidential, and even she can't access them. All she knows is that the ability is labeled as something that requires special attention. Addy Min realizes she shouldn't have said that part, and he stares at her, finding the situation suspicious. He thinks it's strange how she's been hanging around all day just to teach him how to use the status window. The whole situation reminds him of a game admin setting up a test server for an update. So, Taijin asks her directly if she came to watch him. He asks if she was sent to observe his ability, since not even her superiors knew much about it. Addy Min replies that it's not something she can share with him at the moment. Taijin mimics her, complaining that she always says she can't tell him things, but she cuts him off, stating there's one thing she can say with confidence. And then, Addy Min declares that she will always be on Taijin's side. He asks if he can really trust her, and Addy says yes because they're friends and she wants what's best for him. Taijin concludes that she doesn't seem like a bad person. Although she has a clumsy side, He remembers she always worried about him when he was in danger. Taejin decides to give her the benefit of the doubt for now and checks the time remaining for the mission. Addie says she changed the interface to make it easier to read. He complains about how long it took, and she replies that she didn't know either. The mission screen shows a little over 2 days left, and Taejin admits it's gotten easier to read. He realizes time is running out, so Addie suggests he check his post on the Parsley Market. He remembers the post and decides to see how many comments he's received. When he opens the post, he sees the only comment is spam. Taejin sighs over all the wasted effort, but Addie tells him a new reply has just come in. The new comment says it looks like he brought another interesting item. In a private chat, the user confirms they remember Taejin, who replies to the message. The man explains that the item has very complex mana paths that can be recovered to make it work again, but he warns that fixing these paths would require the help of a 7-circle mage at a minimum. The person suggests he look for someone he knows who fits that description, and Taejin thanks them for the tip. After the user leaves the chat, he asks Addie if she knows any mages like that. She suggests Yeonhwa, but Taejin explains that even she is only a 5-circle mage. Addie is surprised to learn she isn't the best in the country. Taejin explains that, as far as he knows, there are no 7-circle mages in Korea, as they would be the best in the world. Addie asks what they'll do, and he replies that he knows only one person who can help. He doesn't know how reliable this person might be, but he admits it's his only chance. Someone knocks on an office door and says, "Hello." A man opens the door looking for the vice master, as he has some documents for him to sign. He enters the empty room and asks for the task to be considered part of his duties. Then, he finds a note on the chair that reads, "Taking the day off today." The man is confused by the situation. He wonders about someone taking a day off on their first day, as the scene shifts to the Tower of Trials. Taejin and Addie enter the location, and he comments on how the place is still deserted. She asks why this dungeon is in the middle of the city, and he calls her a noob. He explains that the place is actually a large gate that can alter the surrounding terrain to suit it. This doesn't necessarily mean it's different from other dungeons. Taejin mentions hearing it was just an old building, and Addie jots down the information. Looking around, he wonders where that old geezer is, and if he's gone senile again. Elkaroid lands with a huge impact on the ground, welcoming the young man. Taejin shields himself from the debris flying from his arrival. The Tower Master strikes a pose and wishes for the power of protein to bless his journey, making Taejin complain about the scare. Then, Elkaroid recognizes him as the boy who saved his life and shakes his hand, noting that he seems to have trained hard. He asks what brings him there, since he considers him too strong for a place like this. Taejin explains that he came to ask for a favor and shows an item in his hands. He says the object has broken mana paths and asks if the master would be able to fix it. Elkaroid agrees to do the repair, as he feels he owes him a great favor. But before starting, he turns and says he'd like to ask something. The master questions him about what it means to him to be truly strong. Taejin doesn't understand, and Elkaroid explains that seeking strength is a way of staying true to one's own beliefs. He continues, saying some go through arduous training, while others dedicate their lives to honing their techniques to achieve their goals. Then, Elkaroid points directly at the young man and demands to know why he wishes to become stronger. Taejin replies that actually he's never really thought about it much. The master calls him a foolish youth and advances toward him, stating that strength without purpose is nothing but poison. Elkaroid attacks Taejin with a powerful punch. The blow vaporizes a section of the wall. Taejin recovers from the attack and says he almost died from that. Elkaroid approaches and comments that although he's fast, his heart wavers. He compares him to a lone beast that doesn't know where to go. Taejin asks if he wants to fight, and the master replies that he will teach him a great lesson. Then, he strikes a pose and warns him not to worry about dying, since he'll go easy on him. Taejin says he's starting to get on his nerves. He moves at high speed and warns him not to accuse him of elder abuse. He hits him with an uppercut. Elkaroid blocks the attack with his arm and compliments him on the strength of the blow. But Taejin replies that he's not even started yet and readies another punch. He unleashes a rapid flurry of punches against the master. Then, he uses a secret technique and finishes with a fireball. The attack hits the target in a massive explosion. Taejin asks if he got him, but Addie scolds him not to jinx it. Elkaroid emerges unscathed from the smoke, praising his physical strength and the creative use of his techniques. But the Tower Master says there's one thing he forgot. He reveals himself to be a mage, through and through. A skill window shows Elkaroid's Fireball. Elkaroid fully reveals himself as a mage, his body enveloped in energy. Taejin stares at him and asks if that fireball is the same skill as his. The master explains that the skill varies greatly depending on the caster's mana. He continues, saying that the amount and type of mana create infinite variations for that attack. Then, the master says his fireball has evolved, but it still lacks ultimate power. Elkaroid claims that mana is the source of all desires and unleashes his ultimate fireball, which carries his dreams. He says Taejun can't reach that level if he only wishes to get stronger for the sake of it. Taejun stumbles and shouts, reminding the master that he promised to go easy. The master instructs him to defend with all he's got and to reveal who he is and what he truly desires. The massive attack moves towards Taejun. He faces the attack and questions why he wanted to become stronger in the first place. A flashback reveals 7 years of endless suffering. When others cast him aside, he only trained harder. The reason he was able to keep pushing himself so hard, even though no one acknowledged him or cared about him, was because he wanted to prove that his years of hard work were not in vain. He declares that he hasn't been compensated for all his blood, sweat, and tears, and he isn't satisfied yet. So, he fires his own energy at the master's attack, determined to keep moving forward until he can accept himself. Elkaroid faces the flame coming towards him. He says that although it's weak, he can feel the young man's true desire. The master wonders if the boy has finally found an answer. He dispels the attack with a gesture and declares the lesson is over. Elkaroid tells Taejun that he finally seems to have found his path, while explaining that he lacks the strength to handle such power. Taejun collapses to the ground, exhausted, admitting he really almost died. The Tower Master says, "Just as I thought." Holding the item, he comments that it has a very complex mana path. Taejun is surprised to learn the restoration will take 8 to 12 hours. Elkaroid explains that the restoration process is meticulous and demands great mental strength. He warns that since his consciousness and energy will be focused on the item, he won't be able to move the entire time. Finally, he asks if Taejun would be kind enough to stand guard. Taejun agrees, saying it's no big deal. The master says he'll leave the task to him, and Taejun asks him to start immediately. Then, Elkaroid begins the process. He channels his energy into the item. The master starts chanting a mantra, leaving Taejun and Addy confused about whether he's a Buddhist. Taejun wonders why he needs to stand guard, since there's no one else around. He complains about how long it's taking, and decides to take a nap, since there's nothing to do. He explains that he doesn't see any monsters nearby, and can't stand guard for 8 straight hours. Addy decides to take a break too, and Taejun asks to be woken up when the time comes. 3 hours later, he mutters something about the master in his sleep. He continues dreaming and says that if the person insists, he can't refuse. A spider-like creature climbs onto his chest as he says thanks. Suddenly, Taejun's eyes snap open. He's startled by the creature on his chest and yells, calling it disgusting. With a single blow, he crushes the creature. Taejun recovers from the shock and wonders what a monster was doing there. Then, more creatures emerge from the shadows. He questions where they came from, since the master should have control over them. He wonders if this is a dimensional shift, and if those are void monsters. It's explained that void monsters wander between dimensions and occasionally appear when they sense the mana from dungeons. Taejun realizes they're after the master's mana. He gets up, saying the old man was right to ask for protection and that he was getting bored of napping anyway. Then, he charges towards the creatures to fight. With a single strike, he hits one of the monsters head on. He continues to fight the swarm, but Addy warns him to look in another direction. Taejun turns his head to see the new threat. A giant spider-like creature appears, and he complains that he hates spiders. He launches a barrage of fireballs, screaming for them to stay away from his precious item. The attack surges towards the monsters. The creatures are hit, and he says that was a close call. Taejun declares that he, Lee Taejun, will always protect his items at any cost. Addy asks what's going on, and Taejun explains the monsters must have come from another dimension, since they appear where there's mana. A portal opens above them, releasing a swarm of creatures. He stares at the scene, completely stunned. Addy warns him about the huge number of monsters advancing on the master, and he agrees. He realizes he can't handle the situation alone, and prepares for a summon. Then, Taejun summons Aratus, who presents himself ready for service. Taejun orders him to protect the buff old man from all those spiders, and his servant responds, "As you command." He tells his servant to take position, and Aratus advances with his shield at the ready. The battle against the void spiders drags on for hours. The creatures kept pouring out of the portal even after being destroyed, growing in number and size. 4 hours later, Elkaroid remains focused on the item, surrounded by the remains of the monsters. Exhausted and wounded, Taejun begs for it to stop. He climbs a pile of defeated creatures, only to face an even larger horde. A giant void spider descends from the portal, straight towards him. Aratus warns him of an attack from behind, but Taejun notices the danger too late. With no energy left to dodge, Taejun hears someone shout for him to get out of the way. A swift slash destroys the creature before it can reach him. The monster falls behind him, and Taejun wonders about that familiar attack. A new person appears, saying he was wondering what kind of idiot was making such a mess, only to find out it was him. Taejin recognizes him, along with the girl by his side. The newcomer greets him and asks if he's okay. As one of his friends rushes him, the other hands him a potion, and Taejin asks how they found him. Jinhyuk then asks if he has any idea what's happening outside the gate. He explains that the dungeon has gone completely haywire, causing monsters to escape and forcing an evacuation of the area. He complains about his bad luck, since a national emergency happened right on his day off. Taejin finally understands the whole situation. If the number of monsters exceeds a dungeon's limit, its mana becomes unstable, and the creatures escape through the gates. This phenomenon is known as a dungeon break, and was the cause of the catastrophe from many years ago. Siona then asks what happened there and who the older man is. Taejin looks back in the direction of the master. He fumbles, unsure of how to explain the situation. He says he can explain in detail later, but that the man is the dungeon's protector NPC and is currently recovering. Taejin concludes that the monsters likely appeared because they sensed his mana. For now, he suggests they defeat all the spiders to stabilize the dungeon again. Jinhyuk replies that they don't need to be told, as they were already planning to do that. Taejin suggests they fight together, and Jinhyuk agrees, just telling him not to get in the way. Jinhyuk attacks the monsters with his spear. The electric attack spreads out, hitting several creatures. He comments on the monster's weakness, but one of them lunges to attack him from behind. A swift strike intercepts the creature. The monster is sliced in half before it can reach him. Seona warns him not to let his guard down, because even though they're weak, their numbers are overwhelming. She continues, saying that if they hesitate for even a second, they'll be done for. Jinhyuk replies that he knows what he's doing, but she doesn't seem convinced. Eratus appears between them and agrees with Seona. He then declares that it's crucial for them to cooperate and hold their positions, as they must be relentless. The pair is stunned by the skeleton's appearance. They ask who he is as more monsters advance toward the master. Taejin intercepts the creatures approaching Elkaroid. He observes the situation and says it's not unusual for void monsters to come after mana, but the sheer number of monsters is something he's never seen before. The ground trembles, and Jinhyuk wonders what's happening. He then shouts for the others to look, as something is coming out of the ground. A giant creature emerges from the earth, and Taejin asks if that's the boss. He realizes that's why the monsters kept appearing. The status screen reveals the creature is the queen of the void spiders, responsible for producing the monsters. Taejin realizes the spiders didn't come from another dimension, only the queen did. He remarks to Seona that the queen is the host, and she asks if he noticed too. He says she won't be easy to defeat and that there must be a reason she revealed herself. It could be a trap to lure them in. Jinhyuk declares they can't just stand around now that the host has appeared. He charges at the monsters, saying they'll be food if they don't fight back. Taejin agrees, saying he's not wrong, but they can't attack recklessly or defend forever, so the best option now is something else. He points to Eratus and orders him to attack, surprising the skeleton. Eratus asks if he's being sent to his death, and Taejin simply confirms it, asking if there's a problem. Taejin reminds him that he can come back to life at any moment. He promises to revive Eratus if he dies, but the skeleton is shocked to realize his master thinks so little of him. Then, Taejin scolds him, saying that if he's a summon, he should act like one. Jinhyuk and Seona shout for him to go check if it's a trap, but Eratus complains that he's badly injured. The group urges him to advance and attack the queen. Eratus finally understands the situation. He realizes that from the very beginning, he was nothing more than a tool. Then, he charges toward the queen, crying out to his father in the heavens. He asks for strength and strikes the creature with a blow, but something confuses him. Perched on the queen's back, completely unharmed, he asks what's going on, since nothing happened. Taejin says he knew it wouldn't be a big deal, but then shouts for him to look closely. The creature's flesh begins to writhe around his weapon, and Eratus asks what the disgusting spider is doing to his sacred mace. He tries to pull the mace away from its body. The group watches the scene, and Taejin wonders why the queen was trying to eat his servant's weapon. Taejin has a sudden realization about the enemy. He shouts to his friends that the Spider Queen can absorb mana and that they need to fight without using their skills. Jinhyuk thinks the idea is ridiculous, but Seona agrees with Taejin. She explains that she noticed the number of spiders only increases when they use stronger attacks. Seona concludes that the queen has been feeding on their mana the entire time. Jinhyuk complains, saying that of all the dungeons he's ever been in, this is the worst. He understands they need to stop using skills, and Taejin reinforces that they can't even expose their mana. Jinhyuk charges forward, claiming he doesn't need mana to kill these small creatures. Seona asks Taejin if everything's alright, and he gives her a thumbs up, saying they're doing great. He tells them he's going after the queen and asks them to keep fighting. Jinhyuk accuses him of trying to steal the show again. He yells for Taejin not to fail, as the young man recalls that Eratus' attack confirmed the queen is after mana. He realizes she doesn't eat just any type, but only certain variations of mana. So, He approaches the creature and asks if it's still hungry. He suggests that maybe the creature would like a taste of his fireball. His friends react, and Jinhyuk questions him for using skills after telling them not to. He launches the attack, and Jinhyuk asks if he's trying to get them buried in spiders. The Spider Queen opens her mouth to absorb the attack. She begins to absorb the energy of the approaching fireball. Taejin recalls that mana reflects true desires, and that its characteristics can vary infinitely. And if he can hide that desire, it's also possible to conceal the mana's properties. The attack hits the queen, who can't understand what's happening. Jinhyuk asks what's up with that fireball, while Taejin yells for the creature to open its mouth wide. He then declares that it's a perfectly cooked fireball. Jinhyuk and Seon-ah react to the creature as Taejin asks about the fireball and yells for it to open its mouth. He then calls it a perfectly cooked fireball. The attack hits the Void Spider Queen head-on. She's thrown violently backward. Jinhyuk wonders what that was, thinking the queen could absorb their mana. The creature writhes on the ground. A system notification announces she's taken fatal damage from absorbing impure mana, disabling her ability. Seona realizes Taejin's fireball contained a type of mana the queen couldn't absorb. She wonders how, since it takes a 5-circle mage to alter a mana type. Seona then asks if Taejin has really evolved that much. He warns everyone that the queen can no longer absorb mana. Taejin urges them to finish her off, and Seona charges forward. Jinhyuk admits he doesn't know what's going on, but he decides they need to get rid of the spider first and attacks. Seona tells Jinhyuk to keep the creature pinned down. She then thinks that Taejin shouldn't have any mana left. Seona moves in, declaring she'll finish the creature with her own hands. The Void Spider Queen is hit head-on. Jinhyuk turns and asks if it's over, but Taejin replies that it's not over yet, as he forms a new sphere in his hands. He declares he'll use every last drop of mana he has left. Then, he unleashes a massive attack to wipe her from existence. Taejin approaches the site of the explosion. He says the hellish battle is finally over, but they must remain vigilant until the very end. Suddenly, Iratus crushes what's left of the queen, saying that even an extinguished fire must be double-checked. The creature's body vanishes, and a system notification announces its defeat. The skeleton introduces himself as Iratus, the one who is always on guard. The group watches the scene, and Seona calls him a show-off. Looking over, Taejin wonders what that thing is. He notices the small creature looks familiar, and the system identifies it as a Spider Queen's hatchling. Addie Min appears and says the queen must have laid eggs, expressing her displeasure as the hatchling squirms on Taejin's clothes. A system notification informs Taejin that he can produce void silk threads with the Spider Queen's hatchling. He comments that this could be useful if he can properly use the infinite production mechanism. Then the system warns that the hatchling is absorbing his mana. Another notification pops up, revealing the creature now sees him as its mother. Taejin decides to store it in the salsa market, but Addie Min scolds him for using the system that way. Seon-ah approaches and says she thinks the other spiders have been eliminated. He gives a thumbs up, commenting that the dungeon is calming down and the Tower Master should recover soon, which surprises Seon-ah. She asks that, now that everything is settled, he tell them what's going on. The girl continues asking what happened here and why he came to this place. Jinhyuk agrees that it makes no sense for a hunter with his skills to visit such an easy dungeon. Elkaroid then asks if Taejin has a secret he can't tell, making him flinch. The Tower Master reflects that he can't admit the dungeon break was his fault, but he thinks he has an excuse ready as Taejin denies having any secrets to hide. The young man claims he came because he knew the dungeon break would happen, as his priority is to protect civilians. Seona asks him how he could have known that in advance. Seona comments that the reason for dungeon breaks is still a mystery. Taejin then explains that he didn't know on his own because someone told him, making her curious. He starts to say who it was, and the scene shifts to the headquarters of the Radiant Spectres Guild. Dozens of camera flashes go off simultaneously. A reporter asks Taejin if it's true that he predicted the dungeon break before it happened. Another person mentions his great contribution to subduing the monsters and asks what's going on. Taejin states that all he did was put people's safety first. Then he gives the credit for the prediction to Guildmaster Go, who reacts with surprise. He informs the reporters that he knows absolutely nothing about the incident and that questions should be directed to the master. The crowd of reporters falls silent for a moment. Taejin turns to the man and asks if it isn't true, but he looks confused. The young man then reminds him that he was the one who told him when the dungeon break would occur. The guildmaster realizes the young man is trying to make him take responsibility for his mess. While the man stammers, unsure how he could have known something like that, Taejin announces he has to go take care of a job. He wishes him good luck with the reporters and runs off, as the guildmaster desperately begs him to wait. The door to the vice leader's office closes. Taejin throws himself into his chair saying he's safe for now, but Min asks if it'll be okay, since he left everything to the guild master. He reassures her, saying it's fine and she doesn't need to worry. The young man then reveals he specified in the contract that the employer must fulfill the duties of the employee. He justifies it by saying the master doesn't do anything anyway, and he even boosted the guild's reputation, making it a win-win, which leads Addie to call him a devil. Addie reminds him that he managed to complete the explosive growth mission and won't have to stress about time anymore. Taijin agrees it was a close call, as any delay would have put him in a huge bind, but he reveals that all that acting and bluffing earned him the Dragon's Claw gauntlets. Min is impressed by the item's enchantment, which ignores half of the target's physical defense. He says all that hard work paid off as he equips the gauntlet, admitting he didn't expect such a huge boost. The young man reflects that the mission's risk was extremely high, but the reward for success is immense. He concludes that if he keeps completing these missions on time, his growth rate will be unimaginably fast. Taijin tells Addie that while training with the old geezer, he realized he'd spent the last few years living without a dream. She assumes he didn't have any grand goals, since all he cared about was money. He agrees and adds that if you're going to have a goal, it's better to aim high, so you still get a good return, even if you only get halfway there. Taijin reveals to her that his goal is to become one of the greatest hunters. Min reacts with surprise, but he assures her he's serious, as aiming high requires unwavering determination. Then, the young man sits down and starts to explain what he needs most to get there. With a smile, he shows her the spider hatchling and declares that what he obviously needs is money. Seagulls fly over the island's port. The mission timer shows 3 days remaining, and Taijin acknowledges his deadline. He figures he needs to learn blood magic within 2 days to keep his skills. Taijin knows that even learning as fast as possible from the Bone King, time is short. He then asks Addie if a skill should be able to affect the functions of the status window. He remembers that both Spellbreaker and Scanner were added by explosive growth. The young man wonders if it's normal for a skill from a former employee to modify the company's system so much. Addie explains that she reported this to her superiors, but they took no action. She was only instructed to keep an eye on it, and Taijun understands the situation. He concludes that, for now, the skill poses no threat to the company. After completing the Gauntlet's mission, he remembers receiving a new function called ManhwaWiki. It's a feature that provides all the details of a monster, including its weaknesses. At some point, explosive growth began to expand the functions of the status window itself. He decides to make the most of the skill until a young woman greets him. She waves and says he's even more handsome than the last time she saw him. Taijin asks if Hunter Saren is the one who will be accompanying him, and she confirms, saying it's an obvious choice. Then she starts looking for something in her bag. Saren takes out her phone and declares this is an opportunity she can't miss. She starts taking pictures with him, commenting on his fame, and asking to post them on social media. He then asks what she thinks she's doing. Taijin tells her to stop taking pictures and questions why she's calling him Appa, since they aren't close. Suddenly, a young man bows deeply and greets Chief Taijin. Jeon Kang introduces himself, saying he is at the chief's service, which leaves Taijin and Saren perplexed. Saren asks him what he's doing there, and Gion replies that a junior must support his senior. He declares that from the moment his life was saved, he swore to serve him for all eternity. Jeon asks for permission to serve him, but Taijin says he can't just decide something like that, while Saren holds him back. Someone on a boat yells at them to stop wasting time. The ship's captain, Young-soo Kim, warns that he doesn't have all day. The boat then departs, moving away from the port. Once aboard, the captain grumbles that he wouldn't go near the cursed island if Yeonhwa hadn't asked, and Taijin asks if there's a problem. The captain questions how he can call himself a hunter without knowing what kind of monsters inhabit the island. Taijin replies that he knows many sirens live in the area. The captain confirms, adding that it's their mating season. He explains that the monsters become extremely violent during mating season. Furthermore, they are sensitive and will attack as a group if their territory is invaded. The man warns that the path is too dangerous, so he'll have to take a detour. As the captain says it will take longer to avoid angering them, Taijin interrupts, saying there's no need. He then asks the captain to proceed on the fastest route. The captain gets worked up and asks if he's gone mad, as they could be attacked en masse, but Taijin reassures him, guaranteeing that hundreds of sirens couldn't even scratch the ship. He asks the man to trust him and take the fastest route. The captain refuses, saying he simply can't do that. The man says he has a family to support, but Taijin cuts him off with the word double. He then offers to pay double what Master Seo is paying. The captain shouts that he won't be bought off with a bribe and that he won't do it, no matter how much they offer. Taijin yells that the payment will be quadruple. The captain is shocked by the offer. Then, the The man yells to go full throttle and accelerates the boat. Taejin celebrates and challenges the monsters to show themselves. Saren approaches and tells him to be careful anyway. She explains that it's hard to predict where the sea monsters will attack from. He replies that she's not wrong, but she doesn't need to worry. A system notification detects multiple enemies, and Taejin claims to know exactly where they all are. He warns that 3 are coming from the right and 5 from the left, which surprises her. Taejin says he'll handle the left side and asks Hunter Saren to take the right. The sirens leap from the water, and she realizes he wasn't joking. Saren says she doesn't know how he knew, but decides to trust him. She then fires an arrow at the creatures. Taejin decides to wait until the monsters get very close. He waits for the exact moment they are about to board. Taejin activates his Gauntlet's ability, which now imbues his attacks with new strength and ignores the target's physical defense. He then unleashes a powerful combination strike against one of the sirens. Punching a creature, he says it's a waste to throw them back into the water. Taejin declares that he wants all of their mana fragments. Jaeon Kang watches him from a distance and confirms that the rumors were true. He recalls the rumors that Chief Taejin uses the Ascending Dragon Fist technique. Taejin turns to him, who wonders how much the young man actually saw. Taejin tries to explain that it's a different martial art, but Jaeon claims he's no longer his chief. He points at Taejin and declares that, from that moment on, he is his rival. Taejin asks why he keeps deciding these things on his own. Jaeon then jumps off the boat to demonstrate the true technique, and Saren warns him that it's very dangerous. The boat finally approaches Daehwa Island. On the beach, a man wonders if Hunter Taejin is coming to the island today. He then yells at Master Go on the phone, who justifies himself by saying he couldn't get in touch. The man scolds him for not using the crystal orb and hangs up, leaving Master Go to regret his mistake. The man on the beach laments the terrible timing, as the monsters won't let the newcomer pass unscathed. As he considers taking action, Taejin yells from the boat, apologizing to Master Bone King for the delay. He explains that it took longer than expected because they had many monsters to capture along the way. Taejin then introduces himself as the vice leader of the Radiant Specters, offering his regards to the Founding Master. Taejin arrives on his boat and tells the Bone King Master he hopes he's been well. The Founding Master asks, surprised, if he defeated all the sirens during their mating season. On board, Yongsoo Kim comments on how chaotic the hunt was. The captain adds that Taejin hunted even the deep-swimming creatures, as if he had radar, and that there can't be many left. Taejin heads down to the beach, explaining that he killed all he saw, but isn't sure if he managed to eliminate every single one. He speculates that some might remain in the deeper parts of the sea, but the Founding Master replies that this is more than enough. The older man explains that the survivors will soon cease to exist, as they'll run out of food. He continues, saying that for some reason they can't dive into the greatest depths, and Taejin realizes he might have accidentally made them extinct. The Founding Master just begins to say, well, and then finishes that there is an exception, just as a navigation system detects a hostile enemy. Suddenly, an explosion in the water catches everyone's attention. A massive sea creature charges across the water's surface. Jaeon Kang and Taejin watch it appear, and the former recognizes the threatening presence. Taejin informs Saren of the enemy's location, and she confirms she understood the order. The young woman gets into position and declares she's going to immobilize them. With a gesture, she invokes a technique and traps the sea creature in ice, but the monster starts to break free, and the girl reacts to the strain. Then the creature breaks completely free, shattering the ice prison. Saren starts convulsing on the boat, and someone asks what's wrong. She wonders if it could be magic immunity, and asks how a B-class monster like a siren can have such a powerful passive. Saren then warns Taejin that this is no ordinary siren. The creature leaps from the water, charging towards them. Yongsoo Kim points, screaming and asking what the hell that thing is. Identified as the A-class Siren King, the captain states he never knew a giant like that lived in these seas. Taejin faces the opponent, recognizing it as a Siren King. Adimin explains she can't use her fireball because it will be reflected, and that freezing doesn't work to immobilize it. She suggests the best thing to do is retreat to form a strategy, but the Founding Master says it's a shame, as they served him well. He declares that it seems to be the end of the line for them, as a substance drips from his cane, and Taejin calls out to him. The Founding Master then orders the young hunters to step back, and states that he will take care of it personally. With one move, he makes the substance rise from the water and trap the Siren King. He then addresses the creature, questioning if it dares to show its fangs to its own master. The monster writhes under the pressure of the technique. The creature continues to struggle against the containment. The Founding Master declares the creature will be punished and intensifies the power of his ability. The creature is overwhelmed by the force of the attack. Then, the pieces of the monster fall back into the water in front of the group. Saren, aboard the boat, comments that it's unbelievable he defeated an A-class monster so easily. Taejin watches, thinking about the incredible power of that magic and its magic-piercing property. He concludes that, regardless of the mission, it would be very useful to learn that technique. The founding master states that with the monsters eliminated, Daiwa Island will be at peace for now. He turns to Taejun and welcomes him to the island, calling him the Vice Guild Master. He continues, saying he wanted to personally deliver the gift for his appointment and appreciates that Taejun came to meet him. Saren watches everything from the boat, while Taejun and Gaeon Kang remain standing on the beach. The founding master invites everyone into his mansion. Inside, Taejun comments that he never imagined finding the Bone King on an island like this. Yeonhwa Seo tells Saren she now understands why Master Seo kept it a secret, while Taejun asks if the girl didn't know the Bone King lived here. Saren replies that she didn't, as she would never imagine one of Korea's legendary hunters living on a deserted island. Yeonhwa asks Taejun if he saw that display of power, and Saren adds that he destroyed the Siren King with a single attack. She claims it was one of the coolest things she's ever seen, and that not even Master Seo could defeat that monster so easily. But Gaeon Kang says it's to be expected from the hero of the catastrophe. Then Gaeon Kang clenches his fist, declaring that his master is much more powerful. Someone calls him immature, leaving him with an annoyed expression. Later, Saren is shown to her room and thanks the maid. Taejun says goodbye to Gaeon Kang and Saren, thanking them for coming with him. He tells them he needs to talk with the Bone King Master and that they can go rest. The young man knocks on a door and a voice invites him in. Opening the door, he greets the founding master, who is sitting at a table. The older man asks what he thinks of the room, and Taejun replies that it's great and the mansion is very elegant. The founding master replies that's good to hear. As he stands up, he invites Taejun to follow him to receive his gift, and the young man readily agrees. They both start walking down the hallway. As they descend a staircase, the older man says he heard the news that he prevented a catastrophic disaster in Macheon. Taejun replies it was just luck, but the founding master advises him not to be so humble in front of him and to save it for the reporters. The young man insists he wasn't being humble, as the mess was created by him. He then says that Guild Master Youngmin had the hardest time, but the founding master asks if he's referring to his foolish nephew. He explains that in the 3 years since his nephew became the chief, the guild has never been worse, with unpaid wages and tax evasion. But now, thanks to Taejun, the guild has earned respect as one of the heroes, and his nephew is the one who should be thanking him. Taejun reacts, realizing that Youngmin Go sounds more incompetent than he imagined. So he asks the master why he left the guild to his nephew. The young man adds that even though they were family, he knew his nephew wasn't ready for the role. The founding master stops and begins to explain the reason. He reveals it was because he had grown weak. Then the older man tells him to hurry, as they can talk more later, and Taejun reflects on what he heard. The young man concludes that he's not wrong, as even the strongest hunters grow old and weak one day. But then, Taejun activates his reader to analyze the founding master. The system reports that the information is unavailable because the target's level is much higher than his. He then wonders what that means, since there are few hunters in the country he can't scan. He couldn't even see the information for Suyeon Cha, Taepyeong Ma, or Yeonhwa Seo, no matter how strong he got. He knows the Bone King is the hero of the catastrophe, but he wonders if he's still as strong as the others at that age. Taejun then wonders what secrets the Bone King of the underworld might be hiding. As they enter a new room, Taejun and Addie Min react with surprise. They find themselves in an immense underground hall filled with items. The young man is amazed to realize the founder master was hiding all of this in his basement. The older man says it's not much compared to the 4 great guilds, but Taejun's gift is here. He then invites him to choose an item, explaining he can't give them all away because of the penalties they carry. The young man then selects the skull of Magnutus. Taejun analyzes the S-class item's information and considers it very good. He notes that the other items here also have better stats than many of the rarest items in existence. He thinks that this is a ridiculously good offer for most hunters, but for him, there's nothing here he really wants. So, the young man turns and asks the master if he has any items related to blood magic. The founder master is surprised and asks if he's interested in that area, and Taejun explains it would be useful since he's a radiant specter. He continues, saying the magic has magic penetration and costs no mana, making it very effective in dungeons. The older man apologizes but says he has no blood magic items there and asks him to choose something else. Taejun doesn't understand, but the founder master turns and says he's going to prepare the food. The founder master tells him to feel free to take whatever he wants and then leaves the room. Taejun feels something is off and wonders if he's hiding something, and Addie confirms that he is. Suddenly, Taejun throws himself on the floor, declaring that now only blood magic can satisfy him. He then crawls across the floor, begging them to teach him blood magic. Addy suggests it doesn't have to be an item, and that he could simply ask Lord Bone King to teach him. Taejin turns and explains that blood magic isn't something you learn just by asking someone to teach you. He explains that the technique requires a passive skill called demonic blood to be activated, making it impossible to use without it. Kneeling, he laments that he thought he could get a skill book to unlock demonic blood, but the lantern function discovers a hidden mechanism. Then the lantern function activates, revealing a specific spot in the hall, much to their surprise. Taejin is surprised by the feature, and Addy explains she added it because of a dark dungeon, asking if it isn't useful. Taejin then approaches and drags a heavy stone slab to the side. He confirms there really was something hidden and finds a button, but Addy says she has a bad feeling he shouldn't press it, questioning if it's a bomb. Taejin laughs, saying it's the 21st century and nobody attacks people with bombs. He adds that he can't resist and presses the button, declaring that even if he gets nothing, he has to take the risk. The entire hall begins to shake, and as Taejin turns, Addy screams about an air raid alert. After the tremor, a pedestal rises from the floor, and Taejin asks what it is. On the pedestal is the Tome of 1,000 Bloods, a forbidden book that requires a blood sacrifice to use blood magic and unlock demonic blood. Taejin grabs the book with satisfaction, exclaiming that it was here all along and calling it his baby. Later, during dinner, a servant asks the founder master if that will really be enough. The older man tells Taejin he would have liked to give him a grander possession gift, but the young man replies that this is perfect, and thanks him. Holding the onyx of Bandur, Taejin explains that he needed resistance to mental corruption. The founder master then replies that if this is his wish, he will not stop him. He says his goodbyes, saying it's getting late and wishing everyone a good night. As the guests thank him for the meal, the island is shown at night. In his room, the founder master seems to be in pain as a voice says that this reminds him of the old days. The dark entity asks if that one called Taejin Lee doesn't seem quite eager to learn blood magic. The voice continues, saying he had the same look the founder master had when they first met, the will to sacrifice anything for power. The founder master yells that the boy has nothing to do with the entity, as a contract can only be made through a demonic tome. The entity then says there's one thing the Bone King doesn't know, and it reveals that Taejin Lee has already acquired the Tome of 1,000 Bloods, leaving the founder master in shock. The founder master asks what the entity said, and it replies that it feels a new host has been born for it. The entity declares that it can no longer satisfy its hunger with the food he offers, as his old body is insufficient to house its power. It then announces that it will borrow the Bone King's body for a while. Later, the door to Saren's room opens slowly in the middle of the night. The founder master approaches her bed as a voice accuses him of feeding her trash when he could have offered better meals. Saren continues to sleep soundly in her bed. He reaches out his hand and tells the human not to be upset, because although it wasn't part of the plan, his hunger needed to be sated. Then, the founder master prepares to taste the girl's soul. Suddenly, he turns upon hearing someone calling him Master. At the door, Taejin asks what he is doing up so late. The founder master replies that he could ask him the same thing. The young man explains that he couldn't sleep because he felt bad about what he did and came to apologize. Taejin bows and reveals that the gift he chose earlier wasn't what he really wanted. He then shows the demonic tome he took. The young man apologizes for taking it without permission, but states that he has his reasons for needing to learn blood magic, and he adds that he would sacrifice anything to learn it. The founder master covers one of his eyes and asks if he's sure. He warns him that there could be unimaginable consequences if he chooses to delve into blood magic. Taejin replies that it's okay, as he's prepared for anything. With a smile, the founder master simply agrees. He then says to begin, and the young man asks what he means by that. A dark entity emerges from the founder master, and a voice asks the human if he can hear it. Taejin backs away, holding the book, and asks who he is. The voice introduces itself as a great sorcerer who dominated the world and reigned over countless deaths long ago. He continues, saying he will grant him new powers by taking his place in his body, and that all he needs to do is offer small tributes. Then the entity instructs him to proceed with the contract, as the book's pages flip and a system notice warns of an unauthorized access. Suddenly, dark tendrils shoot out from the tome and grab Taejin's arm. He yells that he didn't hear anything about this and asks what the entity means by entering his body. The entity replies that it's too late for regrets, as his body is now its own. As he's pulled by the tendrils, a system alert informs him that the unauthorized user is synchronizing with his status window, and he yells to stop. Taejin resists, stating that he still has much to accomplish. The entity thanks Gyeonho Go for guiding it to this wonderful body, and it notes how the young, healthy body far surpasses the Founder Master's. But Taijun's body begins to move uncontrollably. The entity wonders what is happening as the movements continue. Then it questions why the body isn't obeying it. The entity wonders what's happening. Then the body starts to move strangely, and it questions why it's not obeying. A few moments earlier, before dinner time, the scene returns to the basement. Taejin holds the book, and Addie asks why the master would hide it like that. She says she doesn't know, but feels he shouldn't touch it. Taejin deduces the master planned on never showing the book to anyone, as blood magic carries a high risk. He continues, explaining that if used incorrectly, the user's life could be in danger. The young man observes the book closely, and he reads the description, which says the user must pay a price. He notes that while many items have penalties, few warn the user so clearly. Taijin then wonders how bad the price would be. He turns to Addie and asks if similar items exist in other dimensions. She explains that these types of ancient tomes usually attract experienced collectors. Then Addie suggests he put it up for appraisal on the Parsley Market. Taijin agrees, realizing he could use the Parsley Market. Taijin then decides to log into the Parsley Market. He begins to type his question into a panel. The young man asks if anyone knows the item and says he'll pay for a detailed description. Quickly, a user named Know-It-All requests a chat, and Taijin is surprised by the speed. The user asks if the item is for sale, but Taejin replies that for now, he just wants information. In the chat, Know-It-All reveals it's a soul-bound tome. He explains it's a forbidden book that grants a skill in exchange for the user's life, and that the contract is a trap. Taejin and Addie react in shock upon learning the price to be paid is life itself. The young man then asks what that means exactly. Know-It-All clarifies that the book's sorcerer's consciousness enters the user's body as soon as the contract is made. He adds that it's possible to use the sorcerer's magic, but one must offer life force and mana for the rest of their life. Taijin realizes the sorcerer uses the book to move between bodies and wonders how that could be possible. Then, the user says he noticed something else, and that the book is of terrible quality. Taejin asks what he means, and Know-It-All explains the book is so old it wouldn't get past the antivirus of a status window above version 2.0. The young man gets the hint and thanks him for the information. Taejin points forward and sends the payment. Then the system confirms an unauthorized access attempt, activating a firewall that makes Taejin's body contort. He points at the entity and taunts it for trying to invade the latest status window. Taejin declares a virus has been detected as the entity is forced out, and it reacts in disbelief. A digital barrier with access denied blocks the entity, which wonders how a status window like that can even exist. The entity questions if he was planning this from the start and asks who he is. A force throws him backward. Lying on the floor, Taejin looks up. The system's firewall blocks the virus's access through an unauthorized route. The entity is repelled, finding the situation impossible. Taejin gets up and comments on the persistence of that smoke. He then places his hand on the book. The book opens, and he acquires the Tome of 1,000 Bloods and the passive skill Demonic Blood. The explosive growth mission is completed, unlocking the communication horizon, and Taejin wonders what it is. He gets the feeling the reward is useless, as the Founding Master, now on the floor, calls out to him. Taejin helps the Founding Master up and asks if he's okay. He replies that he's fine and then asks how the Master feels. The older man questions what just happened, stating that he saw him make a contract with the demon, and he continues, saying he saw the creature enter the young man's body with his own eyes. Then the master asks how it's possible that nothing seems to be happening to him. He questions if Taejin really defeated Azul by himself. The young man explains that all he did was refuse to listen to it. The Founding Master is confused by the answer. Taejin explains that he destroyed the contract at the last moment, and then the entity simply left his body. He says that while blood magic is useful, he didn't want to go as far as selling his soul. With a hand on his chest, the young man declares that true strength comes from within. Taejin adds that he doesn't know what happened to the demon. Maybe it's wandering the underworld without a body. The Founding Master realizes he can no longer hear the entity's voice, nor feel its dark presence. He fought for 30 years to escape the contract, but this man managed it in the most unbelievable way. Then, the Founding Master kneels and thanks Hunter Taejin. The Founding Master explains that during the catastrophe, he sought a power he shouldn't have to protect the world, even if it meant going down the wrong path. But he says that after watching Taejin that day, he realized something. The Master concludes that all the power he had gained was not truly his own. Taejin asks him not to cry, as he can't imagine the burden he has carried for decades. He holds the older man's hand and states that, even without blood magic, he is still very strong. Then the young man advises him to free himself from the burden of the past, Master Bone King. Waking up to the noise, Saren turns on the light and complains she can't sleep in peace until she notices their presence. She sits up in bed, surprised to see Hunter Tajin and Master Bone King in her room. The girl then covers herself and screams, asking what the two of them are doing there. Tajin tries to explain, saying it's not what it looks like. Suddenly, the entire room begins to shake violently. Saren yells, asking what's happening now as Taijin recognizes the threat. A voice calls them all foolish mortals as tendrils emerge from the floor. The entity claims it's impossible to make it disappear as long as its soul remains in the world, and a structure begins to crack the wall. And then it declares that if it cannot possess a body, it will be reborn on Earth through their blood and flesh. Then, an S-class mythical entity, the Tree of 1,000 Bloods, is summoned. Saren wonders if that thing could be a tree as everyone stares at the creature. Tajin's system syncs up and identifies the 1,000 Blood Tree, the most powerful creation of blood magic. The information reveals that its summoning requires at least 100 human sacrifices, or the mage themselves in extreme cases. Tajin realizes that since there's no one to sacrifice, the blood mage must have offered himself. A large, monstrous wolf appears on the island. Then, several wolves begin to attack a barrier around the mansion. Saren asks about the strange tree and why the Silver Fangs are heading in that direction. The Founding Master states that they need to do something. Saren says the situation is getting dangerous and decides to wake up Hunter Gion, while Tajin gets ready. The Founding Master walks toward the tree, declaring that it has already devoured countless souls, and he adds that it now seeks to take every life on the island, as the wolves are absorbed. Calling the entity greedy, the old man summons a weapon made of bone. Gion Kong and Yeonhwa come running and ask what's happening. Gion questions if a gate has opened nearby. Tajin turns to them and says he'll summarize everything quickly, as there's no time for explanations. Tajin points at the creature and reveals that the tree is the remnant of the blood mage who tormented the Bone King Master for decades. He continues, explaining that the entity tried to make him the next host but failed, and has now returned to life. Yeonhwa asks what he means by the tree tormenting the master, and he explains that all the blood magic he used in the past was the power of that thing. The Founding Master laments not knowing that selling his soul to the devil would bring such catastrophic consequences. He apologizes to everyone, saying he has no right to be called a hero, but Gaeon Kong tells him not to say that. Saren prepares to use a skill. Yeonhwa tells him that, even without blood magic, he's a hero who saved the country, and asks him to let her and Gion get rid of the Silver Fangs. But just as Saren is about to attack, Taijin stops her. He warns her that those aren't ordinary Silver Fangs. The girl is confused by his warning. Taijin explains that they look like normal monsters, but they all have enhanced attributes. His analysis reveals they have magic absorption and stamina regeneration, so they can't be defeated with ordinary attacks. He concludes that the veins must be making them more powerful, and that the fight will only end when they defeat the tree. Tajin then turns to the others and asks what they think, and if there's a way to destroy it completely. He reflects on the problem, realizing the tree also has passive magic absorption and stamina regeneration, which makes it practically invincible. Addie Min comments that her fireball would reduce the enemy's healing, but it would be more harmful than helpful, while Gion Kong says not even his dragon fist can overcome it. Taijin concludes that the creature seems to have no discernible weaknesses, but he then states that yes, there is a way, as there's no monster in this world without a weakness. Tajin instructs everyone to fight the Silver Fangs to buy time, and the Bone King Master agrees. Declaring that it's time to show off his skills again, the old man slams his bone weapon into the ground. He says that maybe it's because the parasite that was consuming him is finally gone. Then, a horde of skeletons emerges from the earth, and the master declares that he feels incredible. The Silver Fangs charge forward to attack. Gaeon Kong readies himself for battle, and he strikes one of the creatures with his blow. Saren summons the spirits of the frozen lands, and she blesses the dead with her powers, imbuing the skeleton's weapons. The young woman then tells the Bone King Master to advance, and he confirms. The army of skeletons fiercely attacks the wolves, but a stamina regeneration buff activates on the Silver Fangs, and their healing begins. Saren says that at this rate, the battle will be endless, and apologizes that this is the best she can do. The Founding Master reassures her, saying there's nothing to be done since the monsters absorb magic, but that he's happy to have her support. The girl then asks what Hunter Tajin is doing over there. The Founding Master explains that he's been punching and kicking the Silver Fangs for a while, but he sees no progress. The old man observes the situation. He says he doesn't know what Taijin's plan is, but that he needs to hurry. Taijin uses one of his techniques to dash forward, and then he unleashes a powerful blow on one of the creatures. The young man grabs one of the veins, connecting a wolf to the tree. He realizes he can't rip the veins out, no matter how hard he tries. Taijin concludes that attacking the veins doesn't work, so he decides it's time to execute the final plan. The young man approaches the tree and tells Azel he's changed his mind, leaving the entity confused. He holds out his hand and asks if the creature will teach him blood magic once more. His companions watch him, not understanding the situation. Taijin declares that the power of blood magic is incredible and invincible. He then offers his entire soul and asks the entity to teach him the magic. Suddenly, tendrils pierce the young man's body, and someone calls out to him. The entity calls him a fool for thinking it would fall for the same trick twice, and traps him with its tentacles. It declares that it no longer needs his body for its resurrection, and then it begins to drain Taijun's blood, who screams in pain as the system warns him about blood loss. The entity says that with him offering himself so willingly, everything becomes easier. It claims that its new body will be complete soon. The creature decides to use the others as food for its rebirth and greets them. Suddenly, Taijin's clone appears before it, startling it. He explains that he observed the use of blood magic and had an idea. The clone reveals that he could also take possession whenever he wanted. The entity asks, confused, what he means by taking possession. The clone asks if it understands what's happening and offers to give it a taste of its own medicine. The tree begins to crack. With a smile, Taijun declares that the tree is now his, and his system displays the amount of usable demonic blood he has acquired. Taijun is captured by the monstrous tree in front of Saren and the Bone King. Saren screams Taijun's name as she sees him being pierced. She laments that the creature can absorb magic. Then, she charges forward, determined to save him, but the Bone King stops her, saying they don't stand a chance now that Taijin has failed. He warns her that she'll only put herself in danger. With tears in her eyes, Saren asks if they should just watch him die. She declares she'd rather die fighting by his side. The Bone King then takes the blame, saying none of this would have happened if he hadn't awakened him. He states that Taijin would have been fine. The creature on its back opens a giant eye and introduces itself to the skeleton army as the legendary sorcerer Asel, leaving everyone completely confused by the situation. Asel reflects on his selfish acts and decides to apologize to everyone. The Bone King wonders if he's actually apologizing, but one of his men warns him not to be fooled. Asel insists his apology is sincere. Then he claims he no longer wants to torment people, releases Taijin, and decides to simply leave. Saying his goodbyes, the creature begins to walk away. Saren and the Bone King can't believe what they just witnessed. The Bone King is still processing the fact that Azel apologized, but he refuses to believe it, knowing Azel isn't the type to do such a thing. As he wonders if it's a trick, Saren tells him to look. She points out that the wolves and skeletons are returning to where they came from. The Bone King confirms that they are indeed retreating. He realizes all life on the island is returning to normal and wonders why this happened so close to Azel's resurrection. Then, he looks in the direction where Taijin fell, and he questions if this was all part of Taijin's plan from the beginning. Inside the tree, Taijin feels as if he's in control of everything. A system notification informs him that his mana has exceeded the previous users, transferring all rights to the tree to him. As Taijin revels in the power, Azel questions what he's doing. Azel demands that Taijin get out of his body, but he refuses. Then, Taijin grabs one of the tree's tentacles. He declares it's time to settle the score for all the blood the tree has taken, as a system notification confirms that demonic blood is leaving its body. The system issues an alert: insufficient blood to maintain the millennial blood tree. The tree begins to sway and fall apart. Azel can't believe a mere human dares to take the tree for himself. He laments that he was so close to returning to life. Then, he refuses to accept what is happening as his body disintegrates. A system notification states that the entity has been unsummoned due to lack of blood. The surrounding forest falls silent. The system then reports that the tree's blood is being supplied to Taijin and that his vital signs have returned to normal. He suddenly gets up, exclaiming that he almost died. Taijin then reflects on how dangerous blood magic is and that he really could have died. Saren and the Bone King run toward him, happy that he's alive. She hugs him, relieved. Saren says she really thought he was going to die. Taijin reassures her, explaining that he just passed out for a moment. Then, he asks her to let go, and Saren awkwardly steps back, apologizing. She faces him and asks what exactly happened. Saren explains that the tree just changed its behavior and disappeared after making the monsters return to normal. She admits that while it's good for them, she can't understand why the creature would do that. Suddenly, Gaeun Kang appears, declaring the reason is simple. It was all because of him. Taijin and Saren stare at him without reacting. The Bone King then approaches, saying he has many questions for Taijin. He states that what he witnessed that night doesn't seem possible for a single hunter, as true strength comes from within. The Bone King suggests that an unknown force is helping him. With a smile, he remarks that it's too complex for an old man like him to understand, but he hopes that whatever this power is, it takes him where he wants to go. Taijin thanks him and wonders if the Bone King knows something. He shakes the Bone King's hand, reflecting that sometimes it feels like the old man can see right through him. The Bone King tells everyone to rest, assuring them he will take care of the remaining monsters. But Azel's spirit rises from the ashes, declaring that it's not over yet. Taijin gets angry at the enemy's return, wishing he would just die already. Azel then taunts the Bone King, asking if he really believed it was all over. He swears that even in death, he will drag him down to the underworld. In a summoning circle, Azel invites all mortals to join him. Taijin complains that the enemy just doesn't know when to quit. The Bone King explains that the Mana Sphere is his final attack, created with all his life force. He warns that if it explodes, everyone on the island could be completely wiped out. Taijin despairs, realizing he's out of mana at the worst possible moment. Then, Adimin's voice is heard, explaining she was doing some research and has already taken care of everything. Taijin asks what she means by personnel as the world around him begins to distort. He turns in surprise to see two figures appear behind him. Time around them seems to stop, and Taijin wonders if everything has frozen. 3 people observe the spell, and Jinyuk comments that it's been maybe 150 years since he last saw that distribution point. Jinyuk identifies the situation as an illegal status window user. Yanwaseo agrees to finish the job quickly so they can go home. Taijin wonders who those people are and if they're part of Addie's organization. Then, 2 unknown figures emerge from a portal. The tailed man remarks that they look like monsters, completely unlike her. The slime creature asks why he didn't isolate the area, but the man doesn't understand the question. He insists it's impossible, since he entered the exact dimensional code he was given. Then, he notices Taijin watching them, and admits the creature was right. Addie explains she forgot to mention in the report that he had the latest version of the status window. The slime creature gets agitated and asks if they're in trouble, but the man tells it to calm down. He then turns to Taijin and asks if his status window is version 2.0 or higher. The young man confirms it. The tailed man apologizes for the inconvenience and explains that their report was different. Taijin asks them to explain what's going on. The man then ponders where he should begin his explanation. He states that if the boy has version 2.0, then he should know about their organization. But Taijin replies that he only knows there's an entity that manages the status windows. The slime creature then reveals they are members of the organization's special security department. It explains that while it can't give details, their mission is to apprehend the user of an illegal status window. Taijin repeats the term illegal status window as he looks at the shadowy being. The tailed man confirms that the being is wanted by the organization. He can't tell him everything, but reveals that the target tried to abuse the system's functions for personal gain. Taijin remembers Addie mentioning the organization, but he never thought he'd actually meet them. He always thought they were just her excuses to not work, but now he sees she was telling the truth. The slime creature interrupts him, but its partner scolds it for meddling. It then alerts him, saying the target has started to emerge from the occlusion. The shadowy creature questions who they are, and if they were summoned by that damned one. It then curses them for following it to such barbaric lands just to torment it. Then it decides it will consume every last drop of their life force to drag them to hell. The man states they've wasted enough time talking, and that it's time to work. The slime creature dashes towards the target at high speed. It then announces the arrest of Azel von Arxius, under Article 5, Section 13. Azel questions how they got there so quickly as a device activates. Then, the slime creature pulls him into a containment circle. Taijin just watches and wonders what the hell is going on. He realizes it subdued that huge mass of power without any effort. Next, the slime creature seals Azel inside a container. The tailed man bows and apologizes to Taijin once more for all the trouble they've caused. He explains that for his cooperation, they'd like to show their appreciation. Taijin just asks him what he means by show. The man then informs him that he's going to pass out in a moment. He says goodbye as he enters a portal, and Taijin tries to stop him, demanding an explanation. But they disappear before the young man can reach them. An older man shouts for Taijin and Gion to take Saren inside. Then, everything around them simply vanishes, leaving only the night sky. A young woman asks what happened, saying there was something there just a moment ago. Taijin then falls unconscious to the ground. Someone asks if Taijun is okay. A new day dawns in a large mansion. Addie introduces herself as Taijin's alarm clock for the day. Still sleepy, he asks what she's doing as Addie says it's time to wake up. Now sitting up in bed, Taijin asks why he passed out so suddenly, since he still had mana. She explains that even for a version 2.0 user, it's not easy to move in an isolated dimension. Addy believes his stamina was completely drained, and he complains that they should have warned him. She then suggests he check his status window, as it will completely change his opinion of them. A reward notification then pops up on his screen, informing him of a deposit for the criminal's capture. He's surprised to see he received 10,000 coins. Taejin is shocked by the huge amount of coins he received, but Addy comments that for a third-degree criminal, it's actually not that much. He finally understands what the man meant when he said he wanted to thank him. Then, Taejun tells Addy he's realized he doesn't want to be a hunter anymore. From that day on, his new career goal is to become a bounty hunter. Addy just asks if he's kidding. She then states that it was all thanks to her report and that he should be thanking her. Taejun asks why she can't appear physically, and Addy replies that she can only do so with her supervisor's permission. He calls her his lucky charm and hugs the pillow, but she quickly backs away. Taejun then remembers that Azul was a third-degree criminal. He deduces there must be first- and second-degree criminals, and Addy confirms there are. She explains that there are few first-degree criminals and not many second-degree ones, but that doesn't mean third-degree criminals are weak. Taejun asks how someone becomes a first-degree criminal, and she starts to explain that it depends on the person's abilities. She then stops talking abruptly. Addy apologizes, saying she can't say anymore, as the rest is confidential. Taejun then states that if Addy is right, he can't just ignore the situation. He remembers that if that man was once a hunter, he was probably one of the strongest, and yet he was only a third-degree criminal. He then wonders how strong the people from the organization who capture these criminals must be. Addy tells Taejun there's really no need to overthink it. She then explains that they're just a regular company that distributes and manages status windows, nothing more. Arriving at the beach, Captain Yongsoo Kim is met with destruction and wonders what happened over the last 3 days. He questions if a natural disaster struck the area, as the situation is unbelievable. Then, Saren emerges from the forest with her companions and greets the captain, who recognizes her. Yongsoo helps her board the ship and invites the others to come aboard as well. He then asks if they are all ready to leave, but a voice asks him to wait. The captain turns to see who interrupted him. The Bone King steps aboard, and Yongsoo questions why he is there. The founding master just asks what the problem is with him boarding, and the captain comments that it's strange to see him on the ship. Yongsoo explains he can't be late because it's his wife's birthday, but the man tells him not to worry. He states he just has some business to attend to across the sea, and the boat departs. At the destination port, Yeonhwa Seo awaits their arrival. As soon as she sees her, Saren runs in her direction, calling her name. She hugs her tightly, saying she missed her so much, and Yeonhwa welcomes her back. Saren starts to cry and says she wouldn't even believe it if she told her what happened, but she quickly explains she can't share the details because it's confidential, as Yeonhwa comforts her. Yeonhwa tells Saren she won't question her about why her mana is depleted or about the traces of undead on her. Surprised, the young woman just asks how she knew. The Bone King approaches and thanks Yeonhwa for coming. He asks if she came alone, and Yeonhwa confirms she only brought a driver to take them. The founding master expresses his relief, as he didn't want to be bothered by the media. She then explains that's why she didn't tell anyone about his arrival. He thanks her for preparing everything, but she states it was an honor. Then, he whispers in her ear that he's still looking for a way to grant her request. Yeonhwa simply thanks him. She then says goodbye to Taejun, telling him they're returning to the guild, and he tells her to take care. Saren then turns and gets Taejun's attention. She apologizes for calling him Appa without permission, and confesses she's wanted to get closer to him since the exam. Taejun replies that he feels they have grown closer, just as he got closer to Gion and the Bone King. So, Saren asks if he would mind if she kept calling him that. He replies that it's no problem at all, and that she can call him whatever she wants. With a smile, Saren whispers that she liked his answer. She then waves goodbye from inside the car, and Gion Kang shouts for them to take him along. Gion turns to Taejun and says he'll remember the martial arts skills he displayed. He then points at the young man and promises that the next time they meet, he will surpass him. Gion bids farewell like a brother in arms, and runs after the car, while Taejun just tells him to worry about his own ride. The Bone King states that they should get going too, as Miss Seo has already prepared everything. He then turns to Taejun and asks if he is prepared. The founding master adds, asking if the young man is ready to be the center of everyone's attention. Taejun replies that he certainly is, as he is always prepared for anything. Moments later, they arrive at a conference room filled with journalists. A banner at the venue announces the event as the press conference for the return of the Bone King, Jeonho Go. The Bone King then takes the stage as the photographers ready their cameras. One of the photographers is surprised to notice there's another person with him. The reporters recognize Taejun and wonder why he's accompanying the Bone King. Two journalists from the Hunter Times comment that he looks like an ordinary person, quite different from what they were told. The Bone King asks them to lower their cameras for now, stating he will answer questions later. He announces that, as informed by Manhwa, he is coming out of retirement, but not to return to his duties as a hunter. His purpose is to pass on his knowledge of blood magic, one of the nation's unique techniques. And then, he reveals that the person who will inherit his skills is Hunter Taejin Lee. The reporters start commenting that it now makes sense why he joined the Radiant Specters. One journalist notes that a prodigy like Taejin was exactly the kind of person that Picky Old Man wanted, but a reporter named Sujin Hong thinks all of this is predictable so far. Only hunters approved by the International Hunters Headquarters are allowed to use blood magic, and the Bone King is the only one in Korea with this right. Therefore, to use it legally, his support is indispensable. But the Bone King states there is one more thing he needs to announce. He then nominates Hunter Taejin Lee as a candidate for the special A-class exam. Sujin Hong is surprised at the mention of a special exam for the A-class. The founding master then concludes his statement. The reporters immediately begin to shout questions at the two of them. Then, Sujin Hong from the Hunter Times raises her hand to ask a question. Sujin Hong asks to pose a question to Master Bone King about Taejun's promotion to A-class. The Bone King gives her the floor. She begins by explaining that for a hunter to take the promotion exam, it's public knowledge that certain conditions must be met. So Sujin questions him if there's any specific reason to recommend Mr. Lee for the special exam. She continues her questioning, implying that he will probably fail. If he does fail, he won't be able to be promoted to A-class for the next 5 years. Furthermore, the person who nominated him receives a heavy fine and other penalties. The guild's reputation would be ruined, and they would become a laughingstock for the entire hunter community. But the Bone King states he has no such worries, as Hunter Taejin is good enough to pass with flying colors. Sujin thanks him for the answer and says she has just one more question. She then addresses Hunter Lee directly. Taejin allows her to proceed with her question. The reporter points out that although they all gathered for the Bone King's return, now all eyes are on him. She continues, saying that everyone is curious about how incredible he is to be personally nominated for the special A-class exam. So, Sujin asks him to introduce himself to everyone present. Daegi Kim praises Sujin, saying that, as always, she asked impressive questions. The other reporters comment that she's not asking for an introduction, but questioning what makes him special enough to take the exam. One of the journalists states that no matter how cunning he is, he won't be able to escape this question. Taejin then lets out a shout into the microphone, surprising everyone in the room. Taejin gestures, saying he has no intention of bending over backward to please the public with pretty words. Mid-speech, he cracks open a can of a drink he'd been holding the whole time. Raising the drink, he says that being a hunter is about proving your own skills, and he plans to do it in a very relaxed way. Right after he finishes his sentence, camera flashes go off everywhere, and reporters start shouting for a question. Watching from a distance, Sujin smirks, finding the whole situation quite interesting. Meanwhile, Taejin remains at the front, the center of attention with his unexpected attitude. Back in her seat, the reporter looks excited, thinking it's been a while since someone got her this worked up. The scene changes, taking us to a cold night in the city of Moscow, Russia. Holding a glass of liquor, a man remarks that he hasn't been able to sleep well for the past 3 years. But tonight, of all nights, the powerful Sergei Mavrodi had his sleep interrupted. Approaching him, a figure in the shadows asks if the reason was that so-called Bone King. Sergei then explains that the shoulder pierced by his blood magic throbbed all night long. At this, his subordinate suggests he could simply eliminate the threat, but Sergei asks who he's talking about. Revealing himself, team leader Wee Jong-jin points out that the target is Taejun Lee, the Bone King's protege. Curious about the situation, Sergei turns and asks what he found out about the young man. Going into detail, Wee Jong recounts Taejun's recent accomplishments since his promotion. He continues the list of achievements, mentioning how the hunter single-handedly took down a criminal guild. Right after, he also recalls the time Taejun skillfully defeated a powerful vampire monster. Finishing the report, he tells how the rookie proved his worth and rose to the position of guild vice master. Taking a sip of his drink, Sergei comments that this seems like the kind of person the Bone King would risk his reputation for. Turning his gaze to the window, he asks his subordinate if he already has a plan in mind. With a confident smile, Wee Jung suggests using the gate they just acquired to request cooperation from their rival's guild. Elaborating on the plan, he explains that if they refuse, he can spread rumors to the media and tarnish the Bone King's image. Pleased with what he heard, Sergei gives a wicked smile and congratulates his team leader on the excellent idea. Filled with rage, he grips the glass tightly, sending a message for the Bone King to prepare for what's about to happen to his disciple. Changing scenes, the story takes us to the apartment Taejin got from Yeonhwa Seo. Inside, he's just devouring a piece of fried chicken with his mouth wide open. As he eats, he watches himself on television, replaying the press conference from earlier. Right after, he chugs a large can of soda, looking completely satisfied with life. Worried, Addie asks him if it's really okay to be relaxing like this with so many enemies watching him, but he just burps in her face and tells her to chill out, he'll worry about it later. Sitting on the couch, he explains that after the scene he caused, it's only natural for people to come after him. Eating some more, he says it's important to rest once in a while to keep up the pace. So he decides he's just going to enjoy his chicken and binge watch some K-dramas, leaving the little fairy sighing. Suddenly, a blue system screen appears in front of him, catching him completely by surprise. The notification reads that the Communication Horizon application has been downgraded to version 1.1. Pointing at the screen, he's shocked to realize this is the reward he received for the last mission. His assistant then says it's impossible for it to be version 1.1, as the icon looks much older. Thoughtfully, Addie finds it all very strange, since she's never seen an application get a downgrade before. Furthermore, she adds that from what she knows, the first version of this app isn't what it seems. Thinking about what happened, he realizes his explosive growth has messed with the system's functions again. Even though she's not surprised anymore, Addie wonders why the system would purposefully issue a downgrade. Then Taejin asks her directly what exactly the so-called Communication Horizon does. With a grimace, she tries to explain that it's like a degenerate version of a marketplace because of the user's behavior. Gesturing simply, she sums it up as basically a social media forum for users from all dimensions. Curious about the idea, he decides to take a look and taps the screen to launch the application. Upon opening it, he's faced with a list of bizarre posts on a wide variety of topics. Seeing the content, he and the fairy are completely shocked by the level of the posts. Scrolling through the feed, he notices all the dates are very old and there are no new posts. At this, Addie explains that the application's server had already been shut down even before she started working for the organization. Disappointed, he wonders why he would get a useless app, but suddenly a new post notification pops up on the screen. Completely astonished, he asks how that's possible when she just said the server was shut down. In that same instant, a new post appears on the screen, and Addie is stunned that someone actually posted. She then says that's impossible, because for a normal user to access an obsolete application would be a unique case. With a serious look, he wonders if it's possible that this other person also has the explosive growth ability. Gesturing wildly, Addie says that's also impossible, as he is officially the only remaining user with that ability. Processing this information, he understands that if he's the only one, then the situation is even stranger. At that moment, the other user sends a hi, and the system displays the response on the screen. Right after, someone named Sky Bandit sends a request for a face-to-face chat, with options to accept or decline. Turning red, he immediately prepares for combat, thinking he's been challenged to a duel. Trying to calm him down, Addie explains that this function will literally take him to meet the person, and that it's dangerous. Continuing her warning, she says the risks were so high that the feature was removed from newer versions of the app. Hearing the warning, he glances at the screen, wondering what he might find on the other side. He imagines it could be someone trying to steal his items in an ambush, or even an experienced player killer just waiting for a new victim. Still, he decisively moves his finger toward the accept button, ignoring the dangers. With an insane laugh, he slams the yes button with all his might, leaving his assistant in despair. At this, the system screen confirms the request was accepted and that he will be teleported to the other user's dimension. Screaming in panic, Addie watches as Taejin is engulfed by the portal's light, excited for what's to come. When he arrives, he finds himself by a crystal-clear stream, impressed by the beauty of the place. While eating his chicken, he remarks that the view is pretty nice, and Addie awkwardly agrees, but he quickly gets annoyed, wondering where this Sky Bandit guy is who was supposed to be there to welcome him. Determined to find him, he moves through the forest, but a mysterious figure emerges from the ground and launches a surprise attack. In a swift move, the stranger lands a blow that slams Taejin to the ground. Seeing this, Addie screams his name, worried about the unexpected attack he just suffered. Lifting his head, he notices the opponent's speed and wonders if that's Sky Bandit. Meanwhile, the warrior backs away slightly, holding his sword in a combat stance. Standing there, the man starts muttering a list of birds, making the situation even more bizarre. Getting up with a smirk, He says he was expecting an attack, just not one so direct. Then he prepares a powerful strike with his hand, daring his opponent to come at him with everything they've got. Unleashing his attack, a huge sphere of energy hurtles toward the mysterious warrior. At the same moment, the opponent seems to sniff something in the air and reaches for his sword. With a single sword strike, the man slices the massive energy ball in half, leaving everyone stunned. Shocked by the scene, Taejin can hardly believe his attack was cut down in an instant. In the midst of the chaos, the chicken thigh he was holding flies through the air, but the guy manages to catch the thigh mid-air with a perfect bite. Squatting on the ground, he devours the chicken as if it's the best thing in the world. Meanwhile, Taejin and Addie are completely frozen, staring at the bizarre scene. Chewing enthusiastically, the man keeps eating the chicken with a look of immense pleasure on his face. Suddenly, he stops eating and looks at the piece of chicken with an expression of pure surprise. Impressed, he remarks that he's never eaten a chicken thigh so juicy and with such a mystical flavor. He then approaches and asks for the name of this delicacy, and he's told it's fried chicken. Sitting in front of him, he repeats the name fried chicken, finding it all very interesting. Then he comments that the taste is wonderful, and Taejin is happy he likes it, even though he's confused by everything. He then continues to eat, savoring every last bite until nothing is left. After finishing, he apologizes for the attack, saying he hadn't eaten in 3 days, and Taejin accepts his apology. Holding the small bone, he asks if there's any more, and he readily offers to get the leftovers from his place. With his stomach growling loudly, he admits it's embarrassing to ask, but he gladly accepts the offer of food. Realizing how hungry the guy is, Taejin gets ready to help him. Telling him to wait a moment, he activates the system panel and vanishes instantly. Shortly after, the system announces his return, and Taejin reappears holding a box of food. He then offers the box with the rest of the chicken left over from his apartment. Seeing the full box, the warrior is impressed by his generosity and the amount of food. Smelling the delicious aroma, he tries to reach for the food, but Taejin pulls it away. Holding the box back, he says he needs something in return for the favor first. With a sly grin on his face, he explains that fried chicken is very expensive these days. Understanding that nothing comes for free, the warrior starts searching his clothes for something to offer. Showing a blue stone, he offers it as payment, but Taejin says he doesn't need that. He then asks if the other guy thinks a piece of trash can compare to the taste of crispy chicken. Completely shocked, the warrior repeats the words, "Almighty crispy," not understanding at all. Lifting the box like a deity, Taejin shouts that fried chicken is a god in his kingdom, and nothing compares to it. Desperate for the food, the warrior nods and begs him to at least let him smell the chicken. With a somber look, Byung begins to explain why he can't help. He then says his technique is horrible to learn and won't do him any good. Hearing the response, Taejin just places a hand on his shoulder and says he understands the situation. Saying it's a shame, he then prepares to take the box of chicken back for himself. With a wicked smile, he announces that he's going to devour all that warm, crispy chicken by himself. In front of the desperate Byung, he starts eating, saying it would be a waste not to enjoy it. But he doesn't stop there and dips a juicy piece of chicken into a container of sauce. Taunting him even more, he says the honey garlic sauce is so good it tastes like heaven. Opening his mouth wide, he gets ready to take a bite of the sauced-up chicken. Completely beside himself, Byung reaches out his hand, begging him to stop. Ignoring the plea, he bites into the chicken with a sound that echoes through the area. Laughing victoriously, he continues to eat the rest of the chicken, relishing the situation. Shocked, Byung repeats the words, honey garlic, as if he's heard something otherworldly. Drooling with desire, he begs Taejin to be kind and at least let him taste the sauce. Then, Taejin cracks open a can. Without a care, he chugs it down, to the poor warrior's complete shock. Celebrating the combination, he shouts that an ice-cold beer is the best way to finish a meal. Continuing to taunt him, he says he can't believe he's eating all of this by himself. Unable to take it anymore, Byung runs toward him and yells for him to stop. Grabbing his arm, he cries and promises to teach him anything in exchange for a piece of chicken. With a triumphant smile, he gets closer and asks if what he said is really a promise. Then he takes out his phone and says he'll allow it, but first he's going to order more fresh fried chicken. After stuffing himself, the table is covered in leftovers, and Byung looks completely satisfied with his meal. Burping and holding a can, he remarks that it's been a long time since he ate this well. With tears in his eyes, he says the drink paired perfectly with the chicken, opening up a whole new world for him. So Taejin seizes the opportunity and shows him a menu on his phone, proposing a deal: food for training. Imagining the possibilities, Byung drools at the sight of the endless dishes he could try. Accepting the deal, he agrees to teach the technique, but says he needs to ask a question first. Looking seriously at the ground, he asks directly why Taijin wants to learn that move so badly. He presses the question, wanting to know if there's a special reason why he needs that technique at all costs. After a moment's thought, Taijin decides there's no reason to hide anything, since they're from different worlds. Beginning his explanation, he reveals that he can see additional data that no one else sees on the celestial interface. According to this data, he says it wouldn't make sense for Byung's stats to be so low. He then reveals that the secret information showed his technique, and that learning it would unlock a new growth mission. With a subtle smile, Byung asks if, by any chance, a different text appears on the interface just for him. Right after, he asks Taijun to tell him what it says when the time is right. Agreeing with a light tap on his chest, he accepts the request and wonders if Byung also has a unique status window. Starting the training, Byung says that for today, he'll explain the necessary materials, leaving Taijun confused. He then explains that his body has no inner strength or a ki core, making it impossible to learn even the basics. But there's a special elixir that opens the QI pathways and builds inner strength to expand that core. Extending his hand, he prepares to tell Taijun what ingredients are needed for this elixir. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, and he's disconnected from the chat, returning to his apartment. Sighing on the couch, he realizes the technique is much more complicated to learn than he imagined. Noticing his assistant's expression, he asks if something is wrong, and she says she needs to investigate his explosive growth. She explains that the ability improved his status window, but it also brought back an old app, and it doesn't seem like just a skill. Then, he corrects her, saying that it's actually a complete growth system. Reflecting on the matter, he remembers that his explosive growth has always guided him to develop and control his powers. But this time, it was all too obvious, not just giving him access to the app, but also showing the mission that would come next. Reaching a conclusion, he realizes the ability acts like a giant artificial intelligence system with a will of its own. Addie then asks if he doesn't find all this a bit sinister, but he replies that he's not sure. Lying down on the couch, he admits it's strange, but his explosive growth has always led him down the right path. So he asks her to investigate what she can and let him know, and she readily accepts the mission. Giving a thumbs up, she tells him to focus on getting stronger and leave the boring work to her. Excited, the two celebrate their new partnership, and Taijin says he's counting on her help. Then he decides to look for the ingredients Byung mentioned and opens the system's marketplace. Typing the names of the items in the search bar, he looks for the rare ingredients he needs for the elixir. When he sees the results, he's faced with a list of items for sale with very steep prices. With a grimace, he realizes everything is too expensive and even considers giving up on the ability. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, someone is running desperately, looking for Vice Master Lee. Throwing the door open, the guild member shouts that it's an emergency and he needs to speak with him. The panting young man finds Taijin busy, extracting material from a giant monster. Showing him a letter, he explains that a mercenary guild from Russia has sent a request for a joint raid. He adds that the guys are already at the door and came unannounced just to see him. Analyzing the situation, Taejun had expected other guilds to be watching him, but not this soon. Even though he's busy farming for money, he decides it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Agreeing to meet them, he stops what he's doing and heads to the meeting place. Arriving at the building, he takes the elevator and goes up to the 19th floor for the meeting. As the elevator doors open, he comes face to face with the Mercenary Guild's team waiting for him. Introducing himself as Wee Jung Jin from the St. Winter's Guild, the man extends his hand for a shake. At this, Taejun just stares at him in silence, recognizing the team leader's name. As one of the Swordmaster's 4 disciples, he's now the number 2 of the Mercenary Guild. Back to the previous scene, Sergei smiles maliciously as the plan is underway. With a smile on his face, Taejun shakes his hand and introduces himself as the guild's vice master. As he shakes his hand, he gives a slight smirk, sizing up his opponent from head to toe. In the same instant, he uses a skill to read his stats, but Taejun's system alerts him to the intrusion. Immediately, his system's firewall kicks in and blocks the external mana that was trying to invade, but he ends up getting hit back, thrown backward by the impact of the energy. Stumbling back, he's left stunned, realizing what just happened to his attack. Feigning innocence, he scratches his head and says he sometimes builds up a lot of static electricity. Right after, the group walks past him, and Taijin opens the door to the room so they can start their conversation. Sitting down casually, he gets straight to the point and mentions the A72 gate raid. With a sideways glance, he simply confirms that the information about the cooperation is correct. Analyzing the proposal, he says he heard the gate was sold for a fortune and the offer is suspicious. With a slight smile, he admits the proposal seems too good to be true. Then Wee Jung explains that according to his team, an ice giant lives in the dungeon, startling the other member. power. The best way to kill the monster, according to him, would be to distract it with an undead servant. He adds that Taejin's guild has the best necromancers in Korea, hence the invitation. Entering the negotiation, he asks if the payment will be specified in the contract, and Weejung agrees. Right after, he reveals that the only person they need for the raid is Taejin himself. Sitting with his legs crossed, Taejun just smirks as his companion swallows hard. Worried, the young man whispers that the proposal seems suspicious and that he shouldn't accept it. With a wide grin, he agrees to the deal, but says he'd like to make a small adjustment. Back in Moscow, Weejung informs his boss that the target accepted the deal without question. Surprised, Sergei finds it strange that the King of Bones didn't warn his disciple about the danger. He then asks if there's any other relevant information about the negotiation that just took place. At that moment, Weejung informs him that Taejun Lee wanted to add a new term to the contract. Explaining the condition, he reveals that Taejun wants the mana fragments to be distributed according to individual earnings. Analyzing the demand, Sergei finds the request simple and just repeats the words, mana fragments. Soon after, Sergei gives the order to finalize the contract and return to base as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, back in the room, Weejung was still staring at Taejun, who was smiling carefree. Remembering the handshake, he grinds his teeth that Taejin managed to nullify his skill despite being just a B rank. But he no longer cares who Taejin is or what he's capable of, because now he saw the hunter as just a rat caught in a trap, ready to be slaughtered. The scene shifts to a bustling village in ancient times where life is proceeding as normal. Suddenly, a bone is thrown into the middle of the path, landing with a dry thud on the wooden ground. Just then, a little boy approaches and tries to grab the bone, but someone stops him before he can. Hit by a powerful blow, the boy is thrown aside, falling to the ground, completely confused. Seeing the scene, a crowd gathers and starts pointing and shouting at him for being there. A red-haired boy then orders his henchman to get the bone, who promptly obeys his boss. Holding the item, he approaches the fallen boy and tauntingly gets his attention. Then, the redhead offers to return the bone if the boy answers a question that has always made him curious. He asks if the rumors are true, that the boy was cursed by the heavens and doesn't have a celestial interface. Right after, he starts mocking him in front of everyone, saying he probably doesn't even know what a demon stone is. Laughing at the situation, he continues to taunt him, saying he doubts the boy could even defeat the weakest demon. Seeing that he isn't responding, the redhead moves in and strikes the boy, who remains silent. Insisting on a response, he lands another blow on the boy, who just silently endures the impact. Grabbing him by his clothes, the says he heard another, even more interesting rumor about him. With an evil smile, he reveals the rumor is that the boy does have an interface, but its numbers never go up. With a determined look, the boy stares back at the redhead, bracing himself for what's to come. The bully then proposes a bet. If the boy's numbers are higher, he'll return the bone and apologize. With a sadistic smile, he adds that if the boy's numbers are lower, he'll get a beating every round. Without a word, the little boy just nods his head, agreeing to the terms of the bet. Soon after, the system screen appears, showing the boy's attributes. He is revealed to be the young Byong. With a smirk, the redhead gets ready to compare their stats and show his superiority. Revealing his own status window, he declares himself the winner and prepares for the next step. He then calls his friends to join the fun and measure their interfaces against the boys. One by one, all the boys show their stats, and with each loss, they land a blow on Byong. Surrounded and unable to fight back, the boy is beaten from all sides, taking several hits in a row. In the midst of the chaos, he seems to have a vision and calls out the name of someone who isn't there. Suddenly, he snaps out of the trance as Taejun calls his name, pulling him out of his memories. Worried, he asks if Byong is okay, but he just shoves him away and tells him to back off. Confused, he asks how Taejun got there, saying he doesn't remember inviting him to his room. With a smile, he explains that he was registered as a member last time and can now enter whenever he wants. Taking the items from his pocket, he says he got all the ingredients Byong asked for to make the elixir. Shocked by his speed, Byong takes the items and realizes they must have cost a fortune. With a satisfied smile, Taejun thinks that while he may lack inner power, he has plenty of financial power. Noticing a different smell, Byong comments that the aroma isn't what he expected, but Taejun cuts him off. With a mysterious look, he says he brought a different delicacy for him to try this time. Taking it out of the packaging, he reveals a huge, juicy pig's foot, leaving the warrior speechless. Showing the dish up close, he asks if it doesn't look incredible, and if it's already making his mouth water. Taking a bone, Byong simply says thanks, calling it a fine gift. After they eat, Byong begins to grind the ingredients to prepare the elixir. Watching the scene, Taejun wonders what his new master's life must have been like until now. Uncertain, he can only imagine that his life must have been very difficult. As Byong prepares the elixir, Taijun recalls that his stats are really low compared to others. He then remembers that the last time he saw his status window, Byung didn't seem surprised by it at all. Realizing the truth, he concludes that Byung lived in a society where people were judged by their stats. Observing the situation, Addy reflects on how humans tend to look down on those weaker than them. Meanwhile, Byung finishes the elixir and hands it to Taejin, who holds it carefully. Holding the package, Byung says there's a small problem, which confuses the young man. Taejin asks what he means, but Byung just says it's hard to explain. Handing over the package, he suggests that Taejin see for himself what's wrong with the elixir. Upon opening it, he's faced with some disgusting-looking balls and a horrible smell. Pinching his nose, he questions the strange color, but Byung reassures him, saying it's normal. Disgusted, he activates the system scanner to analyze the item and find out what's wrong. The analysis reveals that despite its appearance, it is indeed the elixir of union that can grant him inner strength, but an alert pops up on the screen, warning that the item has been contaminated by an unknown source. Seeing the warning, he asks if Byung messed up the recipe, but he assures him that he followed it perfectly. Saying it's strange, Taejin decides to try a different method to solve the problem. With a confident smile, he boasts about being very good at detoxification and prepares to act. Using one of his skills, he begins to dispel the curse that contaminated the elixir. Surprised, Byung can't believe that Taejun is actually able to purify the elixir's poison. With a smile on his face, he thinks that the skill he learned from his master will be useful for at least 10 years. Meanwhile, the system continues the purification process, showing the completion percentage on the screen. Soon after, the progress bar hits 100%, and the system announces that the purification is complete. Holding the package, a notification confirms that the elixir's curse has been completely removed. With a laugh, he comments that getting rid of the curse made the elixir look much better. Without a second thought, he tosses the elixir into his mouth, but Byung desperately tries to stop him. In that same instant, a horrible taste and a strange sensation take over his body. With a disgusted grimace, he wonders what devilish taste he's experiencing. Pinching his nose, he complains that it tastes like sewage, even though he hasn't even chewed yet. Then, a new system notification pops up, warning him that he needs to chew 20 times for the elixir to take effect. Fighting back the urge to gag, he feels like the smell is going to kill him, but Byung warns him that rushing will only make things worse. Picking up an herb, he says that Taejun should have eaten the licorice first to make the elixir taste like honey. His face completely green, he cries out, asking why Byung didn't tell him that from the start. Feeling the energy flow, his body starts to transform. The system announces a new attribute has been unlocked. Laughing at the situation, he remarks that even though he almost died, it was worth it. With the foundation prepared, Byung says it's now time to build Taejun's key core. Tossing him a branch, he tells Taejun to grab the object and prepare for the next step. Confused, Taejin holds the wooden sword and asks if he's not going to teach him how to breathe. Pointing his finger, he explains that he's read in several comics that you're supposed to gather chi through breathing. But Byung explains that his breathing technique is a little different from what he's used to. Snapping a branch, he says the normal method leads to peace, but his is very different. As he throws Taejun off a cliff, he explains that the technique is about gathering the chi of the storm, and that storm only comes when the body reaches its absolute limit of exhaustion. Shocked, he and Addy watch the demonstration of power that unfolds before their eyes. Instantly, the stone wall behind them begins to crack under the pressure of the energy. Moments later, the wall explodes into 1,000 pieces, showcasing the technique's power. The shockwave spreads throughout the area, leaving Taejun completely speechless. As the dust settles, Byung reveals the name of his technique. With a confident smile, he introduces it as the first form of the divine river breaker, the rushing water break. Impressed, Taejun thinks that's not even human, and that the explanations are over. With Addy by his side, he is shocked to see that Byung used a branch to turn a boulder into dust. Without wasting time, he says it's now Taejun's turn to try the same. Completely stunned, he can't believe his master is serious about the training. Desperate, he lifts a wooden sword and strikes the rock with all his might, but the blow doesn't even leave a scratch on the rock's surface, just a hollow thud. Taking a deep breath, he focuses and tries again, putting even more force into the strike. But the result is the same. The rock remains intact with no sign of damage. Panting and frustrated, he looks at the wooden sword, unable to believe he couldn't even make a scratch. Sitting on the ground, he wonders if this is some kind of ancient, pointless training. Tired, he questions if he'll ever learn the technique with such a useless training method. Then Byung explains that the rock is known as the unchanging Stone of the Abyss, with unparalleled hardness. He adds that not even the greatest master swordsmen could scratch the stone with their legendary blades. Not understanding, Taejin asks what he means by all that. He then orders Taejin to repeat his movement and try to damage the stone. With a smile, he says that once he succeeds, he'll become proficient in the technique. Shouting in anger, he can't believe such a ridiculous lesson could help him with anything. Complaining, he says Byung only did the move once and expects him to copy it perfectly. Tired, he realizes it will take him more than a year to learn the technique this way. Panting, a system notification pops up, leaving him completely confused. Pointing at the screen, he asks Addy if the system is broken. He explains that he's been in the chat for over 6 hours, but time has barely passed in the real world. Analyzing the system, she finds nothing wrong and becomes thoughtful about the situation. Suddenly, she realizes what's happening in that place. With a serious expression, she tells Taejin she thinks the chat room is under a time distortion. She explains that in older versions of the app, it was possible to distort time by consuming the host's mana or inner power. Finishing her calculation, she reveals that 10 minutes on Earth are equivalent to 24 hours in here. Shocked by this information, Taejin can barely believe time is passing so slowly. Doing the math, he realizes that one day on Earth would be an eternity in that room. Worried, Addy says that to have such a great time distortion, an absurd amount of inner power would be needed. Looking at the forest, she admits she can't even imagine how powerful Byung truly is. With the wooden sword on his back, he says he knew from the start that his master was no ordinary person. He then recalls that the technique Byung demonstrated surpassed anything he had ever seen. With no time to waste, he decides to prepare for a long training period and opens the market. Surprised, Addy asks why he's opening the shop, and he explains he needs to take care of his meals. Buying several fasting pills, he prepares to stay in the room for a long time. Horrified, Addy asks if he's really going to stay there without logging out even once. Not understanding her concern, he asks what the problem is, and she explains that his body still feels the passage of time. She warns him that if he trains there for too long, he might end up losing his mind. But he reassures her, saying he's already hit rock bottom for 7 years and isn't afraid of that. Gripping the wooden sword, he says he doesn't care how long it will take. With a determined look, he declares that he will only leave after he breaks the rock into pieces. In another scene, a campfire burns alone in a dark cave, illuminating the surroundings. Sitting in front of the fire, Byung is accompanied by his own system assistant. Suddenly, the small fairy appears beside him, calling him Mr. User. Surprised, he finds it strange that she spoke to him first, and she explains that she needed to find him. With a serious expression, he scolds her for stuttering, but then says he holds no grudge against her. Confused, she doesn't understand why he feels the same, since he was the one who suffered for so long. But he just says he knows she doesn't hold a grudge against him either, so it's all right. Then, she questions why he activated the time distortion function. She reminds him of the risk of depleting his inner power and completely destroying his QE core. Turning his face away, he simply asks why she's so worried about the situation. With a distant look, he says that for the first time in his empty life, he has a disciple to call his own. So he decided to act a little and was curious to see how much his student could grow. He then reassures the little manager, saying he won't spoil him for much longer. Looking at the system screen, he says it's time to act. With a smile, he says he needs to check on his first disciple and gets ready. Arriving at the training spot, Byung suddenly appears. With a smirk, he clicks his tongue and calls the boy a fool. Then, he points to the huge crater in the ground, saying the place has become a mess. Instantly, Taejin turns his head, revealing his tired appearance after training. Turning around completely, he says it's been a while, and the system shows his inner power has reached 800. On the 324th day of training, he strikes the rock with all his might. Panting, he looks at Addy, who excitedly points to a small scratch on the surface. But looking closer, she rubs her eyes and realizes she was just seeing things. Letting out a sigh, he says it's no surprise she's seeing things after almost a year. He then asks if it's okay for her to stay there with him for so long. Suggesting she could desynchronize and return to the normal flow of time, he offers her a way out, but she refuses, saying her duty is to record everything he does and that she'll stay by his side. With a faint smile, he thanks her for the support and grips his scythe, thinking about loneliness. He reflects that if it weren't for Addy, he would have already given up or gone insane. And the second reason he endured was the progress he was making. With each strike, his inner power grew, even if just little by little. Then, after so much effort, a new condition is finally met. Instantly, explosive growth is activated, and he acquires a new passive skill. The new weakness detection skill allows him to find the enemy's weak points in battle. On the 450th day of training, he asks Addy if she can see anything on the rock. Pointing with his fingers, He says he's seeing a glowing area on the stone's surface, but she squints and says she can't see anything different on the rock. With a focused gaze, he realizes that the illuminated area is something only he can see. Pointing to the rock, he explains that for now, he can only tell it has a weakness, but not where. With his eyes fixed, he understands that to damage the stone, he needs to shrink that spot. With each blow, he tries to concentrate his energy on a single point, focusing all his power. His attacks become more precise, and each day his inner power increases a little more. Continuing his training, he manages to shrink the circle to an even smaller point with each attempt. Over time, his inner power reaches 500, and he gets closer and closer to his goal. With concentrated energy, he finally lands a precise blow on the rock's weak point, and with that strike, he finally executes the first form of the divine technique. Impressed by the feat, his skeleton servant shouts and praises his master's skill. On the 721st day of training, he becomes better than many sword masters. Brushing Addie's hair, the skeleton says he's sure he'll achieve his goal. With glowing eyes, the skeleton says he's never seen a mortal strive so hard for a single goal. Blushing, Taejin gets flustered by the compliment, while Addie agrees with what was said. Giving a thumbs up, she says that of all the users she's ever seen, he's the most persistent. Looking at the rock, he reflects that he never imagined he'd train there for 2 years straight. With a smile, he thanks his companions for their support, which helped him not to give up. Preparing for the final blow, he says the grueling training is about to end. Using 500 points of inner power, he perfectly executes the flowing water break technique. The energy from the strike collides with the rock, creating a blast of power all around. The rock begins to crack, showing that the technique has finally taken effect. With a single blow, he shatters the rock into 1,000 pieces, displaying the result of his training. With a satisfied smile, he celebrates that he's finally learned the damn move. Back in the present, he meets his master again and says it's been a while since they last saw each other. With a smile, Byung remarks that he called him master for the first time and asks what's changed. Bowing, he says he will now treat him as his master, as he has received proper guidance. Curious, Byung asks what he was before, and Taejin replies that he was a foodie who made good mukbangs. With a sigh, he calls him an ungrateful disciple, but soon praises him for the technique. However, he warns that his skill is still far from perfect and needs more training. Bowing, he agrees and promises to continue dedicating himself to improving even more. He then realizes that while his master turned the rock to dust, he only managed to break it into pieces. Raising his hand, he asks a question that had been making him curious about the training. With a faint smile, Byung faces him, waiting for his disciple's question. He then reveals it took him half a sexagenary cycle to master the technique, leaving Taejin shocked. Calculating the time, he realizes a full cycle is 60 years. Completely stunned, he understands that his master repeated the same move for 30 years. Saying the training is over, Byung tells him to go out and get some fresh air. With a smile, he agrees, but says it might take him a while to come back. Tying the sash around his waist, he asks if Taejin is going to go out and test his new skills. Leaving the virtual world, he returns to his apartment, feeling the change in atmosphere. Falling onto the bed, he takes a deep breath, feeling the relief of being back in the fresh air. Throwing himself onto the bed, he celebrates that he can finally feel a soft mattress again. Lying there and stinking, he invites Addie to lie down too, but she politely refuses. Grabbing his phone, he says he doesn't need the pills anymore and is ready to eat real food. But when he turns on the device, he's faced with a huge list of missed calls. Instantly, the phone starts ringing again, with the same persistent number. Answering the call, he lies back on the bed as the person on the other end screams desperately. He then explains he was busy training and asks what's going on. But the man gets worked up and reminds him of the joint raid with the St. Winter's Guild. Continuing his lecture, he says they have no idea what the mercenaries are plotting. With a smirk, he reassures him, saying that he worries too much. He then asks if the guildmaster really thought he did nothing during that time. The man calms down and asks if he has a plan, and Taejin confirms with absolute certainty. Lying comfortably, he says all the master needs to do is sit back and watch. With a wide grin, he finishes by saying everyone will see him dominate the situation. Pulling up in his car, he stops in front of an abandoned location and prepares to get out. Getting out of the car, he's faced with the desolate landscape of the place. Frightened, Addie asks what this creepy place is they've just arrived at. He finds himself facing a completely abandoned amusement park, a nightmarish scene. Walking through the area, he explains that this was once the most popular park in Korea. He says that 10 years ago, a gate opened and destroyed everything, and the place has been closed ever since. Looking around, he spots the gate and says that's where the joint raid will take place. Addy then realizes that it's gate A72, and he confirms it. With an analytical gaze, he says that to the naked eye, it looks like an ordinary gate, nothing special. He explains that unlike gates that appear without warning, this type shows signs of activity. This allows teams to prepare based on data collected before it opens. But with both types, it's impossible to get detailed information before activation. All they can do is estimate the activation time and the types of monsters inside. This is possible thanks to a dungeon observation device developed by the international headquarters. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, putting him on alert for what's to come. With a smirk, he realizes things are about to get interesting. At that moment, he hears a commotion and someone shouting about Camera 1. The film crew arrives on site, getting ready to record the raid. Letting out a sigh, he complains that the TV crew is already here and that he hates them. Telling Addy to step back, he activates a ring to hide himself from the crew. Meanwhile, at the base camp, a man is pacing back and forth, unsure of where to begin. Suddenly, the guildmaster's shadow appears before him, catching him by surprise. Muttering about the timing, he turns around to see Taijun appearing out of nowhere behind him. With a smile, he deactivates the ring and greets the man, who is left completely speechless. Surprised and flustered, he just stammers, unable to form a complete sentence. With a shout, he runs to hug Taijun, but is stopped in his tracks. Using a skill, Taijun throws him to the ground, preventing him from getting any closer. Getting up, he says it was just a hug, but Taijun replies that he's not a fan of it, especially with guys. Glancing sideways, he comments that Taijun looks different somehow. With a smile, Taijun says he just did some intense training, which is why he looks stronger. Changing the subject, he asks about the raid planning and the information on the gate. He explains that the reports from international headquarters are correct, with 17 hours until activation. With a serious look, he reminds him that this isn't just a simple joint raid. He continues, saying it's a trap designed to trample on their guild's honor. Pointing at him, the man says they need to do everything they can to keep him safe. With a smirk, he says he'll fall back and join the support team then. Completely shocked, the man just stares at him, unable to believe what he just heard. Meanwhile, at the mercenaries' camp, Weijung reports to his master about the plan. He confirms the plan is going smoothly, and that they'll enter the gate as soon as it opens. With a satisfied smile, Sergei says that at this rate, it's just a matter of time. But Weijung interrupts him, saying something caught him by surprise during the meeting. He shows a strategy map where Taijun has fallen back to the support team. Completing the report, he says that Taijun Li will not be part of the main force. Thoughtfully, Sergei wonders what he's planning and whether he's a coward or a fool. With an evil grin, he says it doesn't matter, as it won't interfere with his plans at all. Then, he gives the final order. Kill Taijun Li the moment he enters the gate. 15 minutes before the opening, the camp is bustling with hunters preparing for the raid. The reporters are shocked to learn that the most important person in the raid has fallen back to the support team. In the middle of the crowd, reporter Sujin analyzes the situation, finding it all very strange. Based on her experience, she knows he's the type to minimize losses and maximize gains. But for this raid, he changed his position, even knowing he's at a disadvantage. Determined to find out the truth, she calls her cameraman and tells him to follow her. Turning around, she says there's no point in covering the event if the main star isn't there. She then announces she's going to cover the support team, where Taijun Li is. 8 minutes before the opening, he and his team prepare to enter the gate. One of the members comments that she's still nervous, regardless of their position. With a smile, he agrees and says that originally, the support team had no real purpose. He continues, saying the main team is so strong they don't even need support. Even so, he says he expects everyone to do their best on the mission. Continuing his speech, he reminds them they need to be ready for any emergency. With their eyes shining, the team agrees and promises to do their best in the raid. Laughing at their enthusiasm, he thinks they must be new, since no one is going bald yet. With a smile, he realizes how easy it is to tell rookies from veterans by the progression of their baldness. Striking up a conversation, he asks one of the female hunters why she's on the support team. With a sad look, she explains that she doesn't have any summoning skills and was placed here, but she adds that she's been working hard to improve her support skills. With a smile, he says that she'll be very useful to the team then. Confused, she asks what exactly she'll be useful for. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake, and Addy warns that the gate is about to open. Urging them to stay calm, he tells everyone to focus and prepare for the unexpected. As the countdown begins, tension mounts among the team members. At the end of the countdown, the gate opens and several shadowy creatures emerge from within. Shocked by the scene, 2 team members scream, not understanding what those things are. Instantly, the creatures that came from the gate begin to open several mini portals, releasing even more monsters. Amid the chaos, one of the hunters shouts desperately, declaring a super emergency. But unlike everyone else, Taejin laughs and calls on the support team to join him and defeat the giants.